Good. Thanks, Christopher. Anyone else? There we are. Yeah. Audience participation. Going well. Hope everyone had a good time last night. It was good to see everyone mingling and enjoying each other's company. It was great. So if I didn't see you last night, my name's Andrew Jones. I am the software development manager at Historic England, and I lead all the Arches development work that's going on there. We've actually been doing it for 6 years now, which is quite crazy, and we've had quite the journey. On the way, it was interesting to see on the graph my name pop up. 2019. So we've been doing quite a bit over the years, and I just wanted to cover a little bit of background first on what we've been doing. So when we started, we did a little prototype. I remember back in the day, Dennis coming, visiting, and watching what we were doing. We were developing an oblique aerial photograph system, which actually doesn't kind of really exist in that same form, but an amazing experience trying to kind of get to grips with arches, learn how to set things up, get moving with development. And then we moved on after that to our National Register for the Historic Environment, or Warden for short, which was a really big piece of work to migrate, 800, 900,000 resources from our present ancient system into Arches. And that took quite a while as well. We learned quite a lot doing that as well, dealing with all the size of the data. And actually we upgraded Arches, I think, twice during that. So, we like to give ourselves a challenge when we're doing it. And then more recently, we finished work on the first version of the Greater London Historic Environment Record, which is kind of a bit of a precursor to the Arches for HER work that we're doing. And that now is starting up, and we're hopefully going to get that done in the next couple of months for everyone else to benefit from. And also we're going to be starting shortly our new marine historic environment record, so all of our wet heritage, as Phil Carlisle likes to say. That's actually going to be migrating some data out of Warden, so we've got a whole other load of fun, so kind of ETL fun coming our way. And I wanted to talk a little bit about our journey getting there and some of the improvements that we've made. The title was about speeding development up using containers, and that's what we've done. And when we started, and actually we still are, a Microsoft organization, we've got a hybrid Azure Windows Server environment, everything's on Windows VMs, and we come from a .NET framework kind of background. So moving to the Arches stack was definitely quite a challenge, I think. So when we moved, I think we spent probably the first couple of months actually just working out how to install everything, making sure that it worked. I've said here that Arches stack was awkward. It's really just the number of dependencies that we were kind of using that we were new with, and really how it was supported on Windows. It was not the best experience, and setting up a server took like a week, and developers spinning up their machines was like 2 days, running through scripts. And I've put on here, anyone in the room done GDAL on Windows? Sweet baby Moses. And no one's done it the same way ever. You will not find that a person who can share the same experience. So that made it really, really difficult when we were bringing people on board to kind of do some support, or we were having a new developer joining the team. It wasn't great. So fast forward a few years, these kind of container things appeared on the scene, and I very quickly wanted to get on top of using that just to really speed up the process of getting our environments working. So I've put here Docker and Windows Subsystem for Linux was a lifesaver. Whenever we were doing any work locally on a machine, we could just spin some of these things up, and dependencies appeared. That experience was great. Everyone was much, much happier in the team. Creating those environments was easy, and that was always a bit of a challenge to actually trying something new, trying to do some core work. You're already working on a project. I've now got to put that into core. I've got to set up another environment again. So that saved a ton of time. But we were still not running in a kind of a standardized way. So each developer had a kind of a particular workflow, and then if there was ever any issues, no one could really support them in the same way. So, Paul would do something, and everyone was going, oh, how did you do that? Well, I did this, you know, I went this, I know you should have ticked that box in GDAL, and, you know, all that kind of thing. So what I really wanted to do is, in order for the team to perform a bit better and not have to worry about setting those environments up, I had a look to see how we could standardize that. So what I came up with was this Arches containers tool. I think it's open. I don't think it's a private repository, so it's open on our GitHub organization, and it's a tool for rapid development environment setup. So it's designed for developers to very quickly spin up an environment from scratch. They don't really have to worry too much about knowing the right settings for dependencies. They don't really have to worry about doing particular things in particular orders. All they need to do is clone it down, clone another repository, and go through a couple of steps, and it does all that for you. So spinning something up really quick, we want to do a particular feature, or we're doing some core work, spin it up, and then at the end, you could just throw it away. It's because it's so easy to kind of get in place. And also, it provides that isolation, and I think a couple of people mentioned yesterday that, oh, well, I've checked out this branch to do a feature and, you know, review something, and I've got to upgrade my project and downgrade it, and kind of, you don't have to do that with this. If you've got a feature, you can kind of run it, check out the feature branch you're reviewing, and it kind of works. I won't worry too much about getting the data into that isolated environment. It's kind of assuming you've got something you can restore into it and use, but that's it, basically. And the way it works is kind of following a templating pattern. So in the same way that you kind of go Arches create project, I wanted to be able to go Arches create development environment. So setting up a load of template files that when you create your project, it will go prepare those templates, build some files, sticks them in a project folder that you can then use and run, and you don't have to deal with. Obviously, it's a basic layout. You know, it's only going to give you the initial kind of things you need to get going, but then when you want to start working on specific things, there's some things in there like PG feature serve and tile serve. They're very specific to us, but you know, we would probably remove them if it was a more generic tool used by other people, and then allow people to kind of add those. So yeah, so it also generates all the Docker stuff, all the container config files. There's a Docker file in there that is specific for running a debug environment. And just to show, I think, a file, one of the files you can see in there, you just got placeholders for some of the template, the project names. So there's URL safe ones and non-safe ones, depending on what you need the file to look like. So how quickly can we do this? I've put 6 steps. It's a little bit of a lie. There are a few more steps. I've kind of pulled them together. But in a minute, I'll run you through a video that kind of just shows how quickly and really how simply you can do it. So you've got to work. This is all in Visual Studio Code, so we use Visual Studio Code and have Docker. So make a workspace directory, create a VM for if you're using dev containers, which are good fun, actually. I've not been able to use them quite so much since moving to a Mac, so it's not the best. But set that up, clone in the Arches containers, install the requirements, clone Arches. You don't necessarily have to clone Arches. Actually, if you are using one of the Arches applications, that's part of the requirement, so that's a little bit of an optional. Create a container project, so all of those templates get built into an Arches containers project. And then if there's a load of compose files, and you just run the compose files and they in a particular order, and they do it all, set it up, build all your images. And I'm going to show you an exciting video of command line in action. And I don't know who I was saying to earlier, this is the only audience that I can show a command line demo to, and they might actually be vaguely interested in it. I've got to kind of put it around a bit. So I've just opened the workspace folder that I mentioned, get my terminal. There's going to be a few silent pauses. I was talking to myself while recording it, and I'm trying to remember what I said. So set up my virtual environment. Come on. Why does it feel so much longer now, those gaps? Activate the environment, running commentary. I'm making you sit through it so you can see how long it takes end to end. And you also, I was re-recording it this morning actually on the Kalmar Wi-Fi, and it's a bit slow. So I've used the power of iMovie to greatly speed up some of the loading parts. So close down cloned down the Arches container environment. I've actually found a bug, so I've just checked out my working bug branch on that. Install the requirements. What else am I doing? Cloning down Arches. It's so small in here. Speeding that all up, because that took about 10 minutes on the CalMar Wi-Fi. So I'm checking out so I'm going to do a 7.5 project. This is setting up a project from scratch, so I want to do 7.5, so I'm checking that out. And this is where we create the container project. So I set what the project name is going to be, which is ArchProj, and then the version, which is 7.5. So that will go and it'll pull out the 7.5 templates, generate all those files. I think I'm just showing where it's appeared in the Arches container environment there. So I've got all the files, all the compose things I need. So the first, it's super speedy. So the first step was to run the initialize compose file. And what that actually does is that kind of mounts the whole directory within a container, then runs Arches create project. So you'll see, I'm just showing, I think I've just highlighted there, it's created the project file there. So that's all working. And I fast forwarded the fact that during that, the Docker file built into an image, which is a dev build image, and that is what everything will now kind of use in the background. I've spun up the compose dependencies, so that's now running Postgres, RabbitMQ, and Elastic. Have I caught up with myself? Okay, now this data tables bug, you can all watch me fix the data table bug. How are we going to fix that? Are we just waiting and hoping it all fixes?
We have a fix.
You're keeping it to yourself.
They fix it. We just had to upgrade to our recent version now.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, so that's put in there, and I think I'm just going to compose up now the actual development containers, which ran the application and the Webpack container. So there's definitely a bit of plagiarism going on here, because I think maybe, I don't know, one of you guys at Farallon kind of created those Webpack containers to run alongside the application container. So I kind of stole those and put them and kind of reworked those to go in here. So yeah, so now it's run. Now, when I recorded that video, it's 11 minutes without it all sped up. So from having an empty directory to a working, debuggable environment took 11 minutes. And that was compared with two or so days if you wanted to create something up from scratch. And I managed to get, I think Eric, we used it to get the Arches HDR demo up and running super swift. So yeah, I'm leaving it at that. It's just to show how quickly that was possible. That's the same thing. Just a side note there, if you've already got a project, so Arches HDR's already got a project, you just don't run through that initial phase to create the project. You clone it in. You just make sure that the project name matches the Arches container project name, so they kind of names everything correctly in the templates, and you're good to go, and you've got time for ice cream. So it is very much a work in process. We've just got to the point where it's enough for us to move forward, but I can see it being quite a useful tool if we spend a little bit more time on it. So things like speeding up, dev container configs, providing those, creating the VM if it's just another command line. Do we need to clone down Arches? Clone down Arches as well. So spending a little bit more time speeding up that process. I was thinking about also making the templating a little bit more flexible. So at the moment, it just has a fixed set of services that you have as dependencies, but actually you might want IIIF or, I don't know, PG feature server, those kind of things. So it'd be great to kind of say, I want this, and this, but I don't really care so much about this other thing here. So go, and it kind of pulls those in. Yeah, so I mentioned that. And also, Visual Studio Code extension. That'd be quite nice. I've talked about it before. It's relatively simple, so kind of converting it to a TypeScript extension for that. Maybe a little project on the side to kind of learn how to do TypeScript. But that would be super useful if you could just kind of install the Arches extension and do the same things, basically. Tick your boxes, press go, and it kind of sets it up for you. So yeah, so that's been really successful in the team, and it's just made things a lot easier. We no longer worry about setting this kind of stuff up. So, just checking this one. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Is containers. Now I want to put it in the cloud, and this is where we're at now. So I've looked at doing a prototype, and I've done a prototype of taking that development environment and saying, it's working on my machine. I now want someone else to test it. I need the stakeholder, the user, the owner to see it as well. We do have this problem with actually someone's feature's ready, we deploy it to stage, only that feature can be tested by the test team until it's done, and everyone else is kind of sat around waiting. It would be great to then say, this is my environment, I've done a feature, press a button, and it deploys everything that is needed to run in Azure for that particular pull request. And then at the end of the pull request, it could be torn down again. So let's take what we've done, let's deploy it to the cloud, and let people have a go. And as I said earlier, in the kind of the background, we're an Azure house, so we looked at what kind of Kubernetes stuff is going there, because I'm obviously conscious that all the work on Kubernetes that's been done, we don't really have the kind of the manpower and the resources at the moment to support AKS. So Azure Container Apps is a slightly kind of more app-centric Kubernetes instance running on top. I'm not going to read it out, but basically it's good for apps, ACA, good for other things if you want to kind of manage a whole cluster, which maybe Phil will cover later. The good thing also about this from a developer standpoint is that service scales down to nothing. So when you're not using it, if your pull request is waiting, it scales down. You pay for very little because it's not running. So the prototype that I wanted to do, I wanted to get like a basic target configuration again, understand what the steps are going to be, make it repeatable, because that's the whole point, is being able to kind of spin up and tear it down quickly. See what code changes might need to be done, and where there was friction, what were the tricky bits involved with it. So that was the basic target. Just to note, we run Elastic Cloud for our Elastic, so I didn't have to worry too much about Elasticsearch. We have a dev test deployment that we use, so it's kind of to the side. I did have not a particularly good experience with Elasticsearch containers in Azure container apps, simply because of how they mount file. You know, they have a kind of a volume mounting system that's a bit janky. So fortunately, we've got that service, and then we use the Postgres flexible server that Azure provides and some Azure storage, and they're just the main components that I wanted to try and build and send up. And that's a prettier picture of with all the logos. That'll be useful. And I wanted to keep it as streamlined as possible, so the fewer tools, the better. So Azure Container tool that we've got, the Azure CLI. Obviously, I needed a Azure subscription, which we've got. VS Code, Docker for desktop, all that kind of stuff. So keep it simple. So deploying is quite tricky. I think with the Webpack build stage in there, setting up the resources and doing it in a particular order where once you set up the resources, you can extract all the information you need then to inject it into the build process, because it needs to know where it's sending things. So green is where I've just got us to, so we've got a folder. And then it's a case of running through a script that stands up the initial resources in Azure. We then enter this kind of build phase. So I've created a kind of like a compose that takes the production Docker, the deployable image, and actually just injects a separate entry point, a separate configuration files that is more catered for doing a build and running like the compress and compress, Webpack, all that stuff, and sending it up to the Azure storage environment. And then once that's done, we can then build the image, publish that, and then deploy the apps at the end. And then there's a final stage just around Nginx to make sure it's got the correct configuration for deployment, knows where to get all the static files and all that kind of stuff. And again, I don't want to kind of linger on it for too long because I've already talked for 20 minutes. They're just the additional files, so it is a little bit more complicated. It is templated. You'll see that there's kind of templates and then a non-templated version of the file, so that has been kind of populated with all the resource information that's come out of Azure, keys, all sorts of things that we need to get it running. And then another thrilling command line video. Although I think I've only got two command line entries here, so let's hold on to your chairs. So I think I'm just going to show what the template now looks, what the project now looks like. So yeah, so that it's got a lot more files from before, a lot of the things. So they've got the scripts at the bottom, the resource templates. What am I pointing at? Oh yeah, the template still. And then I've got a number of folders that just provide, yeah, the things needed at the different stages that need to be injected in. I'm talking to myself while videoing. Okay, so at the top of the script, I'm going to give the environment name, I guess. You could probably do arches for HER, pull request number. I don't know. And then once that's saved, I can just run that script and then leave everyone in suspense. Oh, look at that typing action. So now I'm on super speedy 10,000% mode. So this script took about 50 minutes to run, and it goes up and it deploys everything up there. So my assumption being we'll be able to take this script, change it to some other kind of Terraform-y, Ansible, GitHub action that kind of triggers on like a pull request or something like that. And then at the end of it, you get your URL for the Nginx endpoint, which you can then use. So just a caveat, you'll see me refreshing a load of stuff. So to begin with, it just takes a little bit while to spin up because it's, like I said, it scales up on traffic. So I was panicking a little bit because I'd waited 50 minutes and I was like, oh my God, it's the end of the video. Come on, come on, come on. So just to get to the front page. And then what you will also see at the end when I go to the search page, one of the problems I have got with it that I haven't had time to look at is the G-Unicorn process seems to terminate quite quickly, so I only get partial documents sent through. It's really weird. So I have to keep hitting refresh, and eventually the full document comes through and the page loads. So I might have to tap some people up who have a little bit of G-Unicorn experience, as we don't in-house. So I think this is the Arches for HER current one, and then I will do some spamming of the refresh button in a minute. So I've got to prove to you it did work. I've got to prove it. I mean, one of the great things, yeah, about the Azure Container App stuff is it does sort out all the networking for me. I don't have to worry about any of the URLs, but that's perfectly adequate for the development scenario that we're going to be using it for. I think I was at this point, but come on. Everyone pray for me. There we go. Okay. Even though I knew it was going to happen because I've recorded it. Yeah. So not much else to show. It is working, and obviously there's another step, I guess, around having test data installed into it, which will probably just be a case of having a minimal database ready and just kind of restoring that into the database. So I think that's that. So yeah, just reviewing the kind of the automation side of things. It's just a script at the moment, but it'd be great to kind of break that out. I've talked here about translating into like Kubernetes templates. Obviously, the templates I've used are for Azure, but it's probably quite easy to switch them out. They look fairly similar. So some of the issues then, or some of the things that I found whilst doing it. Didn't actually have to change too much of the code, the core code. There was a few little things around references to kind of static files that I changed, but nothing particularly onerous, I don't think. Django compressor can take a running jump, if I'm quite honest. That was an absolute nightmare dealing with whether to compress offline and online, but I didn't bother spending any time on it because I know it's been removed at 7.6, and I thanked the maker when I saw that. The Webpack build stage, it was a bit awkward, but it's once you get your head around the order in which you need to do things, it's relatively straightforward. And because I was using Django storage for Azure, that was quite useful. More of an Azure Container Apps thing I mentioned earlier. The mounted volumes are not great, so you can't kind of collect static against a mounted volume because it tries to take ownership and all that kind of stuff. And Azure Files just says you're not touching any of the permissions on these files. So there were quite a few things that thank goodness for Django storage. But I know that there's an Azure blob option that's coming. It's in preview at the moment, so hopefully that will solve some of the issues with mounting volumes. And then, yeah, just generally, just getting it working takes ages because each time you deploy, you've got to wait 50 minutes to make sure that small tweak to the configuration worked. So that was it. But generally, it was fine. I did it in about a week, although I did stay up quite late because I knew I had to get it working for this. But yeah, so it worked pretty well, and hopefully it will give us a good mechanism for doing testing and things in the future. Fingers crossed. So that's it. I'm there, we're there, the code's there. Any questions? What did he just say? What do I do with that? I'm here all day. So you can ask me later if you want.
I've got an easy question, I think. In that deploy, do you do the Webpack production build?
No.
Or?
No.
That's why it was an easy question.
That's why it was only 50 minutes? Yeah, no. That was just the development build. And again, it's kind of, do I do it, do I not? Because it's for, again, it's for a kind of a developer tool, getting something out there to be tested. So I'm like, what's the trade-off of doing a smaller build versus a production build and standing around all day and making sure I've got all the resources to do it. So,
Cool. So I feel that Andy's kind of given me a challenge, which is to beat 2 examples of code. And you'll all be thrilled to hear that I intend to take up that challenge. Yeah, I possibly due to the long-haul flight, I had a moment at some point over Greenland where I suddenly thought, actually, I'm going to rewrite this entire thing. That's the best option I could do right now. And when sleep-deprived, you know it's going to be a more interesting talk. So when I thought, what's the point of the meetup? I've got a bunch of things. I can show you one, I can show the other. I thought, well, I'll actually just give you a little bit of a taster of the kind of things that we've been doing so that you can share in and sympathize and perhaps buy me a Constellation whiskey. And now I will say that everything I'm going to show here, our main focus has been trying to make things and do things in a way that we can get it back to the community. We develop in the open for better and worse, so it does mean that some of this is more work in progress than others. I'll try and highlight what is what, but you can go and break stuff with it if you wish. So when I redid this, I thought, well, rather than going through kind of a text description of each kind of feature area we're looking at, what I'm going to do is pretend I'm setting up a project. Now, coincidentally, this week I've been setting up a project. Obviously, these things are unrelated. And I have tried to pick out some sort of like scenes from that, like a pastiche, so feels very film-like and so forth, etc., etc. And first of all, I'm going to set a picture, give you the background, the story, and we're, as most of you know, we've been around a little while, but nowhere near as long as many of the people in this room. So for us, Arches, we were coming into Arches a couple of years back, and we said, okay, well, what we have are some really cool technology here, but also there's quite a steep learning curve for people who haven't necessarily got a familiarity, developers who aren't familiar with semantic modeling and so forth. So most of what we've been doing, there's a common theme of trying to give familiar interfaces. So on the infrastructure side, for our DevOps folks, we've been trying to get things into the way that all of our other stuff works in Kubernetes. How can we do this in a way that's familiar, but also when we're hiring, when we're collaborating, that we're not putting too much expectation of a tool set on the people we're working with. And while I was doing this, Taylor and Owen joined and had to ignore all of it and actually just go and do all of the stuff anyway. So kudos to Taylor and Owen. This didn't really help either of them. So, on the Python side, the back-end side, we've been doing a bit of work on what we're calling Arches ORM, which is to kind of give a little bit of a Laravel or SQL Alchemy-like view of the resource models. So you know, let's suppose that you have a relatively static set of models, and those can be accessed through the code in a reasonably concise way. So I'll show that as well. Why was that important? Because we started doing business logic that involved permissions and having potentially non-trivial relationships between different hierarchies of users, different types of users, different stakeholder groups that may need access to different parts of the data, not based on the resource model, but based on properties of the resource. And we also wanted to try and bring some of the user administration into the Arches platform as well, so that at least at a basic level, that visibility was shared. So for perhaps there's a gap for us between an editor who can edit resources and an administrator who understands, that you can go to the Django backend and not think, where's all my nice styling gone? And so trying to put some of that together meant doing a bit of creative stuff in the Python level, that having something nice and concise was useful. So all of these things sort of interplayed. I'm going to stop talking because it's started to go black, and that generally is how I get a hint. Going to throw you right in the deep end. So for those of you who are deeply familiar, you'll notice two things straight away. First of all is that I use cursive italic fonts in the terminal, and you can all deal with it. The second is that I have switched on Rough and MyPy by default because I felt I wasn't suffering enough. So you'll see there's lots of type annotation. Just ignore those for now. But it does also remind me, and I don't know if this is a general effort, we are trying to move our libraries and things to be a little bit more type aware. So getting rid of some of that cursive font on the right. So I'm going to go through this somewhat in a linear approach, but I wanted to start by just showing what kind of changes you might see in setup.py if you wanted to do this sort of thing. The most complex bit that we're involving is around the authorization as an authorization library called Caspin. Some of you might have seen me talking about that. And it allows us to define our authorization logic separately to Django, which has some interesting implications about being able to reuse it outside Arches or sync it to various places, and has, if it works correctly, has some speed benefits because we can keep our permissions table in memory. And one of the catches, if we want to do that, is it's easiest if, rather than mapping all resources to all users, that our permissions table or authorization table maps groups of one to groups of the other and keeps it much smaller. Many cases that does work. We did have to put an exception in for making sure that the user that creates a resource has special access, and that can be overridden. But that's kind of got around some of the obvious problems. I will say that all of this stuff we are using in user testing at the minute. Thanks, John, for your patience. But we're also kind of getting feedback on some of the bits that are working, some of the bits we want to improve. A lot of that feedback is Taylor and Owen being crying and me wondering why. Okay, so I'm going to leave the settings.py there, just to kind of, like that early morning cold pool. There you go. And I'm going to start with Git, just something easy and fun. So our first challenge was that we wanted to, he says, there we go. Oops, stop. There we go. that we wanted to try and pull up the containers in a way that was fairly quick and fairly consistent, and we could use it across projects. And again, it's all, for us, a lot of it is about onboarding devs quickly. So we went and had a look at the 1980s, and they had a thing called make and make files. So what we've done here is we have created this Arch container toolkit. I mentioned that briefly yesterday, and I am really emphasizing that we're trying to reduce the proliferation, so we're keen to try and pull it into something else. But we've got a make file in there, we pull that down, and that's got a couple of commands that approximate to what you might do with after you've done a pip install arches. So really it's wrapping those and doing a bit of container fun. So I do create arches. I've got my arches project. It's called Manatee. Let's not go into why. And that pulls down a base image. Here's our feature Django Gaston. Base that is mostly, almost entirely, a branch that we've put up some time ago for to the core arches repo. So you can think of that basically core arches with a couple of tweaks. That's how I'm phrasing it in the PR. Okay, so that runs through. For those of you who are familiar with arches installations, that should look relatively familiar. And then we do our JS. I promise it's not going to be that long. He says, checking how long it is. I'm going to skip forward. Okay, so that carries on going. Yeah. Ah, yeah, okay. And down at the bottom, you can't quite see it, but fetching all the packages. So it's 3 minutes, 38 seconds to skip over. Go. And then you can see it's kind of come out at the end there. I've also run a little command, or about to run a little command. Yeah. Is that playing? That's not playing. There we go. And then I've got another little fun command called create GitHub action. And that will create a matching GitHub action for that project. Okay. It also, we try and do a little bit of, there you go, do a bit of security leakage there, great. It's a trick. My password is all dots. Okay. So at this point you can see we've created a new project repo, and in particular this doesn't contain arches, it's just the arches project. The arches project has been created using the official arches create project, and we've got our GitHub action. So now, what I don't have there, which I will pull up now, is, there we go. So we're having a little bit of issues with the initial Cypress tests. So ignore the red dot. That's just to give us a feeling of reality. And we go in to the CI. So for those of you who, just before I jump over that too quickly, there's a couple of tweaks I haven't shown to the setting to stop high. Again, the idea would be that we can kind of get that standardized a little. But it goes up. We look at our GitHub actions, and we see it's already started running. So I've pushed to master for the initial bulk, and here we go. So some of this might be, this is in a browser, it's completely different, definitely not code. So here we go through, we do our builds. In particular, we do build static, and that's a bit more fun because we have to actually, now I'm very keen if there are suggested better ways of doing this, but we actually spin up an actual full arches cluster as services in the GitHub action, and Elasticsearch and so forth. And then we generate lots and lots of output, which probably needs a bit of tidying. And I will jump over here. Okay, that's our repo. Should look nice and familiar to some of you anyway. And we jump in just to see what actually is in that GitHub action that we populated. There we go. And probably the most interesting bit of this, for want of a better word, is, yeah, looking down here, that we've got these spun up services, and they're using our new, using a customizable base image, and they're using our just built Docker image and running Cypress against them. So hence, that's one of the reasons we're quite interested in integration tests, because we've got a way to use them. Okay, so there we go. That's all happily up and building. What do we do next? Okay, then we start playing with Kubernetes. Why do we start playing with Kubernetes? I promise I will get more to Python, but I want to get the infrastructure through. How long have I got? Okay, great. So it's definitely going to go faster if I press play. Okay. So here, I'm going to take an example from the Git repo. And I have used this Git repo. It's our infrastructure Git repo for our development cluster. And I'm going to copy an example Arches project I've got there. I'll show you what's in that in 1 second. But there we go. It's actually about 1 second. And you can see here, we've got a bunch of files. This is actually not doing as much as you might think. Really what we're doing is pointing to a Helm chart. Just a quick show of hands. How many people have come across Helm? We've got a few. Okay. So Helm describes itself as a package manager for Kubernetes. That's optimistic, but but what it does allow us to do is template out all of the really hard stuff. What Elasticsearch config do we need? What processes do we need running? How is how does Rabbit look? How do they talk to each other? All of that stuff. And that's in Flax and Teal Helm Arches repo, so that's standard. We use that across all our projects. We don't set that up per project. This one I'm cheekily adding an API, because I'm going to show a little bit of API stuff. But the rest is mostly just telling our development cluster, hey, go get that Helm chart and install it. And now you've got Arches and 5 services running. So looking into this, just to show how it ties together, you'll see here we've got a couple of places that I reference the images, and that's gchr.io there is the actual built image coming off the cluster. And one nice thing with Flux, which is this thing that basically turns our Git repo into live processes, is that it can have a look, maybe skip to that a wee bit quick, it can have a look at our repo and see we've got tags for the images that are actually got the pipeline ID. So as the pipeline ID goes up, it says, hey, I've spotted a new one of these. I'm going to pull this in and do a rolling deployment and upgrade all of the running Arches processes. So every time we do a build on development branch, then the development cluster will spot the new image tag and pull it in. And we don't have to do anything. Which is actually particularly helpful because it means that, he says not soliciting feedback, but means that, for example, let's say Taylor, can push a code change, and in theory, I can merge PR or somebody else merges PR, and it's on dev, and no one's had to touch any infrastructure. So GitHubs, I guess. Okay, so that's all there. And then we've got our settings. Since I've got the habit of using my password as all dots. All of our secrets are Zs. But we can put the kind of configuration you might expect to have to pull together locally. All kind of goes into one encrypted file here. We use Mozilla SOPs for this, and then that also means that we can, by PR, update configuration. Like in this case, we've got Django debug true in dev. We can turn it, switch that off and on. And it also means there's an audit trail for any environment changes, which is essentially the git log. Okay, that's fine. 17. Okay, right. So I'm going to jump a little ahead. So at that point, we've got our running Arches instance. We've got our development cluster set up so that you can go straight there. We don't have to do any fiddling around with SSL certificates or domain names or anything like that. It all lets encrypts it magically. And then we can, what's this one? Local package. This is kind of the rough edge for us. If we want to load a package, we're doing it manually to avoid clobbering any data that's there. But we're interested in smarter ways of doing that. Okay, so let's suppose we've done all that. I have cheekily added in an API. Now, in this example, I've actually, I suppose I didn't really show it there, but for this Manatee project, I've copied in Arch's HER package and some of the functions, just so to convince you that I wasn't going to just try and do the Hello World example. Did make it harder, I'll be honest. Not gonna lie. But one of the things that we've been doing, again, this is part of making life easier for our data scientists, so infrastructure, data science. Our data scientists want to be able to interrogate the data, and a few people have mentioned this challenge. They don't really want to learn Django, and like to them it's a film, and it's thanks. Good sympathy laugh, Andy, thanks. So what we've done is said, okay, can we inspect the models as we're loading, create an API process? We've got all this fun Kubernetes stuff. We can add one more file, and now we've got Arches with a different entry point argument. So we've got, I think, those familiar with entrypoint.sh is the kind of standard Docker way of doing things in Arches. It's got a run server commands, which will run Arches Django. We've added a run API, which does Gunicorn and Starlet. For those who are familiar with Python async stuff, it's running Python async, which also possibly was not the easiest option to choose, but it is quite nice. And that's all does its magic. Has a look at the model definitions from the DB and gives us an API that is GraphQL API, so that in this lovely GraphQL playground, which comes pre-installed with GraphQL, then we can actually have a look and inspect those models and see what they look like from a API side. So nothing that we can, there we go, we can dive in. Now, fortunately, I'm going to confess I did the very smart thing of enabling all the authentication, and then when I set up a brand new project, realized I had to go through and set up API keys and OAuth, and you're not going to see me do a request. So it's not that hard. I mean, it's not any harder than setting up OAuth normally, but for anyone who set up OAuth, you'll know why I didn't just do that. So here we can see kind of going through that tree, being able to see what properties are available. It's deeply nested. We've got those structures, and because it's GraphQL, the JavaScript side or the Jupyter notebook doesn't even need to know about Arches existing. We have created a little GraphQL client that wraps the Arches stuff in a way that you can say, hey, this is my Arches instance on my API. Go do, and it works nicely in a Jupyter notebook, so you get back some Python-like structures representing your models. And it has no Arches dependencies. It has no database dependencies, so you can just pip install it. It's a pure Python module. Okay, so why was that a thing? So we mentioned data scientists, but it's not quite all that. There's also this little bit of logic here where we're taking Arches models and turning them into Python entities, Python classes. In this case, GraphQL libraries, Graphene, gives us a nice way of inspecting those classes and turning it into an API. We're leveraging that, but also there's another use case, and that's web developers. And web developers, some of them are familiar with Django, quite a few, especially now with microservices and Flask, and many aren't coming from a Python background. So one of the things we wanted to do was lower the bar to entry for that and be able to not just write, an API, but actually do some business logic in ways that were maybe a little simpler. Like I say, I'm going through this quite quickly, but it is sort of a tasting of things that we can and are keen to discuss. Also, I don't know, John was also going to mention a little bit about future direction. He's looking very static, so I'll keep going until you tell me to. You want to say something? Okay, give you a couple minutes. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so, oops. Yeah, so if I go back to here, you'll see just at the right at the bottom there, I say well-known resource models. That's kind of our code name for things. We don't necessarily want to expose every model or load every model to the API. So we can say, okay, originally we used this to configure the actual API structures. Now we infer it from the database. But we also use those well-known resource models, and they turn up as Python classes, so we can do fun stuff like this. I'm going to show why we did this in a second, but here's a Python view, and it uses the person resource model. So when you see person there being imported from somewhere, thank you, then, oh yes, that's right, because we don't want to import it until the DB is ready. So we're able to import it there, and it's we can do .find for person ID. We get back a nice person structure. We don't actually do much in that particular example, but we're generating basically a magic sign-up link. And we encrypt some information about the person to put into the link so that we know it's legit. We also, unfortunately I didn't pick one that shows it there, but we also can do, we've got a user data type which represents a Django user, so we can do person.user.id and get back the Django ID, or we can, et cetera, person.user.email. How do we configure what those are? Well, actually, relatively simply, we say, here's what we want it to be called on the API side, and here's what our resource model graph ID is. Generally speaking, we've tried to, and this is a little bit more of an art than a science, tried to make sure that this isn't getting imported anywhere that gets used during the kind of bootstrapping. So when the models are being loaded during the package load, obviously we don't want to try and simultaneously turn them into Python objects, which get a rather circular problem. We also do a little bit of config of the API. So for example, one of the challenges you might foresee is that the API structure is quite deeply nested. That doesn't make it a very pleasant thing to have to try and do code with on the client side. So for example, here you'll see about line, is that reverse numbered? No, it's not. Line 13, we map for the set resource model, we map that through to, so set.title will become actually set.titles.title text. So rather than ending up just making more complex code, we can actually shortcut through and say, hey, this attribute should really map deeply into this field. So a little bit of usability there, I swear. Okay, and I think last thing I mentioned on the ORM is we've got some, this is Arch's ORM. Again, can be installed as a dependency. It does have an technically optional dependency on Arches. So one thing we're going to try and do is use it on client side as well for consistent API. And you can see some of what it can do. So for example, relating resources, we create an activity and we relate it with a person. We also, which might be of interest to people, managed to hack things together such that we can use a spatial light for our tests rather than Postgres in the Arches ORM. So that's been kind of handy, but it is a little bit butchered, I'll be honest. We can also do fun stuff with concepts. They get turned into Python enums. Interested in doing that lazily because obviously some of them are quite deeply nested, but not right now. Okay. So why do we do all that? Let's group, is this the one? Yeah, let's go here. Okay, so so in this example, there's a little bit of a bug there because we've got I've created a person and they haven't been Elasticsearch indexed yet, so they're coming up undefined as a name, but which means that's a slightly separate issue. But I've got a group model. This has actually been taken from, sorry, hold on. Yes. This has actually been taken from, I think, Arches for Science, and created a Frankenstein. So we've taken the group model, and we're using this exclusively for users and also hierarchically, so a group can be nested in a group, etc., which is what gives us the interesting authorization potential. And then we assign some permissions to that group. This is kind of fun because you'll see here that we've got a group called All Resources, and actually, a set called All Resources. And I mentioned earlier we really want to map containers of things to containers of things because it's generally much more efficient than mapping individuals to individuals. So in this case, group is our container for users. We have sets, which are a container for resource entities in general, also hierarchical. And one of the potentially interesting things I'm not going to go into right now, but keen to chat about, we've got sets and logical sets. So a set is a static, manually managed list of resources that this will give permissions to. Logical sets is the same thing, but it's defined by an Elasticsearch query. So we can say, and my example back home is there's a little town, and we can set up a logical set and therefore map permissions from different groups so that people can only see that programmatically defined group. So logical set says, hey, if it's got the title Ballymena, then people are allowed to see this. And that gets updated, so we kind of recheck that. And we also store that mapping in Elasticsearch, so we confirm, hey, these logical sets map. That goes into Elasticsearch, which means that there isn't a performance penalty for filtering in Elasticsearch, and your Elasticsearch counts are accurate in the search. Yes. that was the pain point for me for some time. Okay. So the last little element I'm going to show in this is that's group permission model. Do you know what? I'm not too sure which one it's in here, so I'm not going to leave it. I'll leave it. But essentially, what we can do with this as well, once we've created our person model, I mentioned we've got a user type. We get a sign-up link, and that sign-up link is generated the way I showed it. And that allows us then, when the person goes through, we then have that relationship from person to user. We can see it in the resource report. And from then on, all of this relationship management can be reflected and is reflected by our authorization logic in the backend. So I have been fighting with Elasticsearch containers this morning, so I'm glad I'm not the only one. So I will put that caveat on how much of this project went end to end, but I'm showing some a mixture of examples, but that's all of the components that we put in. We're keen to use them on our new Arches projects where relevant, and I can talk about the infrastructure and so forth. I realize I'm out of time, but I also am going to suggest that any questions about these are probably best over coffee or beer, depending on the nature of the question involved. So I do apologize, John. So I was going to say a couple of words on the future direction, but I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, or... Well, I suppose the couple of points that came up yesterday that are quite relevant that for our phase 3 we're looking at. One is syncing, and one thing about this Arches ORM is it doesn't actually assume arches, and doesn't assume a specific version of arches, and it allows us to use multiple backends simultaneously. We've only really tried it with arches, but we're currently doing a dummy version. So what we could do is say an API and arches, and we have this identical interface. So we have person resource model from place 1, person resource model from place 2, and they have the same interface because there are Arches ORM classes. Copy one across, save, done. So that's what we're approaching for syncing. It obviously, as mentioned yesterday, there's a bunch more questions in Federation that I'm really looking forward to you guys doing with Flax. But that's some of the work that we're hoping to do to, for example, sync APIs up to other DAM systems, for example, or things within HED. Cool. I look forward to questions, and I'm going to run. Yeah, so everything I've showed is, well, aside from obviously our infrastructure secrets file, everything is public. So Arches ORM, Helm Arches, Arches Container Toolkit are the 3 repos I think I sort of implicitly touched on.
Rob.
Okay, cool. I'm kind of naturally pretty loud, so if you can't hear me, maybe I'll just forego the microphone. But can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Got you. I forgot to put a brief bio, but my name's Galen Mancino. I used to work for Farallon. That's how I got introduced to Arches. And then in 2020, went freelance and started working with City of Los Angeles. And then last year, I basically changed my business model a bit to be more of a SaaS provider of Arches. So I still do consulting work, but I'm also sort of moving into just making Arches, a SaaS for especially organizations that don't really have a larger budget, or they just sort of want something that they can pay for and it works. That's not what I'm going to talk about today. This is going to be a summary of some consulting work I've done with Los Angeles, which I can't say I originated this. Obviously, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. Farallon definitely contributed a huge amount. I mean, they originated HPLA version 1. And I know that there's been others. Adam Cox, for example, he also contributed to Historic Places LA. So I inherited a lot of really awesome software, and it's been a pleasure to work on it and take it to where LA wants it to go. So the site, the URL is at the last slide, but the site is called Historic Places LA, and it's an Arches instance. Anybody at the Getty could tell you that it's like one of the original instances of Arches as Arches. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what have we been doing last year or two, and what's going on right now, and what are they looking forward to in the future. So here's a quick summary. I'll talk a bit about data and ETL. I won't go too much into the weeds. I'll just sort of give a high level of what we've been doing. Talk about the HPLA search modification, as well as a sort of mobile user interface that they had me create. They've also had a pretty, saved searches have a pretty big role in Historic Places LA, and that role is growing. And I think it has implications for arches. Also talk a bit about what's currently in progress, and a couple things that might be on pause because I'm waiting to see how it lands, specifically Arch's lingo related implications, applications implications, and then I'll finish off with what we are looking forward to do in the next fiscal year, starting later this summer. So Historic Places LA already had a lot of data. It already had over 50,000 records. I think there's a total of 7 resource models. And prior to, because my first upgrade was to Arch's version 5, there weren't any import modules yet, and so all of the ETL customization was overriding the core Arch's logic for import business data CSV format. They only had CSVs as the output format from their legacy databases, so that's what we were working with. I apologize, the text kind of spills a bit around the image. But a couple of our use cases, the default functionality at that time was either you wanted to overwrite the entire resource instance or you wanted to append to an existing resource instance. And we had more use cases than that. Specifically, the graphs are quite nested in some of them. So in some instances, we were appending child tiles to a pre-existing parent tile. Presumably that parent tile would be of cardinality 1. We were also replacing child tiles of a pre-existing parent tile. This came about if we did an import and it turned out wasn't quite grouped correctly or the data integrity wasn't quite there and it made more sense to just redo the operation. There were also some changes I made to speed up the import, leveraging the bulk save, Django's bulk save method, as well as lower the memory allocation of that operation. We also had a bunch of just sort of random, I'll just say random ETL use cases that I would create one-off management commands for. Long story short, a lot of some of them were one-off and some of them were very reusable. For example, if we had data, for example, if we had, say, a list of historic resources that had addresses, but they did not have they didn't have, geospatial data, we would get, a geospatial data source and transform it into GeoJSON, and then we would just sort of do a match against some primary key. So you could pick address, you could pick address in combination with something else, and then insert that. And what was nice is, all they had to do was just get the geometry, and then we could load it in. And then boom, the resources now had points and polygons, which was nice. So a lot of these will become import modules, and they're very excited about that. I personally want them to feel empowered to do as much of the stuff on their own without me as possible, because there's a lot of other interesting development work that they'd rather have me doing, I'd rather be doing. And as a natural part of the ETL process, not all the data was ideal, and so there were, what I'm calling here fragments, just sort of pieces of data, maybe it was entered incorrectly, whatever. So consolidating that, cleaning it up, again, great candidates for import modules, and that's a work in progress. One last point here, migrating values for a node second to last, migrating concept to concept list data type. Not sure exactly why some of these nodes were concept, but they definitely wanted them to be concept list, and so one of these commands does that migration, which touches Elasticsearch, it touches tiles, it touches the nodes, etc. So that was nice to be able to run and not have to worry too much about it. And we only had there aren't that many resource models, so we only ran it, maximum like 4 or 5 times. But some of the logic is applicable to other data types, and that operation itself is probably applicable to other implementers of arches. So we're excited to get that out into the public. So one of the larger tasks they had me do was a search modification. Project requirements, they wanted to see all search results. The default UX was you would either see a page count worth of markers of points. So you can increase that to 50 or 100, but I don't know, there are some side effects there. And they wanted it to be fast, and that unfortunately was not possible. So we revised that to not too slow. Hopefully, people can relate to that. And so, this change was constrained to a project view. We had done a bunch of tinkering with the core arches branch that we were on for the changes we did to the import, and we wanted to get away from doing that. We wanted to just keep things constrained to the project as much as possible for maintainability, of course. So a couple things we did. One, we started caching search results. This is happening on the back end, and I'll show you the code in a moment. But basically, we save a particular cache for a search result, for a set of search results, caching 1, the search query, 2, a user ID, and 3, a sort of moment in time snapshot of the database. The logic was just like, sometimes the data is being updated frequently, many times in a week. Other times it's not being updated at all. And for especially the internal users, if they were updating data, their expectation was, well, we want to see it, but we also want it to be not too slow. We also kind of came to the conclusion that we went through multiple iterations of different strategies, and the one we landed on was it makes sense to just grab the heaviest part of the search results payload, which was the geometries, grab that, put it into its own type of search request, and cache it in the browser. Fortunately for Historic Places LA, when you compress that, it's only 2 megabytes, and of course there's a 5 megabyte limit for Chrome. Not everybody is going to be able to do that. It is what it is. But it worked for us, and it works for that range of use cases, around the 50, 60, 70,000 count of resource instances. And I'll show a video of this in a moment. And then, if we're caching just the geometry as a sort of master lookup, that means all subsequent search queries will only need everything but the geometry, which means that they're pretty fast. And so here I'm just going to demo it. So this is the home page, and it's now cached. The geometry set took like 3 seconds, I think, and now we've gone to search. And it's using that geometry set. Oh, shoot. Let me go back and pause it. And this is, of course, happening behind the scenes. I had a little bit of a developer disagreement with my own client, because I said, we should probably indicate, if not disable, this button, because it saves a lot of time if you already have this cached by the time you get to search. And they were like, well, we think people should be able to go straight to search no matter what. I was like, well, let's at least let them know something's happening. So the compromise was they can click search and they can cancel this caching operation, but it's like, hey, something's loading here, maybe let it load. And especially for users on slower connections, that cache of geometry is all the more critical. Ah, shoot. Go back. So I'll just skip here. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like it only took about 2-ish seconds, which is 2,000 milliseconds, which is nice. And that's like what it was when we started out, it was a lot more. So it's always great to announce, hey, we improved the search load time. And what's also nice is there's no latency. So once all of the data is loaded, as you zoom in and out, you're not loading new tiles. The clustering is happening at the map layer level. All of the data is there. And so as you zoom in and out, yeah, no latency. It's pretty nice UX. So now we can look at a little bit of code. Let's see. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, cool. Please don't judge me too much. This is internal. The repo is still private. The public version will be a lot more cleaned up. So, the core change happened in just overriding this method, search results. And the first thing, one other quick note here is some of the featured searches didn't share a particular criteria. Like they didn't share like, oh, filter by this concept value or this location. Some of them were just sort of, well, we know we want these to be clustered together in one saved search. So why don't we just pass in the IDs? So I just created another argument that says, if there's an argument called IDs, then let's just use an Elasticsearch IDs filter for those and call it a day. So anyway, this stuff, nothing changed here. When we're caching it, we're creating this cache key, which, as I mentioned, takes in the user ID, which is on the request. It takes us, normalized query parameters, and then it also evaluates whether or not this was a geom-only request or not. And then if we said in our settings py file, yes, we do want to cache search results, then let's look for them if they exist. And if they do exist, great, send them back. They're already JSON. And then by the time we get to the front end, which, this should have been all collapsed. I also just, in case you were wondering, because we still want to paginate that, search results container on the left side, of course, the paginator is now completely front end and sort of, doesn't have anything to do with the request really. So it knows it has all the data already, so it's just sort of running a front end, logic to iterate through that. Here, just a method that is, grabbing the geometry that's been cached and inserting it into the search results, which there might be something better than this, but this was working quite well, so we kept it. And then what I want to show you is, here we go. So we're using lazy string on the front end to compress and decompress the JSON strings to put them into local storage so that they only take up like 2 megabytes, for example, in this case. Yeah. We're pretty happy with it. And I'm definitely keen on learning the pattern for creating Arch's applications, because I think that we've done so much customization on search that it really makes sense to be its own application, not just with our changes to the search components, but also, as you can see, like the logic attached to search on the back end. One other change we did was they wanted something to be available for mobile users. Search, Paul's awesome work on responsiveness notwithstanding, search is quite busy, and if you're not on a desktop, it can be pretty hard to use because there are a lot of buttons. There's a lot of buttons, and yeah, it's even if you style it to be a little more mobile friendly, it's still a bit overwhelming, especially for users who this might be their first entry point into an Arches instance, and we want to make it welcoming. We want to make it easy. So, project requirement, keep it simple, simplify the UI, and they also really wanted to leverage the user location because if people are using it on the phone, presumably they're out in the field, and this is a website about places in LA, so why not let them sort of explore those places? So these are just some screenshots of what it looks like when you're out in the field. We gave them 3 options. You can do, search all records. That's just the term search. And the drop-down for that, the select to drop-down it's okay. We didn't spend a lot of time on this because this was a last-minute change request. They also, Historic Places LA also, they really, the saved searches are really important to them, and the curation of those is a core part of the whole project. So they also wanted that to be its own option. And then, of course, you can also just search near where you are, and that'll give you a list of results, which you can see in the second screenshot here. Yeah, we didn't do much else in the way of mobile optimization. I think reports, we did a little bit of styling changes, but in my opinion, it's still not optimal, but they were kind of like, well, we're happy with this, let's come back to it later. And if you have, I know, some folks are coming from the UK and Europe and elsewhere, so I don't know if you have a mobile data plan, but if you do, or if you're on Wi-Fi and you're out visiting Los Angeles, check it out. You might be able to see some cool properties. So, what we in the Arches community call saved searches, HPLA, we call them featured searches, and this is because they incorporate an element of curation. I mentioned that we had to create a filter just to sort of group together a bunch of IDs, and each of these featured searches has some kind of a curative narrative statement. They wanted to add some media to it, images, caption, etc. And yeah, they really wanted to integrate historic preservation directly into the search interface so people could understand, well, why is this important? What do these things have in common? And this is a currently evolving thing, which I'll talk about at the end in terms of what we're looking forward to do. We were also changing those saved searches sometimes. For example, at one moment we said, well, here's what should be the defining trait that they should all have in common. And then, another decision would come up and say, well, actually, we want to also incorporate this other element, so let's change it. And if we had those URLs published anywhere, for example, in the LA main website, we would have to then replace that URL, which is not great. So I said, well, why don't we just make static URLs, and we'll just create an endpoint, called featured_search or featured-search, and just create a search alias, add that as a property to the saved searches and the settings, and we've been pretty happy with that. It's not only is it more memorable, it's like, okay, featured search _/LAHCMs, but it's also nice that it's not changing, it's perpetual. Current tasks with respect to Arches, so not just in our private repo, but public contribution. There's one PR that I submitted a little while ago that I'm going to, bring on a front end for. Basically, the use case was they were trying to use advanced search to run pretty complex queries, and the first issue was that we ran into a character limit for the HTTP request, which Brett, I think, also ran into. Yeah. And I was like, well, what we were doing was we were saying, in the advanced search, like, if the concept equals this, and if the concept equals this, and if the concept equals this. And I was like, well, why don't we just implement it in list? And so the scope of that is the drop-down, the Elasticsearch operator is, well, if it's in any of these in this list of values, or it's in all of these list of values, or it's none, it's not in any of these list of values, add that filter. We have it working in our project, and they're pretty happy with it. So just, a couple more changes needed to pull that into core arches. As I mentioned, we're also looking forward to taking these search customizations out of the project and just putting it into its own application so that other people can use it and implement it. I will say I took all of the core search customizations and put it into a project on 7.6, and it's totally working fine. It's the same parameters, like, you'll still have to cache that geometry file on the front end, but it's definitely working on 7.6, so that's nice. We're also going to be, as I mentioned, turning these management command, ETL, custom operations into standalone modules, not only for the benefit of the non-engineers in LA, but for anyone else who has similar use cases. We want to make these as generic as possible, and they're very gung-ho about open sourcing these tools that they've had me build. Looking forward to the next fiscal year, there's sort of a wish list. One of them is talking about these featured searches evolving. They want them to be like a whole experience. LA contracted with another company to do AR, augmented reality content, where people walking around could see a QR code, scan that QR code, and then they would see augmented reality content about a particular property. So it might be a tour of the interior of a house that's historic. It might be, they're really interested in this idea and making it accessible that way. And so one thing we're looking at is using the Mapbox story maps. I think the repo is called storytelling, Mapbox storytelling. Because it's this awesome experience. You can blend video or image media or audio media with an interactive view of the map, and we're looking at developing it as a plugin so that when a user is in the search interface and they see the featured search and maybe they read about it a bit, there's a link that says, hey, check out, view this in story map mode, and then it takes them to the plugin view for that featured search. And then takes them, property by property to tell you the story about each property, either with video or audio commentary as you're sort of there. And in case you're not familiar, definitely recommend this repo, Digital Democracy. They've done a bunch of these kinds of story maps with other clients and nonprofits, and they're awesome. Ideally, the work on this would lead to a story map builder for arches. I tried to do it in Vue in 7.5, and obviously wasn't really set up for that. So now on 7.6, gonna try that again. Another item on the list is to incorporate audio, especially audio file data type. So it wouldn't be changing the data type necessarily, but it would create a new widget for the file data type to support audio, to support playback. Perhaps showing a visualization of the waveform. Specifically, they want to collect oral histories. This is kind of a growing movement in planning. Oral history represents a more equitable data point because you have a lot of really nice buildings that were built by architects that were hired by pretty wealthy people, and that's one dimension of the history and one dimension of the culture. But then you also have people who have lived here for a long time, and maybe they've been renters the whole time, and maybe there's nothing special about the building they live in, but there is something special about their experience, and it's another way to capture the culture. So they're really excited about that, and I'm also really excited to build it and integrate it into Arches, and obviously open source it. One other thing that we're pretty keen on doing this next fiscal year is a greater integration of resource relations and relationship types. So right now in advanced search, if you wanted to search for I have a historic resource and I want to know all of the districts related to that resource, right? Or if I have a site visit or a consultation and I want to know all the people associated with that consultation, or you have a search criteria, right? The only way to do that is to specify it in the resource instance node in the advanced search. And so we're looking at, well, number one, can we be more broad? And can we say, well, regardless of what node this goes through, can you just show me the related? I mean, it's like, Django RM select related. I mean, that's effectively what we want to do, but in the Arch's advanced search. And then on the other hand, more narrower, we're also interested in adding, filter by relationship type. It's like, yes, we can say, I want to see results that are related to this particular instance, but maybe you also might want to filter by relationship type. And I know that might not make George happy because of the semantic implications of mixing different relationship types into one single resource instance node, but I don't know. That is what it is. But LA, they feel like it's kind of a missing component where it's like we want to see what's related, and I think it's very doable. That's all I've got. I highly recommend checking it out. You can go to this link, historicplacesla.lacity.org. Like I said, if you're out in the field and you have Wi-Fi or service, it's a fun mobile experience. It's fun to explore. For now, their repo is private, but parts of it I'm bringing into my company GitHub account on Scholium Tech, and they don't know exactly. They don't really want to deal with the implications of making the whole thing public. So for now, it's sort of piecemeal making its way into the open source domain. But those are my GitHub handles, and if you have any questions.
So, really nice work, especially threading the needle between what the client wants and what's feasible. So, well done. I'm really psyched that you're going to take those modules that you've built and make them public. It's a great thing. So, super simple question. Are you thinking about taking advantage of the ETL module, or the bulk importer, and a lot of those things would just be like bulk data update scripts, that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, basically in my repo, or potentially in LA's in a public repo, just have a repo called ETL modules, and it would exist there, and you could import them.
Yeah, that's cool. I guess just to follow up on that question, but one of the pieces of code that you were talking about was updating a field type from concept to concept list, and that's kind of an interesting. That's something that feels like it's difficult to get development around because it's serving a very specific community, which is like somebody building the model and then angry because they didn't build it right. And which is usually not the main user, but is a problem. And I was just wondering, I think it's just a sort of interesting general question of like, if that thing somehow made it into the UI, you could imagine more things that are sort of like the bulk edit manager, but it's like the bulk model manager, like, oh, I totally changed my naming strategy for all that. Maybe that's deserves a home. So I guess that wasn't a question, it was a comment. Maybe it's a question to you.
I think it's a great comment because there are times where we realize there are changes we want to make. For example, this was cardinality 1, but actually we want to make it cardinality n. And the only way to do that is to delete the node and then recreate it and then re-import the data against it, which, it's not the worst route, it's just like less fun. Like I think I made a ticket that was like, I want to be able to capture, I want a button to tell me exactly what the config is for this node and the card so that like I can just re-import that, but like with these few changes. Right now, if you want to do that, you have to kind of take a screenshot and then, or make notes of what all the configurations were and then recreate it from that. yeah, graph changes are a little onerous when you already have data, and obviously for good reason. But you still need to do it sometimes.
Christopher will have some interesting stuff to say about that this afternoon. Yeah, I think you'll take that. Easy question. When you said the clustering is happening in the map layer, you mean like you're doing it with Mapbox GLJS as part of the GeoJSON source? Cool.
Oh, okay. Hello. Oh, yeah. So when you mentioned some of the components that might be becoming public, just asking for a friend, but some of the kind of front-end mobile simplifications, is that something that might be on the cards, or is that a bit too closely tied?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, cool, thank you. My friend would be interested in updates. Yeah.
So you're compressing geometries before you save them to local storage. How compressed do they get? Could you do it without compression? I mean, would you exceed the 5 megabyte limit?
You may not, but you'd be. I mean, it's uncompressed. I think it's 4 megabytes. It's not like you don't get a huge benefit, but it's it makes it manageable.
Okay.
And decompressing, since it's so much faster than compressing, it's just like, I don't know, it's pretty functional.
Okay.
Yeah, for that specific library for lazy string.
I'm just kind of wondering if there are other places where we might want to compress geometries so they're a bit smaller, like passing them in the URL. So you don't hit that URL size limit as quickly. So, but yeah, thanks, Galen.
Yeah.
This is more comment than question, but this future work that you're thinking about, specifically a search application, which is a great idea. I think Alexei will be talking about application patterns. I think it's going to be pretty cool. One of the immediate things that struck me with Historic Places LA is the very different kinds of audiences that interact with search, and immediately suggests that there are different roles with search and different permissions with search, but the way a data editor might want to interact with search versus the way a mobile user might want to interact with search is quite different. So we're starting to think about that, and it'd be interesting to see what kinds of patterns you come up with too.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment, and one of the first things that we did to search was to disable advanced search for users who are not logged in, and solely because it's a tool that we didn't expect anyone would know how to use if they were unfamiliar with arches. And their decision was, in LA, Office of Historic Record, their decision was like, if people aren't going to know how to use it and it's taking up even a little bit more real estate, let's just take it out to simplify the experience, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think, people in this room, we're very familiar with arches, we're very familiar with, all of these like terms and vocabulary, but the average, newcomer to arches is not, and it can be a little overwhelming. So I think I agree completely. I think like we can have different entry points for different audiences, and everybody can still be happy.
Put the right tools in place for the right people.
Yeah.
I'm curious if there's anything you tried. Oh, thank you. Before you arrived at the solution of caching the geometry and searches, if there's anything you tried to improve performance that didn't work out.
It's a good question. I'm not as great at recording my failures. Maybe it's egotism. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we tried to just send the whole. We did do one thing, which is I created a search component called Zoom Filter that would only query for, which I guess it's like in hindsight, it's like, well, that's kind of how the the MVT tiles API works, but it was progressively caching as you zoomed in and out. and it would only trigger a new request if you like changed the viewport enough or you change your zoom level enough. That was like a cool idea, but it just wasn't as fluid an experience, and so that kind of fell to the wayside. Yeah, and other than that, the other thing we considered was let's not cache on the front end at all, and let's just do every query one-off without caching the geometry. At that time, though, that was only in consideration because we still hadn't made our current approach fast enough. So that approach at that time was still so slow. We were like, well, what if we just got everything every time we made a search request? Like, it's not so bad. It's only 4 seconds or whatever. Yeah, so we've definitely gone through iterations.
Thanks.
Yeah, in this sort of similar kind of thing, have you played with things like, I don't know, like some sort of like geohash algorithm so that you can sort of group things by some sort of group spatial entities with a hash. And so then you could have more of an aggregate view when you're zoomed out. Almost, you get like a heat map, or sometimes it's hex hashes, sometimes you could do like squares, whatever. But I mean, still, it's may reduce the sort of number of reduce the sort of bandwidth and the number of geometries that you need to send back and forth.
Yeah, it's a hard problem, right? It's like you can bin things, like when you're zoomed out, and then if you start zooming in, sometimes there's latency issues, it's just kind of like pick your poison. And they were like, we want this poison and not this poison. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. But there's, I think, I started a GitHub thread a minute ago that was talking about like, hey, what are other approaches to do this? And I think Rob mentioned that, well, in the paid version of Elasticsearch, you can leverage this one tool, but like, why would we pay when software can be free? So I think there might be other approaches to leverage, like the bucket, the geometry aggregations have like grid IDs, and maybe that can be leveraged to do what you're talking about, to be like, okay, let's use Elasticsearch to only get the geometry we need for this, bounding box, rather than using the SQL PostGIS clustering query. I think there's other options, yeah, but this one works for now for them, and yeah. Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, there was no technical issues that stopped me from doing my presentation. Grand. So before I start, I just want to say I'm really glad to be here. I appreciate the invite, and thank you, Phil, for your generosity in bringing me along. So my name is Owen. I'm here today representing Flax and Teal. You've already seen some of my colleagues. Obviously, Phil was speaking earlier today. Taylor and Yana spoke yesterday. So Flax and Teal, as you've guessed, is an Arches provider, Belfast-based Arches provider that's used it for different companies and different use cases. The company that I'm working with, or the Arches implementation that I'm working with, is for the Department for Communities in Northern Ireland, specifically the Historic Environment Division. I will give a warning that there's nothing complete here today. I'm not demoing a completed product. This is very much still a work in progress, still not an application under construction and in the early stages. But whenever I was invited to speak, I thought it was still useful to start the discussion. Like Cyrus was saying yesterday, it's good to tell people what you're planning to do or what you're starting to do. So today I'm going to talk about some of my plans for how I'm going to approach making mobile functionality. And I'd love to hear from you guys, what you think of that, if you're doing it already, what your requirements would be, if you've done anything already, and if I can steal it. Thank you, Galen. So without further ado, I'll talk a little bit about our use case. So HED, their role is to record the location of heritage assets across Northern Ireland. They can also apply legal protections to them. Once legal protections are in place, if someone wants to build a development near one or work on one, say for repairs or something like that, they get in touch with HED, and HED will provide guidance and advice on how they can do the job that needs done without breaking the law, essentially. HED are also the Northern Ireland's regulatory body for excavations. So if you want to do a dig, you get in touch with them, and they decide whether or not you're going to get your license to do so. Might be some conditions put in place, and then they'll come and visit to make sure those conditions are being upheld as well. And the most important thing about HED in this room is that they've decided to use arches. So Flax and Teal have been migrating over to arches. With any software migration, you need to be quite respectful of what people were doing beforehand. It's not good for users if we just dictate how they should do something, even if we are right. So we've got to respect what they did before. So the way that HED works, it's very much the civil service side of conservation. It tends to be form-based work and task-oriented work. So if you want to do an archaeological investigation, usually complete an archaeological investigation form. If you want to apply for a license, you'll fill in an excavation license application form. And this groups all the information that you need so that you know that you have all the information completed, because everything in the form is completed. And then whenever they're doing that, they've got criteria that they tick off. Fair enough. HED made it very clear that they did not want their users going into different resource instances and having to manually change individual bits, because it's prone to error if they forget a field, or if they try to fill in something that they really have no right or no need to be filling in. So we wanted to emulate the kind of the forms as much as possible, which is why this is a very workflow heavy implementation. And Taylor spoke yesterday about how he's been adding more functionality to the workflows and how he's been making it easier for us to develop. Very much because that's what we're hoping to do. So we have workflows in place, but there is another side to HED. I don't know why the effects are doing that. I think it's just to make it more dramatic. It felt like that. I remember it like that, yeah. So this was a site visit that Phil and I got invited to join. And you could hear there that it's quite windy. It was also very, very wet. We were invited so that we could see the work involved and the challenges that they face doing them. I don't actually think we learned any of the work involved, just the challenges. So you can imagine the scenario. We're standing in the field, and we're all very excited to find a little lump in the dirt, because apparently that's an appropriate thing to get excited about. The wind is blowing sideways. John's got his map out. He's printed out some site maps from before, and he's doing all this. And he's looking to try and find that lump of dirt. It's also nearly getting ripped out of the clipboard because the wind is so much. He jots down locations of things. He jots down some measurements. He throws his measurement stick down. He takes pictures. He writes a couple of notes. I doubt any of them survived. And we do that. So after it felt like hours, we made our way back. And then you think, well, what happened then? So we got to the site, obviously, and described it was a bit of an ordeal. John took out his notes, did what he could to record the information that he needed. Then he went back to the office and he wrung out his clothes, I'm sure, because I was soaked through. And then you would love to consider that job done, but then he had to go back and do the exact same thing all over again on the computer. Try to remember notes that he's probably lost in soggy bits of paper, trying to make out his little dents on the maps. And hopefully he hasn't forgotten to record anything, because it wasn't a good day for looking at forms. Obviously that sucks. So it would be nice if we could provide a better way of doing this. It'd be even nicer if we could provide nicer weather, but yeah, so we want to have a mobile app that can interact with Arches. So if you record your notes on it, you can upload it directly, but also that it can pull resources down so that you can use those as a reference instead of having to print out a bunch of sheets. And obviously some offline maps and things like that would be good as well. Now, this has existed. You might want to cover your ears. I was going to ask if anyone worked on this, but after yesterday I realized they're all ashamed of it, so I'll not ask that. But yes, Arches Collector looks like it's perfect for us. It says that it's fully implemented with Arches, or it's fully integrated with Arches. You can capture images, you can take resources down, you can edit them, you can create new resources. It has an offline map. It has snazzy two-way sync, so you're always getting the updated things. It's everything that we need and more, but there is one problem with it, which is that it doesn't work. I think I spoke about this a little bit yesterday, but 2 years ago, development stopped on Arches Collector, basically because when Arches moved up to Arches 7, some of the information architecture they found was no longer compatible with newer versions of Android, and also there were issues with CouchDB and PouchDB. Whenever it versioned up, people started complaining that the synchronization wasn't working as expected. So as far as I know, there's not another alternative. If you do know another alternative, I'm happy. I'm not committed to working on this if I don't have to. But I had to stop and think, well, what do we actually need? So we need a way to receive cards, whether filled or empty. We need a way to send the tiles back, fairly straightforward. As I said, that this implementation of Arches is a workflow heavy implementation, so it'd be great if we could actually take the workflows which we've spent time designing and developing and that have actually been approved by HED. So we'd love to do that, have it render almost the same way that it does on the web application. And we also want some offline functionality. So the approach is kind of like completing a local workflow and then uploading that full workflow up to Arches. And if we're doing that, and if we're creating new consultations or new activities or whichever it is, then we probably don't really need a good synchronization strategy or nothing too sophisticated anyway. And for doing this, if we keep this simple and do it as bare bones as we possibly can, do we really need to worry about the fine details of Arches information architecture? I hope not. So I'm proposing we make a very, very simple application with Ionic and capacitor. And I also want to say that we should use the strategy pattern to allow gradual introduction of more advanced and custom features. So I know not everyone here is a web developer, so I am going to go over some of these things. Basically, what is capacitor? What is the strategy pattern? To talk about capacitor, first, really, we've got to talk about web views. Web views are old technology, 15 years plus, but just a brief thing. What it does is it allows app developers, Swift developers for Apple devices, or Android developers for, or Java developers for Android devices. It basically allows them to make an app that's made for that device that feels app-like. You can tell that it is a mobile app, but then to display web content. So if you imagine you'd made the New York Times app, and you've got something that's much better to use on mobile than just using the website, but then you have the problem of trying to get the news articles there. And the news articles are changing every day. You don't want users to have to download the articles, because that's no good, and you don't want to make another thing, even if you have like an auto update, because two people could have be seeing different articles or different edits or whatever. So if you're already serving this online, you want to be able to access that. So you just hit the same HTTP points and get what would be displayed in the web. So essentially, it's a box in the middle of your web application, your native app, which displays JavaScript and HTML and CSS as if you were in the browser. So that's what a web view does. These were incredibly popular even in 2011. There was a ResearchGate study that found that 86% of apps in the Android App Store used web views for at least part of their application. And that's before we had things, again, cover your ears, like Cordova, which was, actually it's a revolutionary piece of tech. So Cordova kind of took on the power of web views, and they decided to improve the developer experience of working with them. So their idea was they made this Cordova application, which essentially makes a template of your Java and your Swift application, and then puts, by default, a massive web view so that everything that's visible is displayed through a web view. And that means that really you don't have to write all the native logic and then the web logic. It's no longer just like a box in the middle of your application. It's like you can write it once using JavaScript and like web development languages. And then it's cross-platform. So you can write it once and use it everywhere, is the idea. Another really good feature with Cordova is that because they are native apps, they let you use these Cordova plugins to contact the operating system's APIs and use native features that you couldn't use if it was just on the web browser. So that's things like your biometrics, your location data, you know, the native camera drivers, things like that, and the file system. And those are going to be obviously really important for any offline functionality we have. So this is what Arches Collector used. And it would be possible to use that again, but I'm proposing that we use Ionic and Capacitor. So Ionic is a company that originally made components for Cordova. And what makes Ionic components special is that whenever you put them on your HTML, it'll check if there is a native way of rendering it first. So it'll use the, say if you use the calendar on it, it will use your Apple's calendar, like little widget. You know what it looks like if you've got an iPhone. If you're on Android, it'll use the Android calendar. Again, you know what it looks like if you're on it. And if for some reason you can't access that, or it doesn't exist, then it will revert to whatever you're using on the web. They ended up not being happy with Cordova, so they made Capacitor, which does the same thing, but it's a bit more, they've made the integration tighter. And the biggest way that they've done that is instead of having to rely on plugins that you connect to, which then talk to the API, Capacitor actually exposes the APIs to you directly, which means it's a lot more flexible in how you can use native features of the device. So I think we should use that. It's going to have a much better developer velocity if you use this, especially if you have web development experience. So I think we can do that. And then the strategy pattern. So the strategy pattern is a way of organizing your code so that you can swap out similarly classed functions and methods and change the way that a function would work during runtime. That's a bit of a wordy explanation, so I'll give a really straightforward example and then I'll show how I've used it. So let's say, for example, everyone has to do something. So we'll try to make a strategy for doing something. We've said here that in order to have something to do, you need to have at least a function that does something and returns an activity. Then we've got two different ways of doing that. So there's the productive way of doing something, in which we might contribute the arches. And then there's the unproductive way of doing something, where we might look at Netflix. Then we're going to create some strategy logic. So in this case, we're going to say that our context comes from the user. And we're going to say, if our user has motivation, then we'll use the productive way of doing something. Otherwise, we'll do the unproductive one. So then if I run that, using myself as an example, then it probably returns Netflix. But you can imagine now I'm watching Netflix, and then I remember I have to do a talk on this in front of a bunch of strangers. That might give me some motivation. And then the next time I do something, I might contribute the arches. I haven't had to off and on again, but to do that or use a different function, it's naturally changed how it works. So somewhere practical that I've actually done this is for HTTP. I'm actually planning on using this almost everywhere. I'll talk about that, but the example that I have here is for HTTP requests, because obviously the first 2 points that I said was that we'll have to get information from arches, and we'll need to post information back to arches. So we'll need a way of doing this. Nothing too fancy here. Just going to say that we need to at least have get and post. We can worry about delete and update later. And we say what the request parameters should be. And then we're just setting the groundwork here. We're going to say that we're going to have different strategies for HTTP requests. So whenever we've done that, so you can see at the bottom there, I've got 4 different HTTP request methods. The top 2 is the fetch way of doing things and the Axios way of doing things. So that's basically just what library you're going to use to make a standard HTTP request. I'm not going to go over them because I imagine most of you know how to do that, and if you don't, then you probably don't care. So the bottom one, the fake HTTP request method, is basically just a JSON parse of things we put in, so it's just useful for unit testing, rendering cards quickly on the fly, things like that. And then the one that kind of stands out, I guess, is the file system method, because it's not really HTTP. But then I'm thinking if I need to be able to get and post data, I'll need to do that whether I'm offline or online. And if I'm offline, then obviously I can't use standard HTTP things, sort of. I mean, you could, I guess. But I want to use like native elements, so I'm saying we'll interact directly with the file system in that case. So for this, I have to include a get and a post, because otherwise it wouldn't work as a HTTP request strategy. And then basically I've just said that we're going to read from the disk using capacitors file system API and write to the disk with the same method. And then we create methods here. The top 2 are what you would expect. It's just a get and a post, but we can also add more restrictions if we want, and we can choose where we expose those things. So if we wanted to have some functions that only ever used one strategy, then we could do something like the bottom where we mention that, and then it'll never change what it tries to do. Or we can put restrictions on where it's only ever going to go for one endpoint, or maybe only one resource group, or whatever restrictions you wanted. And then whenever we're actually rendering that, we just use that one function, and it will do whichever method that we want based on the context that we're currently in. And we'll try to see what this looks like now. So I will say, please cross your fingers. We're going to do this live. So I have a couple of graphs and a resource saved at the moment. So we'll just open these up, render some cards. And instead of trying to post to an arches, just for demonstration purposes, I have a wee echo server on the right. And so we'll type something. Hey. So you can see what we would have sent the arches, and that would be accepted by the tiles endpoint. I can hear telepathic voices saying, but we want to see this on mobile. So behold. you'll see that that didn't work because I forgot when I prepared this that I wouldn't be able to forward the ports on a, on a public internet. But I can show you that while that didn't do anything here, that's just there in the background, if I turn it on my flight mode and show you all my text messages. And before I actually do that, get up the file system. This is why you should never do anything live. I've forgotten to give myself permissions. No, it's okay. I have another way of doing this. So, mobile version. So now if I've done that, we won't see anything here. I was hoping to have the files showing up. If I send that, so that has hopefully sent. And then if I go into my now we've created a sync folder, which actually didn't exist beforehand. And there is the resource ID of what we tried to do. And if I had my computer there, I'd be able to open it up and show you the JSON as well. But anyway, so that's the gist. It does work, trust me. Then you might be asking why bother with all this. It's a bit of faff. The idea is that if we create something where we can create different strategies for doing the same thing, then that means that we can chop and change. So I showed that I had Axios and Fetch, maybe use a different library for a different thing. And then that means you can make your own class for it if it doesn't exist, and then share that, and people can use it if they need to. Say you have a different use case than us, so I said that we don't need a sophisticated sync strategy. What I showed you there would probably be enough. If we can save it to disk, and then whenever we get back online, if it just posts everything in that sync folder, that's probably good enough if you're just creating new things. But you might need a better sync strategy, which means that you can spend the time working out whatever went wrong with PouchDB before. And then we can share those. Basically try to make something kind of skeletal that's swappable. And again, for the offline maps, so some people have been recommending just using QGIS, so maybe we'll make a strategy for that for the offline maps. Our users are using Mapbox and they're happy with that so far, so maybe I will go through the struggle of getting that set up for them. Or maybe someone just makes a really convenient way of doing it with Leaflet and I'll just steal that. Really, this is actually a trap. It's like a honey trap, and it's try to catch as much free software as I can without actually having to work on it myself. But just by defining the interfaces and saying that if you want your software or your class to be usable as a strategy, then it has to do everything that we need it to, because that way there's never going to be a time where you try to call something and it doesn't work if the context is broken. So it just helps us be a bit more aligned whenever we're collaborating. So it's good for open source, and it's good for say being able to contribute something without dedicating a massive amount of resources. Because obviously I wasn't involved in the conversation with Arches Collector, but it seems like there was just two big changes, two fundamental pieces, and then they've evaluated the amount of effort it was going to take to get things working again, and the amount of resources they had, and they decided it just wasn't feasible to continue development there. Whereas here, you know, if their synchronization strategy doesn't work anymore, then maybe there's another one that exists. And if that's the only bit that you need to swap and change, then that shouldn't be as big a commitment to get back and running. So yeah. It's robust, as I described there, because if one thing breaks, it's there. And I said it's theoretically easier to maintain. It can, it can be a bit, I guess, mystifying whenever one function does multiple different things. But I think as long as it was well documented, it should be okay. And the interfaces are kind of like documentation themselves because they tell you what it should be and what it should do. But anyway, yes, that's me. So what do you all think? I'll welcome any questions, suggestions, confessions. Yeah, anyone? Yeah.
Oh, as somebody who's completely unaware of what Ionic does, I'll ask a very probably naive question. Have you started looking at how tricky it might be to turn existing workflows into strategies? Is that going to be an easy thing or a tough thing, or do we even know yet?
So the workflows is more difficult than getting the cards. So I really didn't show it off greatly, but I had there. So that just took the cards from the card endpoint and then just rendered them all, or any that I had a widget for ready. The workflows is trickier at the moment just because there is no proper endpoint that gives you all that stuff. I have done it with just basically copying the component config, but there's no endpoint to get that. There might be some ways that we can do that. You could easily do it by hand. And also Taylor's workflow builder, it actually does put some sort of record of the workflow into the database, which means that we could contact it there. Again, that's another good reason why being able to swap and change approaches might be good, because you guys might not use the same approaches that we do. And yeah, maybe there's a way of doing almost like a builder on the app, but I'm not committing to that. Yeah, it's not too hard practically to organize things as you would in a workflow. It's just finding a way to do it right now. Did you have a question?
Cool. Yeah, this was really cool. There's also a number of other people who worked on Argus Collector here, so I'm not alone, though I don't know if they're speaking up or not, but I don't think we're uniformly embarrassed in reality. I just want to clarify. But we did learn a lot, I think, in the experience, and your quote seems to me like a very smart place to start, because with Collector, beyond sort of the sync issues and stuff, one recurring problem that we had was the user experience, because we were trying to recreate the resource editor in all of its complexity inside of a mobile device, and it was highly suboptimal. So I think focusing on workflows, to me, makes a lot of sense. If you're trying to do this stuff on a mobile device, that's going to meet the mark, I think, a lot better.
For our use case, it's all you need. If they're going to the site with a form and they're filling something in, then the workflow can mimic that pretty easily, and it's hopefully not nearly as difficult to create. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's really smart, and I'll be really interested to see where that goes. The maps question lingers, I guess, and I would certainly be interested to see what kinds of decisions you all make there, because things have changed. But back when we were building Collector, we built it off of this fork of Mapbox.GL.js, and it worked. But it did work, but it was just hard to use in terms of actually administering it. So it worked for an end user, but getting it set up configured was quite difficult. That's interesting. So that is the approach that we're taking right now, but I haven't heard some suggestions. I might look into some others as well. And my colleague Ben he's been the one that I've shoved that onto, and he has been suffering a wee bit in getting it set up. But hopefully by the time I get back.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seems quite feasible, but I'll be very interested to see how things go, and hopefully learn from you all.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to steal as much as I can from all of you.
Yeah. So sorry, that wasn't much of a question, but
no, it's okay.
Thanks, Rob. So, yeah, that was really great. I'm wondering if you considered other technologies such as Kotlin multi-platform or Flutter, or, I think Ionic looks like a nice choice, certainly.
Yeah, web development is kind of, most of our team have web development experience. We don't necessarily have Kotlin or Swift experience, so it was a no-brainer, really. And also, if you're using Vue coming up, then Ionic is compatible with Vue out of the box, so that's handy.
And what are the mapping requirements? Does the user need to actually take polygons, like record polygons in the field? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then just save the GeoJSON and send it back up. So I don't foresee that being too much of an issue once the map's there. I don't even really see getting the map up to be a massive issue, but it seems like it's sparked a bit of discussion anyway.
I anticipate it will be challenging.
Yeah,
It'll at least be a little bit challenging.
Yeah, so thanks very much, Owen. That's really good. And actually, I have to confess, it's also I've not caught up with Owen recently, so it's been really informative for me as well. Thanks. Yeah, one minor note, one question. So just I think something has come up about the workflows. I think one of the discussions we'd had is potentially that there might be a nice user flow for our particular use case where actually most of the time the user is probably wanting to start a workflow that exists. So really, even if they're editing an existing model, we're still quite happy to have a new workflow instance in the DB, which also reduces the conflict options and gives the user a chance to refine it while they're at the computer before it gets actually, before it appears as a resource. So that is a little bit of a luxury, I guess.
I didn't mention that.
The question, though, I was wondering with the multiple strategies, is how does that play in with the idea of service workers and kind of transparently grabbing the HTTP requests? I mean, would you think of those as alternative approaches, or are you thinking of using kind of service worker to grab the HTTP request and then just keep using that HTTP strategy?
Yeah. I think we could include the workers as part of the strategy as well. Like, I don't see any problem with that. And obviously, those are just kind of draft strategies for demonstration. So happy to update them and make it more compliant with like other Arches things or whatever it is that you're going to ask me to do. I really hate when you have the microphone because it always ends up with more work.
This is a cunning question to strap you into a new user story. Yeah, thanks very much. That was really interesting. Thank you.
Yes, Galen.
Two comments. One, just like marinating on the significance of workflows. Am I correct in thinking that workflows are still a plugin? That's their like level in Arches?
Yeah,
so I mean, it sounds to me like workflows should be elevated to perhaps having their own like view in the API or something like that, specifically for retrieval and like resuming them. Potentially. I mean, maybe I'm being naive.
No, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Because you don't need too much. You just really need the node groups, which nodes are hidden, and what order for them to render in.
Yeah.
That would be really nice and save us a lot of work.
Yeah, and the second comment is, I don't know, does anyone else in this room develop against Android, like native? Okay, we got one. So, I mean, I don't know, like people give Java and Kotlin a bad rap, but it's not that hard. To me, to be honest, like it sounds like we keep circling around something that's like, yeah, can it do everything and then offline maps, And I do wonder, like, are we going to continue letting offline maps be this, I don't know, like rosebud of sorts? I'm wondering, does it make more sense to just try to build an Arches app natively so that we can try to resolve that issue at its, at the lowest level?
Potentially, so one of the benefits with Capacitor is that we still can write those native plugins, so we can write a little Java plugin to do that, and that's currently what Ben's working on, which is using the Android SDK for Mapbox, and it's written in Java, and then you basically use it the same way Cordova did with plugins, which it connects to, and then it just runs things natively. So yes, of course, you could do your approach, but just because we are more comfortable with web development, we'd like to do more of the writing with JavaScript, durable TypeScript.
So this is an extremely interesting topic, and one thing I think we should just say in public is we learned a lot of things about how not to do mobile development with Arches Collector. And one of the takeaways was we learned in hindsight, it's pretty obvious, but we had to learn it the hard way. And that is, no matter what decisions we made about how to retrieve and present information, some client always had some little tweak that had to make it a little different. And one of the takeaways for us was maybe there's some value in building an SDK for developers where we can build services that allow for things like authentication and better ways of synchronizing, so that when the inevitable question from a client is, can't we just make it do this thing, that there would be a quick way of being able to accommodate that request. And maybe that means writing an application specifically for them, or a tweak to an application that already exists. The point I'm trying to get to is, I think there's value in making it, your point about making it easy for web developers to do this is spot on. I think that's really right. And one of the things we've been thinking about, or at least I've been thinking about, is when we do the next version of Arch's Collector, we should recognize that requirement right up front, that there's always going to be a need to take it and make it do something just so for somebody, and making that easy to do would be a really good thing. And secondly, so that's comment number one. Comment number two is, there are so many intricate little questions to be asked about how to do what you want to do, that it might make sense. I would propose, if there's interest, that we have a little working group specifically on this, because we're hoping to get some funding to do a redesign of Arch's Collector. We'll be hearing about that within the next couple months. And if we do get some funding, it would be really nice to make sure that we augment what you start, or that you're comfortable augmenting what we start.
Yeah, I'd love to be involved, yeah. Cool. I will say that trying to stay disciplined on the strategy pattern has been it's been a joy to work on in this, because it's made it so that you can swap and change things very easily and neatly and still keep the code clean. So if you are looking for like a behavioral strategy to follow as a guideline, I would recommend it.
Seems like it makes a lot of sense, especially when doing this kind of development.
Yeah.
From different platforms, online, offline, these kinds of things. Seems like a great idea.
Cool. Anyone else? Am I free?
All right, I'm gonna try to get everybody's attention here and do a little chat on Arch's applications. I know this is the only reason you guys came here, to listen to me talk. I'll give you guys a moment. Yeah, so my name is Alexei Peters. I work for Farallon, and I'm going to give you a brief introduction to the Arch's applications pattern, I guess. I wasn't the first choice to give this talk. So they decided that we're gonna give the talk to somebody that's didn't develop the pattern, hasn't actually used the pattern, and only just 2 months ago tried it for the first time. So that's me. Yeah, they threw me under the bus. So what is the Arch's application? Let's check it out. What we'll be covering, I'm just going to give you a brief introduction of what the pattern is, and what the issue with current Arch's projects are that the Arch's applications tries to solve. We're going to go over kind of what it takes to create an Arch's application. There's going to be a little demo in there at some point, and then making an Arch's application from an existing project. So what is an Arch's application or app? It's essentially, it follows the Django pattern. So if anybody's familiar with Django apps and projects, it essentially follows that same pattern. It's essentially a Python package, typically pip installed,
that essentially provides an additional layer of functionality on top of Arches. Because of its very nature of being installed and managed the way it is, it can be used across multiple projects, and it can leverage versioning, and it can, it's full stack, so it provides all the things that a current project would provide, and it is also still somewhat in flux. It is optional as well. So it's not required that you use an Arches application, while projects typically are required, right? So in a typical installation, without an application, you just create, clone, download, pip install Arches, you set up a project, and that's how you go. Here, now you can do that, but you can also then layer in applications on top of that to provide that additional functionality. And you're probably, again, you're probably all familiar with this because Django admin is an application that Django uses and that, you know, Arches benefits from. So anybody that's used that is kind of used already the application pattern itself. I'll say this is still somewhat in flux. There's still some details to be hammered out, and I'll hopefully get into those when the time comes. All right, so the issue with Arches projects. Let's say we have this project. Let's just say it's called Lingo. And it includes a bunch of models, reports, workflows, templates. You know, a lot of work has been put into this. A lot of thought has been put into this. And I see that that somebody's done this work and I want to use it. So, I mean, and we maybe have done this in the past, that somebody has a great project. I want to use that project. Great. Copy my project, clone my project. I can do that. And so can this person and this person and this person. We can all clone your project because it's so awesome. And we can use it and we can love it. And immediately we're like, yeah, except that, well, and those are, I should say, all typically forks of your project, in some way, right? And like a fork, anything goes, you know, as updates come along, you can pull those new updates down. That's not a problem. But invariably, you work with it and you're like, well, you know, what I'd really like is my own special sauce, right? I'm gonna have some new models. I'm gonna create some additional reports or updated templates. This person down here, he just loves it. This person wants to keep it as is. This person just wants to add in tons of his or her own information, which again, you can do. And as you're aware, that becomes trickier and trickier the more you customize somebody else's project, right? Which you're now utilizing. And, you know, invariably then you have code conflicts or issues when they upgrade, and it becomes tricky, but it's doable until somebody else comes along with a great new project that you also want to use, and now you're like, how does one do that? I just take your models out of your project, and then that's a nightmare, right? So you can't do that, really. And that is really what Arches applications tries to solve. So instead of going down that path, Lingo, the project, becomes Lingo the app. And Lingo the app and Lingo the project are very, very similar. I would almost say they're basically the same thing, okay? And this is where the details have yet to be some of these details have yet to be worked out, but you can think of it almost as the same thing. And so now you have Lingo the app. And that kind of solves the sharing problem, because now Lingo the app is an app that you pip install, like any other Python package that you may utilize in your project. It's on PyPy, or PyPI. PyPI, thank you. I will always think of it as PyPy. You'll notice here that The projects, project 1 has its new models, which is fine. It has its, and sits on top of the Lingo app, or the Lingo app is layered into your project. The same with the project 2, 3, and 4 here. They all have the installed Lingo's app, and they've all layered on their kind of customizations. And that's no problem. And what's even better is that now there's this other app I want to use. It's also on PyPI. I will never get the cheese shop. And it also has something you want to use. And this guy down here, this implementer is very interested in that and adds that in. And again, no problem now. I can inherit that app's templates and plugins, even new models, completely new functionality views, whatever. And obviously this pattern, you can see where this is going. This pattern is then completely extensible. So no problems with having to deal with merge conflicts, no customization issues, additional functionality you can layer in or out, even version management is involved in this. So another great thing, of course, is that because it's on the cheese shop, these things are versioned, right? So we can all install a version of these apps. We can tie our apps to a specific, we can tie our projects to specific versions of apps. Apps themselves can be tied to specific versions of arches. That is, they are meant to work with this version of arches. And what that gives you is the control and the confidence that if I have this app or if I deliver this app that, I've made this statement that it works with this, or I need to make sure it's required to work with this, that it notifies users or will ensure that people are aware of what these compatibilities are, or if they're incompatibilities for that matter. And again, when a new version comes along, I can easily upgrade to that version, as these folks have here. This user down here still wants to use the old version. That's okay. That's totally fine. And again, this just allows this kind of consistency and security when you're now layering in these kind of multiple apps into your system, into your project, rather. That went quick. That went pretty quick. I'm 10 minutes into an hour-long demo. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to do a little live demo. I have a working, and that's a train. Because there's nothing that could go wrong with a live demo. So we're going to do this. So I'm going to add in that little dashboard app into a live working version of Arches. So I have here just a version of Arches. It's got some data in it. There is a dashboard app that's available that Cyrus has made just for this sole purpose of demonstrating how to use an application. It shows up as a plugin on the left, so you'll notice that I do not have any plugin here that you would recognize as being not normal or not typically installed. So let's install an app into this project and see how far I get along before something untoward happens. Let's see here. So there is in Arches Read the Docs, there is an explanation of how to do this, how to install this sample app. And I'm literally just going to go through that and hope it works. So there are a few things that one has to do. Namely, you have to pip install the application itself. And so let's do that. And
turn off my running instance of this. I will just paste that in there, and we'll pip install it. Excellent. So that's installed. I'll just go back for completeness sake. We have to then include that app in a couple of places, or at least references to that app now in a couple places. There's the installed apps, which again is kind of straight up Django, how to use apps in Django. Again, you'll see like the admin app is part of that. So we're going to put our app there. We also have an Arches application setting as well that is, again, it's a little extra special sauce on top of that, so we know a few things about the fact that there's an actual Arches specific app that we need to do something with, that needs to be added to. So it's the name of the app, which we will add it into our app here. And into here. All right. So that's the settings there. We need to now, again, this is very much following the Django pattern. We need to then add in a URL or any URLs that the app itself requires or needs, okay? And you will have seen this, even though you maybe don't even realize what's going on, but I'm sure you've all seen this before. If we go to URLs, which actually may be already up. If you go to URLs, like for example, this is in our project now, we're including Arches URLs, and in Arches itself, you'll see, like for example, the admin URLs are included in the same exact way. So can I do this? I can. Okay, so here it is. I'm just including dashboard URLs, essentially. So I can wire that thing up. And then finally, I have to migrate, and you would have to migrate now if this is somewhat application dependent. But because an application include models and can include, can include models and other additional things that may need to be inserted into the DB or done to data that you're providing, you'll have to migrate. And again, there should be nothing surprising here. If you've ever run show migrations, you'll notice that, oh yeah, Arches has a ton of migrations, but there's all these other apps that also have their migrations. So this now then is treated just like any one of those apps, which is kind of nice, because again, you can manage the migrations of your app independent of your project. So once again, you are not running the project, you are running your project and you're running an app, and those are kind of now separate. So let's run that migration, and you will notice too, I think, if I run server, if I don't do anything yet, that, oh, indeed, I have one migration that needs to be run. So let's do that. All right, but it's done. And, oh, I did it again, but nothing. And as we all know and love, once we do that, typically we want to build our development. I found in my personal experience that I just build manually because having the system kind of listen and watch for changes, I ran into problems with that. So now I'm just so used to doing that, it's just kind of rote for me. But that solved the kind of Webpack issues that I used to have as far as picking up changes and making sure that's all in sync. Anyways, that ran pretty quickly. And that's it. Well, fingers crossed. We actually have something here. Let's see, of course I did that. So let's check it out. Now I know what's probably going to happen. is that I have this cached and it's not going to show this, but we'll see. I'll make sure it does. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Our new app. Our new app that doesn't do anything. I blame that on Cyrus. Here we go. This is where the fun begins. A live debugging session. Oh, why? This is where I need my glasses. No, everything looks okay. Oh, no, everything doesn't look okay. Let's try it one more time. I'm on 7.5. You must be on 7.5. I'm on 7.5, yeah. No, this worked yesterday. Oh, well, that was so disappointing, but so par for the course.
I blame the person who created the
It's a oh my gosh, that's so.
Immensely complex UI.
It was a very, very complicated.
Account of resources.
It's just it's a count of resources, and I mean, let's just say it's there. The plugin is there. It added the plugin. Can we get at least credit for that? Can we? Contact the app developer. Oh God. I knew I was pushing it by testing this yesterday. I should have not tested it. It worked yesterday. That's what they always say, right? Anyways, so the plugin's there. There's actually a model that backs this up, and so thrilling. And it's just really that easy. It's just that simple. So, okay. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do that. Well, so that kind of went exactly as I expected it to go. Oh, man. Anyways, so train metaphor, I've just been derailed. So to create an app, I mean, it's super simple, and this is where it gets a little hazy, and this is where, you know, when I say this stuff is still in flux, it's still, so to create an app, you use the very similar, it's just the same, almost the same command used to create a project. It's just Arch's admin start app instead of start project. Your app name instead of your project name, same deal. It creates an app, just like Start Project does, and it creates something that looks almost exactly like a project. And you'll notice that it doesn't have a settings py file, and that basically is one of the only thing practically that it doesn't have in it. And this is the only thing also that is still kind of in flight. So it works as is, and there has been a little bit of confusion and work needed to kind of hammer out this final problem. But I would just say that if you were to use this pattern and have a settings py file and want to inherit it and utilize it in your project and then somehow inherit those settings from the app, that would be a problem. Can lead to issues. So that's why the settings file is not there right now. This, I'll just say, may change in the future. And maybe it's just as simple as don't inherit that settings file. You know, obviously your app can include settings from Arches and access settings from Arches. That's fine and probably needs to. But you as a project developer or a project user shouldn't probably utilize and inherit those settings because that's just going to give you problems. And especially if you consider the fact that you could have multiple apps doing that same thing. So that's when it gets a little hairy. But like I said, generally anything that you could put into a project, you can put in an app, right?
it has the same layout, so it should be very familiar to you. I wish I could say that converting a project to an app is straightforward. It may be, if it's a simple project. I don't think it was for Arches for Science.
It wasn't as bad as we anticipated.
Oh.
There was some,
Yeah, there's some.
Because we might just be AFS and IPI, so we made it a little more complicated by doing that.
Yeah, but there were batches like that.
Yeah. So here we go. Strap in. I've got one slide to show you this. That's why it's just going to be mainline, and again with caveat. So updating in a project to an application, it's just as simple. This is all you have to do. I say that facetiously. There's a lot here, and some of it's still, like I said, in flux. But generally speaking, these are the steps you would have to do. You want to prepare your app for installation at Arches. So your app would need a TOML file, and honestly, I was not familiar with this file before even trying to write up this talk. But evidently, that's the way things are going as far as defining like setup instructions for an application, for a project. And so we'll want to have one of those. And I think, although we don't have it now, Carl, please don't take a screenshot of that, because this is probably all going to change. Eric, yeah. But in that TOML file is essentially setup instructions. It would be a setup PY, what you'd find in setup PY currently. And again, this is where it gets a little in flux, because the command to like create an app for us, I don't think actually includes that TOML file, which it probably should. So we'll add that in the future, and we will document this all in the read the docs, the documentation. There is documentation already there, and it's pretty bare bones. I mean, it talks about how to, it goes through the exact demo I had, so hopefully you have better luck than I did. And it talks about how to create a project. It doesn't talk about updating a project or migrating a project to an application, and all about some of the little details, because there are quite a few details, again, if your project is pretty complicated. And again, you would only need to do that if you want to, again, make this thing public and share it out, right? If you're just using this internally, you don't have to go through this exercise. But in any case, yeah, you'll want to have a TOML file. You'll have to set up an init.py. Again, that's just typically to manage the versioning, to expose the version of your what now is an app, which you probably didn't need as a project, but you will need as an app, again, to manage this. And then, of course, you'll, generally speaking, want to put it up on the cheese shop. So that people can easily pip install it, right? You saw me, I just did it from a repo, which you can always do as well. So that's not necessarily required. There's some naming implications there if you do want to put it on the cheese shop. I will not remember that name. And so, the name may be taken already, so you have to rethink, oh crap, my project now that I've called, dashboard, there's already a dashboard project, so we're gonna have to call it something else. So there's that. This is where it gets a little hazy. I think in 7.5 only, you have to do this extra stuff. That is, your project previously, as we're all familiar with projects, when you run like load package, right? You have to load run the load package command. That command actually moves things around. It moves things out of the package directory in your project and moves it around into the app itself. For 7.5, I believe we have to do that manually, essentially. So this essentially lays that out, like all the stuff that used to be in media and templates has to move. You have to move your PY files, and extensions need to be inserted in the database, so you might even, in fact, need to create a migration that does some of that work for you, right? Which is probably a good thing, because I think migration is actually a nice way of managing the extensions that you provide in your project, and kind of being able to migrate those and unmigrate those also. So if you're not using 7.5, then you can skip to this, I think, final step. And again, this is where it's a little hazy. So I don't want anybody like coming to me and be like, I followed these steps and it didn't work. Well, yeah, I warned you. But we're going to hammer that out, and we'll put that up on the read the docs. Suffice it to say, there's a bunch of settings that you're going to have to kind of switch and manage, and they're listed there. You'll have to update your URL. So then you'll have to do kind of some of the steps that I did when I added that app itself into your project. So this is now kind of setting it up for use in your own project. You'll have to reference like data type locations and functions and ETL modules that happen to be in the app in your project now. And then finally, you just go through those final steps that I did, and fingers crossed, everything works. So that's generally how to update a project. And like I said, the details are kind of still being worked out. And I would say the future direction of apps, I mean, where I would love to see them go, is that really there's no differentiation between apps and projects, in the sense that if you want to use your project as an app, one could do that without having to kind of differentiate between, oh, now mine is an app and now mine's a project, again, because they're so close in their form and what they need and what they're required. So Christopher is hopefully going to make that magic happen. But I only say it hasn't happened because there were some issues that I think the AFS team discovered when trying to do that, with this, and specifically I think around the settings file, that caused issues. So that's why we're still hemming and hawing about that. Like I said, it's on the read the docs. At least an initial version of that is on read the docs. And we will put up some information about how to migrate a project to an app, if that's, for folks that want to do that. I mean, when Chantel spoke the other day about her new file extension and project, she's like, I want to know how to host this. How do I package this up to spread, to get to give it to other people? I'm like, this is exactly one route to do that. And what this solves is also, I think, the issue with, before something like this you would be faced with like sharing it out somehow. Yeah, you could share my package, I guess, and put it up somewhere. Or there's a lot of motivation then to like, well, maybe this belongs in core arches. And it might belong in core arches. But I think a lot more thought has to be put into that kind of question to answer that question, whether it really belongs in core arches. I think, in fact, I just was talking to Dennis last night, and what actually defines core arches, and I think maybe less is better. So getting away from the idea of like, oh, if we can just put this into core, like we just need to get this into core, is now maybe not the solution. That it can be shared with apps, and eventually maybe we'll have a clearinghouse where apps can be hosted or at least listed, and a clearinghouse for those kind of things, so that users can then see what's available and then use and try them, and use that as a pattern. What's that?
And rate them.
And rate them, right? And rate them, and and then maybe highly rated, highly used applications then maybe that's the way things get into core, which is a more, I think, democratic way of making those kind of decisions. So, I guess that's it. Phil.
Thanks, that's really, really fascinating. And I think about halfway through started submitting code to our code base. So no, I'm really keen to see that actually in our stuff. Heads up. I guess first question is, some of the things that we're looking at are potentially, it's maybe a little bit of a niche topic, but some of the things we're looking at are maybe new pluggable features. And are there particular considerations we would have to think about if we wanted to make that possible through the application structure so people could mix and match? Thinking specifically of the permissions framework stuff. So right now we're thinking, okay, we can adapt some of what's in core arches to be more pluggable, as we were discussing. And then that becomes something we can do from an app. That would be fantastic if that's as straightforward as it sounds. The other is just wondering who's doing it for Arches HER. Curious.
I can't answer that second question. Yeah, I mean, I think the first question about pluggability and could you use this as a way to kind of manage pluggable infrastructure like that. I thinking about it for the last, let's see, 5 seconds, yeah, I think it should, I mean, I think it totally sounds like something we could do, or it could handle for sure. I mean, the beauty about this is, again, there's really no limitations as to what this can do. I mean, what this pattern gives you, because again, you have, I think the key of which you have migrations available to you. So you basically have the ability to do anything, and great power comes great responsibility. But I think you can do a lot with that, right? And tap into a lot with that. So I don't, and again, along with that, you have all the ability. I kind of glossed over this, but again, I didn't really want to focus on the details because again, they may change. But the idea of all the stuff that we've currently built into Arch's projects, that is, extensions, functions, data types, all that stuff, that's still totally viable to have in an app, right? And it still works. So anything like that also is leverageable currently as an app. That is, you can include those in an app and they can be utilized by your project. So.
Sorry, just
he's closest.
Does this work? Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Just as you mentioned about Arches for HER, yeah, we're gonna have a go shortly because you're in it with me. You're in it with me. So yeah, hopefully we'll get that working.
Galen?
Yeah, I'm wondering about. So aside from extensibility, I'm wondering about like overriding and sort of re-architecting certain things. Like for example, if I wanted to use a totally different validation logic for like tiles, right? Is that something that I could put in an app? Or is that something that we could change core arches to be more app friendly so that apps could plug directly into the bones of arches?
I mean, I guess I want to answer it. I want to end at the end, which is, if you were to do that, like change tile validation as an app, I guess I would be very careful about doing something like that because, as a project, if I'm running a project and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a cool app, I want to use it. It changes the way Arches itself kind of runs as far as that kind of thing goes. Unless it's clearly promulgated in the app itself, like it does this, so beware. Then you might not be aware that it's changing the way kind of core things are happening within Arches. Rather than the idea that conceptually speaking, apps are a layer on top of, like it's something, you're adding additional functionality. Here you're actually changing core functionality. And while you can always do that in a project, right? You can totally override the tile, tiles py or any kind of file to utilize your own logic. In an app, I would say, right now I don't think actually there is that capability that an app, can override that kind of core functionality. And I don't know if we've even thought about that. I would just kind of open that up to other folks at Farallon because I'm not sure if that's something we would necessarily want to do. But
I'm not sure how we do it, but I would say you might, for something like that, want to just write your own middleware that does some additional validation. if you're not happy with validation in core.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't necessarily put it in an app and override what's currently there. I'm not really sure how you would do it.
Right. Yeah, neither would I. I mean, it couldn't be done now. We'd have to actually build, I think, that kind of functionality into an app.
Yeah,
you well.
Yeah, with
core files, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't do that currently.
Do something like override, or override some Arch's URL at the project level with something that is an app specific.
That's true. Yeah, if you could potentially do something like that. Rewrite. Yep. Yeah, you could do that.
I would be careful, but at least then that would require the project implementer to be very aware of what's happening because they have to actually implement it in URL.
And yeah, and so yeah, I think you don't want to be. I don't want to be so dogmatic to say you should never do that because I'm sure there's somebody could come up with a very good reason why you want to do that. Want to do something like that. Again, the nice thing about this pattern is that it's up on the G shop, and you have a README file, and somebody has hopefully read your well-documented README file that explains all the things that it does. And if it did do something like that, they would be bought into that, like knowing that that's what's going to happen. I guess it only becomes potentially a problem if you have multiple apps and the other app expects default Arch's functionality and you're now somehow overriding that. I don't know. I mean, these are all kind of, I would say, pretty edge cases. Yes, I mean, yeah. I think apps do have an order, yeah. Eric.
I was just wondering about that wonderful feature when there are hundreds of apps available. Is there any thinking about like namespacing them and things like that? Like you get conflicting model names or people are adding models. I'm just wondering about
namespacing models. We should be good there. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as that, I mean, yeah, the namespacing of models is already taken care of. URLs, I mean, that was another thing that came up when I was fussing with the URLs. What is that? It's just that simple. That URLs, potentially there could be clashing if you don't namespace your own URLs, but you can do that in URLs PY. You can just add in your own. As a project developer, I can pull in your app and then I can namespace the URL, all the URLs under a namespace as well, so you don't have to worry about that. But I would say, again, that I think what this exposes is it's still early days as far as the app pattern goes. And so those kind of things haven't quite been explored yet. And so I can't say, oh no, that's taken care of, or no, that'll never never happen, because immediately I say that and then something will happen. So I don't know. It's the start of a pattern. I think the core idea is good and solid. So there are certainly going to be edge cases where that come up that maybe we didn't think about that we'll have to address. George, sorry.
I hope it's thematically related and not too. I mean, I was just thinking. So I have the case of Lingo in mind as a potential.
Example.
That seems like an obvious one where it's a real potential that somebody they'll develop their own system with their own models, and they might want to go the extra mile and do their own vocabulary management stuff. And they'll say, oh, great, that already exists. When you use this feature, load in the app, I'm good to go. So I can see, the argument, whatever. I'm thinking about it from and the question would be I think back around this question of the identity of an app and why you would spin one, because that seems like it's a whole functionality. It does one thing, and it can be complementary to a bunch of other stuff. But then I think when you would start making these apps, you'd have to start thinking about if you're doing heritage management stuff, maybe if there's, maybe you need to start splitting your package, oh no, consulting is one area of functionality, and that should not be mixed with, the heritage management stuff, which is documenting the physical facts of these things, and there's 5 of them. So there should be app, module, whatever. So anyhow, and that might not be the right thinking, but I'm just saying that there is I imagine that there's something in this whole story which is like imagining the definition of what drives, a good partitioning to have an app in the first place. That would make it play nicely with everything else.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously that's somewhat subjective. I think I think I went over a couple of the, reasons why you'd want to make an app. For one, if you think it's the basis for something else, to build onto or to add additional functionality onto, if you want to promulgate it to other users, it's really purely that. Because if you're talking about, like, I have this project and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna actually cleave off some of it to then make an app out of. You would do that if that thing, I think that you'd want, that's some core functionality or some kind of, base level functionality that in of itself could be used in other areas, right?
So it's not about models, it's more about
it's
a whole system.
I guess I think of it that way, but I don't think one wouldn't have to think of it that way. Again, if you just want to share a model, you could use this as a way just to share models. That's it, just a pure model, nothing more than that. It doesn't add any functionality other than your model, So this could be a way to share models easily. I think, as we're speaking, we're thinking, oh, that could be a good way to do that. How do we share models now? Email them to each other? A package, right? Yeah, but sharing a package, up on pipe G-Shop.
I think that's a big difference, and I think in a lot of cases, apps will replace, for a lot of people, they'll replace packages because you have the benefit of putting them up on the G-Shop.
Right.
And then also because you can have migrations in an application.
Yeah.
As the models evolve for different versions of arches, you just update the migrations, and or if you want to change names, you could manage those models.
Right. It makes managing that stuff over time much more simple.
Well, one way I've been starting to think about this. Lingo's a good example. Lingo is this replacement of the RDM. It's all about managing authority data. It's going to have its own very purpose-built UI for managing those quite intricate workflows. And the application pattern's a really good way of doing that. You basically don't need any of the, it will replace the Arch's default resource editor, for example. And you perfectly acceptable to build custom UI for a very particular purpose with an application, which then I think starts to raise the question, well, like we were talking about last night, what is Core Arches? Maybe Core Arches, Core Arches has a map manager, but Arches for Science doesn't really care about maps.
Right.
You could imagine lots of Arches applications that don't care about maps. So maybe that's an application that you just register to as a dependency.
Yeah.
And so now the question is, so what is Core Arches? Maybe Core Arches is this really robust, ideally highly performant platform for managing the design of semantic models, the CRUD operations, the indexing operations with a really good API, and you decide which bits of application you want on top of that.
Yeah.
That could be a future Arches.
Yeah. We took it so far as because, Chantel's example there that she has a data type, right? Maybe data types are just applications. You could go down that path where you're like, oh, I need the string data type, I need the number data type, I don't need the eDTF, I don't need GeoJSON, whatever. I just need those bits. I'm not saying that's where we're going, so don't panic. But
I wonder if, on that note, sort of follow that with the components of the UI as well, right? So you have your search and your map, and you've got your export, all these bits. They feel like if we're going to embrace this, that if we follow down that road, so maybe you just want to embrace that search or CSVF. Exactly what that is.
Yep.
Maybe what you get is a really pretty naive search interface on the assumption that somebody will build a better one. And you could have multiple search interfaces, Or it might not look any different at all. Let's
Yeah.
Arches does become like heavily modularized in that way. Isn't a trade-off that the like documentations or upgrade story also gets more complicated? There's no free lunch.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's certainly something to that, right? When you have a whole, ecosystem, centralized ecosystem, of course and everything is somewhat integrated in that way. Then of course, you have this more fluid kind of documentation, maybe even upgrade patterns. So there's a balance there. That's why I said maybe data types is taking it a step too far, but there's a happy middle ground, I think, that you can kind of provide enough core basic things that you think 90% of the people are going to use, and then you layer on the 10% that you need. That's the 10% that this other person needs, right?
Would it be more difficult, like if you're going to override a particular piece of functionality right now, when you go from 7 to 8, like you're going to have to, as a developer, you're going to have to sort of react to that anyways, right? Whether they're in components or not. So there would be orchestration within Orchestration 4 that you sort of have to follow along as a chunk. But as somebody as a user overriding a particular functionality, you still need to sort of react to that update. And so if it's done in such a way that sort of apps per component, then you presumably have like a fairly well API between those components, which might make it easier to get anyways. So those APIs between components that form Arch's core are well defined.
Yeah. Well,
right.
I mean, not to steal Rob's thunder, but I think we'll have a chat later this afternoon about how you can start to build applications that themselves aggregate applications. And what's nice about that is you can manage the code base for an application independently. So imagine an application that itself registers a bunch of applications, and maybe by default they all come, and you only need 2 of the 6. You turn them off. And maybe you're using all 6, and one of them just came up with an update, and all you have to do is worry about whether you want to update that one app. So, yeah, there's a trade-off for modularization, but there's also some really nice potential upsides to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you imagine that we had this in place and it was like down to the data type level, when localization of the string data type came around, you could implement either or both or one, or you could choose to adopt it or not, as opposed to just, well, I can't, if I want to upgrade, I'm going to accept this, right?
Just a quick question as well. I don't know whether I missed it. Can you have Arch's applications that are dependent on other Arch's applications? And I'm just thinking about Arch's for HER. We've got BNG, data types, functions, which are built in to the models for Arches for HER. So if we were to turn Arches for HER into an application, would it be sensible for those data types, which we also use in Warden, which is not Arches for HER, to take them out, separate them, but then is there a dependency parser? So if I'm going to install Arches for HER version 1, that also includes another app that is BNG data types and functions version 1. I don't know if that's been thought about, or if there's a way of doing it. I'm hoping.
I'm going to let. Cyrus is nodding his head. I'm speculating yes, but.
I think it'd just be better if your TOML file just adding it to your dependencies.
Oh, okay. So it's part of the TOML file then.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I mean, maybe I could just add. Yeah, the TOML file just kind of says I'm dependent on this thing. So then, of course, it makes sure it's installed.
You still, as a project implementer, you probably have to do something to use that app as well, right? So it would come with the pip installation.
That's it. So if I install it, install BNG, and that's done. But there's still an extra wiring up. So you can't just wire up Arches for HER. You've also then got to know you need to wire up some of the BNG.
In your install apps.
We haven't figured out a way to do that last bit yet.
Maybe the documentation for your app.
But Django doesn't do that.
Right, exactly. Django, that is, yeah.
Or throw in an exception potentially if you know you needed an Arches HER and it's there on load. Then in the worst case you could throw an exception and say, hey.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's just a question about you're not going to have settings.py. That's fine. So if you have a setting that is specifically, if it was a project, it would have been in the project setting file, but it's not in core. How is that being handled? Is that being handled in the TOML file, or is?
Well, for Arches for Science, it's a documentation issue, so you have to put those settings in your project.
Okay. Yeah. So it'll just be in a README sort of.
Yeah, in the README for Arches for Science, you just like, these are the settings you need to add to your project. Just copy and paste them. So
that also seems like the way Django does it.
That's the way Django does it.
Oh, really?
Django apps don't come with settings divided files. I think partly because of the concerns that we have about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a difficulty for development though, because how do you run this thing, develop on it without those things?
Do you like settings test? So when you run it, there's like a test for the settings.
That's what Arches for Science is basically doing, and I think there's as far as the templating, the more permanent solution than just only coping with just having a test settings file to run your tests, is maybe the command that shells out your project files can give you a little settings.py just so you can get development going, but then also gives you an appropriate TOML file that doesn't include that file in what gets published in Python. So you can have your cake and then not publish it too.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the issue with the settings file? Like it feels like it's a nice way to encapsulate, to give a setting about an app, right? So it wasn't like a namespace with the settings file, or what turned up as an issue with that?
Sorry, I didn't hear the.
What the technical issue was for the settings file?
Sorry, with the settings file or with renaming?
Yeah, having a settings file in an app.
Yeah.
Right, so like an encapsulated set of settings that control the behavior of the app. It's like they force that into a common settings file. It doesn't feel quite right. So I was wondering what the technical reason was for that.
The technical reason for discouraging the practice of publishing your settings? Like encouraging projects to consume application level settings?
No, I think it's
no.
Initially, we put the settings py. We left the settings py file in Arches for Science.
Yeah.
And that way we didn't have to copy the settings into Disco. But then we decided because.
But you probably inherited. Your
because
Disco probably inherited them, right? Though.
Yeah, because the settings go all the way through. So the issue was, I believe, that we were overriding settings. We would end up overriding. So like you had a setting in your application called app name, and then all of a sudden in your project, your app name is different from the app name that you had in your so.
Right.
Oh yeah, there were like these wildcard imports that would just import dozens of settings, and it was really opaque.
Right.
I think that can be solved though. Honestly, I think it's a matter of kind of solving that issue. I'm going to say this out loud. That I think apps can probably have settings py files, but we can't think about them in the way we currently think about settings py. Where we're just like, oh, we'll just inherit this and this inherits that, and we just glom everything together in one settings py. That I think, as an app developer, you got to break away from. And maybe the app exposes public settings and then just has its own private settings that uses settings py, and then you could inherit the public settings. But again, I think that's the bit that I keep saying we need to work through that, because again, this is the part that's still in flight.
Right. It kind of seems like a namespace issue, right?
I mean, it may be, and I think what Cyrus brought up is one of the key problems too. Also, that the app would have inherited core Arches settings and then just stomp on them, and then you would inherit the app settings, and then you would get some weird app name that wasn't appropriate for what you wanted. For example, and again, I think like the wildcard inheritance of all settings is probably not the pattern we need to use. So, yeah.
I wanted to ask a question about, so, Dennis brought up this question of, well, what is core Arches? Like, how lean will it be eventually if we've sort of farmed out a bunch of core components into apps, which I think is great. I think it's like really good for community and encourages like sharing and all that. I'm wondering though about the implications for styling in core Arches and like also accessibility. And if essentially this will look like somebody has to release an accessibility app that then scans, all the other apps or something like that. But I'm more curious about the styling implications. Like how can we make core Arches styled in a way that will be app friendly?
Oh, you want me to answer that question? Yeah, I think that's a good question. Again, I think ultimately we have to think of I'm going to just speak totally extemporaneously, but I think ultimately you have to think of
you ultimately are running a project, and the project has the last say in these kind of things. And so it's up to you to ultimately style your project the way you want to style it. Now, I'll say, as an app developer, you should be cognizant of the fact that I don't want to, and maybe I shouldn't, like restyle everything out from underneath somebody that's expecting something else. And as far as accessibility goes, yeah, I mean, if I'm going to build a component, I just make it accessible. There's all the accessible stuff that's just like what Paul hinted at. You know, there's the accessible stuff that's just core accessibility, and then there's the font, styles, colors, and those kind of things that are kind of more subjective, right? You know, is this a good accessible font, or is this a good, I mean, either could be fine, you know, colors, you know, that kind of thing. But again, I think ultimately it's the project owner that has to then make those kind of decisions. And as an app developer, you should probably be, you know, be kind.
There are definitely good practices that, like, for instance, if preferring view and using scope styles could minimize like clashes, right, across applications and things like that. But I think the app only and arches only get styled within the context of the project, right? So there's some.
But I mean, I guess
things have to come together there still.
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a good point, because if I introduce like a brand new class, you know, CSS class, of course the project's maybe not aware of that. So either you have to know about it. So you have to, again, this is where you have a README that says, oh, I have added these styles, you know, or you know that do and style these bits. Or if you're an app developer, you know, ultimately we know this is all sitting on top of arches. So you refer back to arches. Well, what does arches use? That I'll use the same style, so that I can make sure that when that style that's consistent when the project receives it, you know. But that's it's an excellent question, because I think it's something, you know, I certainly hadn't thought of, because again, it's still super early days. So yeah, there will have to be some thought put to that. Yeah, Phil.
So a couple of things from a couple of those points I was just wondering about a little bit. So one was just in terms of that trade-off, I think that's really interesting note, but it occurred to me as well that by leveraging Python, or well, Pip's own dependency resolution, it does kind of open up the opportunity to have features that are moving at different paces, which might actually in some ways reduce friction. And also, if we're looking to move to a longer release cycle, the slimming or the kind of condensation of core then becomes less impactful for features, because potentially they might live outside it anyway.
Right.
Which just a note that seems quite nice to me. Testing, automated tests, that's been something for us with the saying about the ORM earlier. It might actually in that context be kind of interesting to see if we could get a kind of test suite that works nicely without Postgres. That it becomes straightforward to kind of build out those automated tests, because you get, then if I want to pull something in, I can see that it's got automated tests. Then I guess this is kind of going to, with the examples that we had earlier, I'm wondering, for example, you know, talk about data type. If we said, oh, hey, we've got this user data type, we can split that out into one thing. Well, actually, we've also got this kind of permissions logic. We can split that into another thing. We could end up with a little constellation. That seems like it might go one way too far. Maybe, I don't know. So my question is, I do have one, believe it or not. My question is that, you know, it's kind of like asking for free consultancy here, but looking at the examples that I gave earlier, like how deeply would you see that kind of thing getting broken out, like as a design direction from the Farallon folks?
How deeply? So kind of hinting back at what is core arches and how? Well,
so say for example that you know, I did that demo earlier of, okay, we've got a user, pub quiz on my demo, but here I've got a user type. The user type is getting consumed by a person model. We've got this permission stuff. Well, actually, that is literally, it is 3 models plus pluggable framework, which to Galen's point as well, that's effectively what we tried to do, was split it out and to make the frameworks pluggable and then create one.
And so we've got all these different things that could actually be useful independently. Some people might just want to use a user data type. Is the kind of idea with this that I have no strong feelings either way, because this is the first way for me thinking of it, that we split that into about 10 different small apps that we pull together? Or is it kind of like, hey, that's just overkill?
It's one app.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean...
subjective, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's art and science right there. I do think it's, I'll just say, what guidance would I say give you to that? I would be like, well, if it's predominantly, wanting to live together with all its other, as you said, the constellation of things wants to live together, then maybe it should live together as a single app. If, on the other hand, that it makes sense for them to kind of live individually, then they can live individually. And it just occurs to me, I'm like, well, maybe it could be both. I mean, could you have an app that essentially aggregates all those things together to say, here's the thing that as a constellation of apps, it's just delivered, quote unquote, as a single app. But in itself, it's composed of these other apps. But you don't have to piecemeal those 10 apps together. I can just take the whole thing at once. Or if I want to, I could. I think that's something to explore. Again, super early days, and that may be the way to do that you could do both. You could say, I'm going to aggregate this stuff.
You publish like a recipe?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, exactly. This is a pre-built recipe. Here are the constituent components. Maybe I only need the constituent components, or maybe I just want the whole thing because I know it works well together and I need most of that functionality anyway. So it's a simplification maybe, or yeah.
Certainly simplifies the interface for someone installing.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Any more questions? No? Oh, Jacob.
Andy's comment a few comments ago reminded me about another thing to consider, but this is whether graphs are business data now, if they're starting to become more shippable with, maybe this forecasts our next talk we're about to do about graphs, but like if you're shipping views that depend on the existence of certain graphs, or you have migrations that depend on the existence of certain graphs, it's like, oh, I need those graphs before I run my migrations. And that's kind of not the order of events right now. You load a package, you zip through all the migrations, and then we load your graphs. It's like, there's a bit of a rough edge there with where do graphs belong?
There's also another consideration. If your graphs require ontologies that aren't, that's going to cause issues.
Yeah, we're eating into Chris's time. So, well, yeah, thanks everybody.
All right, hello. Cool. I've got two presentations to give you guys today. The first one's going to be on graph versioning. The second one might be more popular. It's about the view cutover. But I don't know, this is really interesting work. It ties in very much to what we have been talking about, especially with Alexei's previous and quite possibly with Rob's, so that's going to happen after. This is really just kind of a shallow skim over what has turned out to be a pretty deep sort of feature. But let's make the best of it. So here we go. The style of these presentations, both this one and the next, I'll be answering basically 6 questions. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. That's 6, yeah, okay. I don't know, it seems easier for me. I used to be a teacher at some point in my life, so it seems easier for me just to go with like the information question route. With, of course, a demo, 2 live demos. This will be a live demo, and there will be one for the view. Hopefully, no train wrecks, and of course, time to ask questions. So, a little bit of what we're talking about. Here's just a really quick summary of who, what, when, where, why, and how. For graphs, editable future graphs, that'll be a term that you guys all will come to know and either love or hate. But yeah, let's get started. Who am I? Hi, I'm Christopher. You've probably seen me on the forums. I'm Byrd. I've been with Farallon for about 4 years. Before that, I came from corporate tech. Before that, I was a teacher at some point. I've got pretty deep knowledge about future graphs, Webpack, workflows, a few other stuff. also enjoy red wine and long walks on the beach. And who is this presentation for? Developers, implementers, enthusiasts, pretty much, if you're interested in seeing a path to migrate business data between model iterations, which is interesting, right? Yeah. In short, you, me, everyone, I don't know. If you're watching this, it's meant for you. What am I talking about? Well, graph versioning, really. What is graph versioning? I won't read these things. You guys can read them. It's, versioning of a graph system, right? Yay. There are some terms to try to get to know ahead of time. Essentially, what's a graph? Well, a graph is a few things now in Arches currently. It's a row in the graphs table, but it's also a collection of node groups, edges, nodes, cards, yada, yada, right? Just depending on how you're referring to a graph. A graph also has a graph publication, which is a row in the published graphs table. And I don't know, it's kind of connected to this graph x published graph sort of interface with essentially a graph publication existing for every language in your system, going through that sort of medium. The serialized graph is part of the published graph, right? It's a cell in the published graph row in your database, and it's really just calling graph to JSON, and we're we're putting this in the database for more efficient use of graphs throughout the application, right? So instead of having to build a graph every time you need it, it's there, serialized, ready to go. And the thing that we are talking about today really is editable future graph. Go-to graph, right, if the old go-to 10 lines, right? It's basically just a graph with a little bit of secret sauce mixed in, which we'll get to like now-ish. So talking about the current state of graphs, a quick example. Let's say you have a graph called My Fancy Graph. Again, this is a contrived example, but bear with me. Street number, street name, city, state, zip, and for whatever reason, an architectural style, right? You're cataloging buildings in a city. Why not? And it starts out being a string, right? Let's say this wasn't super well thought out. You're like, okay, put in a string. But eventually things get a little bit more hammered down and you decide to have a concept and you've got a collection and all of a sudden these strings are something that's orderly and organized. Well, how do you make that change with a graph? Well, currently you'd go to the graph designer, you would unpublish My Fancy Graph. This will remove the link between the graph and the serialized graph, in essence. Then you'll have to, because of something that is not future graphs related, like you can't edit the data type of node, Elasticsearch gets angry if you've ever tried. You'll have to delete the node, then re-add the node with the updated data type, and then you'll republish the graph, which will delete the old serialized graph from the system, right? And it will create a new serialized graph. Yay. There are some issues with this process, right? When you unpublish a graph, it becomes unavailable for data collection, which isn't fantastic if you're making a large set of changes and you still wanted people in the field to be able to collect data. There can be discrepancies in your data that aren't super transparent, right? Because, well, for the next point, there is no simple way to discern which data belongs or which data belongs to which graph, right? There is no reference there. So if your graph changes out from under your data, things become really complicated really fast. And you try to visit the resource editor or reports or anything else with your graph and data out of sync, you're gonna have a bad time. Insert editable future graphs, which, what is it in detail? It's really just a row in the graphs table, right? It is literally just a graph with something called essentially a source identifier, and this is a really simplified image, but essentially the source identifier is pointing towards the thing that it's copying, right? It's really just a call of graph.copy with a few little extra bits and bobs put in there, but so yeah, it is a carbon copy of a graph. It's got its own set of nodes, node groups, edges, cards, all of that. They all have source identifiers which are pointing back to the thing that they are mimicking, right? It's never published. You never really interact with it outside of the editor. And the shape is reconciled via this fun thing here that I'll get into later, this fun function, update from editable future graph. So revisiting this really contrived example, we're going to change the architecture style from a string to a concept. The new process is you go to the graph designer, you delete and re-add the node, because again, that is a separate issue in Arches that I would love to get solved because that is a sort of annoying issue. But the graph does not become unpublished during this process, right? There you'll see a button pop up, and this will be in the demo, where you create a new publication without first unpublishing. And by creating a new publication, you will diff the future graph and your current graph. The graph, not the edible future graph, the original graph will reconcile any changes between the two. Then the edible future graph is deleted and recreated, and a new serialized graph is created and linked to your original graph. And I won't show it off today because it's in a feature after the main feature, which is what my example branch is on, is there are ways to automatically reconcile data, a few different ways that I will talk about briefly here at the end. But yeah. And of course, all those issues that we saw before, well, there are now solutions to this, right? Graphs are always published, so you can always collect data with them, unless, I mean, there's an active, inactive toggle. So if you choose not to collect data, you can totally not. But there is nothing specifically blocking you if you want to continue collecting data during graph changes. There are several tools for resolving discrepancies in the data. User-defined data migrations is one of them, and it's the interesting one I'm excited to show you. Data contains references to its graph version, which is useful and necessary for being able to still interact with the resource editor or reports or whatnot, right? And, resource editor reports. They load the graph version identified by the datum. Cool. And as a bonus, because of this, right, because a graph always has a published graph and the original graph is only updated when you've got a set of changes that you want to commit, and we no longer delete serialized graphs on published, right? It allows for a historical record of graph publications, which is a cool thing to have, but you can do really cool things with it, like go back to previous graph versions, right? And see which resources in your system belong to which version of a graph. And it gives you pathways for data migrations between several graph iterations, if you so choose, right? These are all things that didn't exist before, and that should make our lives a bit easier and hopefully justify the complexity of editable future graphs. A quick note, Graph Designer is going to look pretty funky when I show it off. For instance, you see there's no permissions tab here, and there's this fun little business here with make changes without publishing. And then, like, if I were to hit make changes without publishing, it would go here where you can see, like, nodes are locked down and you can't do much with them, but you have access to permissions. And I will be the first to admit that this is pretty confusing. But signposting is hard, and the UX hasn't landed yet, so bear with me. But it will get buckled down, and I mean, that is the smallest part of this. The bulk, all of the fun back-end stuff is pretty much done. We just need to hammer down the front-end stuff here at the very end. So, moving on. When? When will these features be available? Well, three main things: editable future graphs, graph history, retention, and restoration, and branch immutability. So if you saw those padlocks on the nodes, right, you can basically do the same with branches and have version branches, which I won't super get into in this talk. They should be ready for 8.0, which currently the Arches website says the timeline is December 15th. It very well could be wrong. So, you know, quotes, depending on release cadence, it could be a bit longer. Data migration, we should have a basic version also available in 8.0, but this is an interesting feature that will take effort to hammer down. So I can just imagine this bleeding through into later versions of 8, maybe even later, we'll see. So yeah, into 2025 for sure. Cool. So where are the changes? Where do they live? Well, right now they live in this beautifully named editable future graphs feature branch. It's a mouthful. And That's me, Byrd, right? Resource instance migration. Very soon, they will live in dev 8.0.x, and come release time, they will totally be in stable 8.0. So if you're just chopping at the bit and you want to get your hands on this and get a feel for it yourselves, these are your answer. But soon enough, they'll be in actual legitimate branches. Why? Why are we doing this? A few reasons. Uptime, essentially air quotes, uptime, right? You can continue collecting data while you update your graphs. It gives you a historical analysis of your graphs to see how they've changed over time. I don't know, it seems like it could be useful. What might be potentially more immediately useful is risk mitigation, right? You've made a change to a graph and, oh God, that's terrible, let's roll it back. Cool. Let's roll back the data with it. Cool. And then, of course, data migration. You can semi-automatically update your data through several model iterations. So yeah, and how are we doing this? To reiterate, editable future graphs are just graphs. It is just calling graph.copy with a fun little arg pass in set source equals to true, which gives the nodes, node groups, yada, 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 a fun little source identifier that points at their original entity. There are a few fun little functions that have been pegged onto the graph proxy model. Create editable future graph, it's essentially calling graph.copy with a few little bits and bobs. Update from editable future graph, that is the sort of big honking where all the logic lives to reconcile this stuff, where it basically diffs it and in place edits the original entities and then deletes all of the entities from the future graph and then creates a new future graph as well. And then another method, restore state from serialized graph, which does exactly what you think it does. Takes in a serialized graph and restores the current graph state from it. Data migration, to me this is the fun little bit here. There's essentially two different forms of data migration at the moment, which I unfortunately will not be showing off today, but I'm happy to show later or talk about ad nauseum. But there's sort of a hands-off sort of data migration for very simple things, right? You can totally take in the published modal, right, which you'll see, you should be aware of if you've messed around with the editor. There'll be a little box you can tick saying like, warning, tick this box, you can totally just make this change to all your graphs, and it's useful for like editing a node, right? Maybe deleting a node. But if you want something a bit trickier, because, you know, simple cases aren't much fun, you can totally have a user-defined data migration. And this is comprised of a new model called the data migration model and a few new utils, essentially data migration operations and a few other things. It's a wrapper around Django migration logic. And you write them exactly like model migrations. And it's safer because you are defining every step of the thing, right? There's nothing really automatic like, oh, you tick a box and it just works, right? You are defining your actions. What does that look like? This, right? Looks really familiar. It's basically a Django migration. But you can see that we've imported this data migration operations toolbox. And from it, here's 3 things that have been proved out to work, where you can update a graph from a JSON file. You can add a node to tile data, and then you can update the resource instant publication ID of the data that you've edited, right? Which is essentially to say, okay, this data now points at the new graph version that I'm updating this all to. This is tested and works and is reversible. It's part of a branch that isn't merged in, and it's waiting for the editable future graph stuff to land before it becomes a big deal. But keep an eye out. This will probably end up being a lot more common as we progress. And okay, live demo time. This should be quick and easy. After that, I'll take some nice questions. I don't really have much to show here. Oh, did I just, cool. Let me just go ahead and delete this. All right, I will create a new graph. And if you thought the slide was contrived, this will be way more contrived. It's gonna have so little data in it, but here we go. I'm gonna call it my fancy graph. I'm gonna give it a couple of nodes. First node I will call address, and I'll make it a string. Second node, I will totally call it like architecture style. I'll make it a string as well. I will choose to create a new publication, init graph. It works, great. And you can see there's no permissions tab. There's this fun little switch up here, which you can make your model active or inactive. You don't really need to mess with your publication state. It's, in a sense, kept separate. You can't edit permissions because why would you edit permissions on a future graph, right? You would edit permissions on the original graph. The future graph isn't used outside of the designer, and if that's confusing, oh, just wait. But you could totally hit this button, like make changes without publishing, where you can like try to go to architecture style and do things, and you can't, you're blocked from it all, except for certain things that don't affect graph shape, like exposing things to advanced search, or you can totally still go into cards and rename cards and widgets because it doesn't affect your base graph shape. And of course, permissions, they're there for you. Yep, it's all a little bit, it could use with a bit better signposting, but that is what's in the works here. I'm just gonna very quickly, because I like seeing names when I create a resource. There we go. All right, what am I gonna do? Nothing up my sleeve, right? There are no new resources created. So let's go create a resource, open that guy in a new tab. The address, 123 Fake Street. And the architecture style, I don't know, Art Deco. If that's an architecture style or just an art thing, I'm not sure, but here we go. Cool, it works. You can totally see it pops up in search. Again, it's as you would expect, right? Beautiful. But let's go ahead and do some work with leveraging the editable future graph, right? So when I was running through this as an example, I was totally gonna like delete the architecture style node and change it to something else. I encountered a bit of a bug this morning, so let's just go ahead and do the even simpler thing of adding a node. Let's add a node called city. A string again, data type doesn't really matter for this stuff, adding nodes, so I'm just choosing a string every time because it's that much easier. I can create a publication, add city node. And you can totally see in the publication or in the publish modal, you now have a nice little warning saying like, hey, there are gonna be some resource instances affected by this change. Cool, and again, in a later branch, there'll be a little box you can hit that says, cool, go ahead and just automatically migrate those to my new graph. But that's not here yet. So I hit publish, that is all well and good. I can totally go to search, and if I were to like hit edit, you can see it actually, where you would expect it to take you, or to take you to the resource editor, it just automatically has taken you to the report with a fun little thing saying like, hey, the current graph does not match the graph that this data is based on. You should, if you want to edit this, do something about it, right? Either go back to your previous graph or update your data. But you can still totally see the report. Because I just added a node, city is still floating around. That is a little bit of a leak, but should be dealt with in a bit. And if I wanted to, I can totally say, well, I don't like this. I don't really want to capture city anymore. So I'm going to go to my model history. I can totally see that here it is, publish time, publisher, with some notes that I put in. But if I want to, I can totally just roll back. You can see my number of resources is 1 here in the system. And I can restore to that model version. It takes you back to the editor. The city node is gone. And if I wanted to edit again, oh, look, I'm back in my editor. Everything is happy. The world is bright and shiny. And I can totally make an edit to this. All right, decorum, why not? And it works. So yeah, that's the demo. I'll go back to this even though I don't have like a question slide, but questions, comments, proclamations of undying love.
This is super cool. I especially love the view of looking at all the different versions. Obviously, like having Git-like functionality for graphs, huge benefits to that. Totally see the use cases. I was wondering a little bit about that specifically. For example, let's say I make one feature graph and then I roll back, and then I make another one. Like, is the order of that list chronological, or is that ordered follow graph order?
Good question. It's currently chronological, with no very strong reference between like, oh, this graph's parent was this graph or anything like that. But that could very easily be built in a new iteration. And I would personally love to see at some point, instead of, do I have it up? No, I don't. I'll go to it.
Use D3 or something.
Instead of, yeah, basically similar as what you can do with Git branches. See an actual visualization.
Yeah.
Yeah. A graph of graphs.
The other two, one comment, one more question. One question is, so you're able to add a new node to the current active graph. Is that going to be disabled as part of the changes you're doing?
You shouldn't be able to add a new node to the current active graph. So for instance, here I am, current active graph.
Yeah.
If I go here and then go to make changes without publishing, I can't add a node. There's no button to add a node. It's gone.
So then when you added a node in your example, was that to an editable feature graph?
Editable feature graph, yes. And essentially, again, major signposting issue, sure. But, and we need to get better at discerning which editor you're in.
I see.
But you can totally, like, you follow the link and make changes while publishing takes you to your, like, original graph. And any changes you were to make to, I don't know, like, let's say the card name, architecture style, foobar. You apply the changes, it doesn't actually create a new publication. It'll create a little note for you, but it won't actually republish the graphs, right?
And one last thing, when you hit publish graph, at least in current versions, the blue alert lingers until you exit out. I was wondering, can we have that automatically fade out? I'm tired of clicking X every time I change my graphs.
Yeah. It seems quite easy to do such a thing. It's not in this branch, but yeah. Yeah. If you build it, we will. No, I don't. Yeah.
Just be careful you don't get rid of it before the person's been able to read it. Because if you get a long message, then they're like, the important information was. I just have a quick question. You mentioned about there's going to be like this automatic way of kind of from one data type. I'm changing my node, it's going from a string to a concept. Are you going to create a number of kind of standard data type to data type migration modules? How's that going to work?
Well, I mean, that's the dream, right? Alexei, talking about like early days for Arch's applications. This is even earlier days, right? This is stuff that hasn't been merged into a dev branch, but it's on the docket. It's been proofed out. So these are currently all the tools we have. We can totally add a node and update a publication ID, but the plan is, sure, support data type changing, support this, that, and the other. It's just a matter of building it out and proofing out all these edge cases that happen. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think some of the existing work has been a bit contrived, informed by like knowledge of how people have worked with models, right? But it's not being used, right? Really, and so I think when Christopher mentioned that like this is going to evolve presumably over the life of version 8 and perhaps beyond, it's populating the toolkit with more tools, and we anticipate that part of that will be like emergent as applications get versioned, and the need to migrate data,
Yeah, because this is something that earlier that I think Galen has written like a load of modules that actually kind of look like ETL modules.
Yes.
But actually that functionality works really well here.
That's a great point.
We're getting people who, actually, it should have been a resource list, but it's a resource. It should have been a concept.
Yeah. And actually, you can't just make a mistake. Those types of migrations are inherently opinionated. Like you could do it one of a couple different ways.
about this, which is that this is built like this. Like there's the quick migration that Christopher referenced, but then there's this, because we can't know just by diffing a graph and its new version how to transform the data. You know, there's some logic that you'll want to implement, and so Django migration seemed like a good fit, but for the fact that there's no quick kind of ways to do the arches things, right?
I didn't know Django migration is the way to go. It's just what exact business logic is part of that migration that there are multiple different routes you could take. It's still leveraging the Django like pattern.
Like I guess the current thinking is that those could be like rendered as these migration operations and then like parameterized to support those different kinds of approaches.
There could just be some nice shifts that are pretty easy, like number string.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've got concepts lists. There's not much fundamentally. Just the way it's going to an array instead. There's some kind of change.
So Christopher, I don't know if you've thought about this, but if you style your map, in advanced styles, and you have all of these node group IDs and JSON, do we swap those out?
We should. I will say this has been pretty thoroughly vetted and elsewhere in the application. So, God, where would you expose those IDs? It might even be here in the designer as well, but pretty much anywhere that we could think of where you could expose an ID. If the source identifier field is populated, it will automatically just select that instead of your actual ID. So it will always consistently refer to the original thing instead of the mimicked thing.
Basically, the source identifiers basically get handled on the back end, right? So from the user's perspective, it is the source graph. It's just the updated bits.
Oh yeah, so like even in Graph Designer, right? Even though this is totally loading the editable future graph, it still is 100% load. The UUID in the address is the source identifier. It's the original graph. Yeah.
Christopher, a question about immutability. I think we talked about this once upon a time where there might be branches that you want to be immutable. Like the initial designer is like, I want this branch to stay the same over time because I'm going to build automation based on the shape of this particular branch.
Yes.
So you can decide that certain branches are indeed immutable, right?
Absolutely. Which I feel like I should show off here, but this is a blank environment with no branches, and I'm not sure we have the time for me to create a branch. But yeah, it is absolutely a thing. 100%.
This is amazing. Just wanted to say that firstly. But with the version history of the graphs, we're most likely going to be making the changes in a dev environment. So how would we keep the history public? Would there be some interest in exporting it, or?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Can you export the history of the versions?
Oh, interesting. That would not be too hard to do. It's not in this current iteration, but that's a great idea. Yes. Well, you can't currently, but yeah, I think it's a good thing to build out and not too complex. George.
I was just going back to some of the first questions, like especially if you're doing some sort of external ETL process where any minor change to the graph might destroy everything and cause people hours and days of lack of fun. It's very interesting to identify who changed the graph and So I'm just wondering, that might be a feature to add to the metadata of the graph version. I don't know if it's not already doing that.
I believe we are currently doing that. If it's not exposed here in model history, which is basically who updated the graph, right? This most recent publication has a publisher. We do, and I may not have gotten into this, but we have a graph edits table. If I can find it, it's somewhere. Oh, okay. Well, take my word for it. I'm not going to just sit here and stare at it. But
publish
graph edits. There we are. Right. So we also keep that in a table, which is nice and boo. Live demos. All right. Allegedly, right. It's not a lie. But yeah, we do totally track who made the edit so that you can blame at your heart's content.
Etc. Cool. Okay. And it's not exactly graph sheet, but it also affects the same ETL problems. Is that if you like play with a collection that on which something depends, then that can cause issues. And again, nobody does these things intentionally, but yet you'd like to know. And so it doesn't seem like it's in here, and maybe it's not a #1 priority. But it might be interesting where, like, you're at the version moment, if it could go and query the collections it was dependent on, and store the state it was at. Then, like, I was then allowing or disallowing. This was my list then, and then you might find that somebody removed something from a list or added something, and that could help tracing problems in ETL.
Agreed. Yeah.
You should be prevented from making that change though in RDM. I mean, you shouldn't be able to like delete a concept from a collection if it's been in use.
We'll talk about that in much more depth this afternoon. So I understand correctly that the idea is that you go in and so any changes to the environment, rigorous testing versus the scary there. Then you do it in the lower environment, export your graph as a JSON, and then you use essentially migration to push that into higher environments. Right? Because typically you want to push all the way up in some automated, reproducible way.
That's the safe way to do it. Yes.
Yeah, and then I'm just wondering, like, it would be nice to have to build that migration from it, because essentially back to the metadata, who did this? Or if your client has a migration, there's no person associated with that, right? So I think like maybe to be able to package it up as like we'll build the migration for this, just like you export a graph, not one input somewhere else, to be able to sort of export all of that information based on prior graphs or lists and metadata.
Yeah.
So you can actually consistently go through the environments.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you are making changes to the graph,
sure,
you've not published it,
sure,
and you need to adapt the reports, we need to adapt other parts of it. Do you say, if I'm composing a future graph, and I need to create changes to customized reports or something like that, so that they refer to the new, do you pre-assign a new report to the future graph and then publish it? Because you talk about downtime, but if you publish it and you've got a custom report and your reports break, is there a way of pre-assigning a new report to it in advance? I'm just thinking again, Arches ratio are some quite complicated kind of customized reports. If you change some of the noding, you need to work on it in advance.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what's the order, what's that kind of a future thing?
Presumably with workflows as well. Presumably with workflows as well.
Yeah. So there's a number of things. We're seeing stuff that's part of the kind of the automatic UI generation, standard app possibles, but is there a flow to then modify the things that it depends on and then publish it all at once?
Not yet, but that is a great idea.
Like a staging.
Well, I think right now you would have to just duplicate, and so you have 2 versions of the product for each graph, and then kind of deprecate one and then remove it down the line, like that. Because you could assign it, you could assign a different report to your future graph, but it would have to be a different report. So
So you're going to do version 2 of the graph, and I'm going to need version 2 of the reports. So I'm going to have to.
So now I have
to duplicate them.
my new person report, and then my new person report, and then my new person report.
Yeah.
I guess rinse and repeat. Workflows and any of the other kind of customization that isn't able to benefit from that automatic UI generation.
I was wondering about that too in terms of like sort of state right now where everything's driven by UIDs and workflows and that kind of thing. To be able to abstract that way, we have a mechanism right now which is essentially a graph slot plus your node alias, which So I'm just kind of wondering, I wrote something for myself, so that you kind of look at three parts of it. Like one is the database, the other one is like your Python layer, and you got front end. But as part of a publication process, to essentially create a set of objects that allows you to abstract that as like an alias to UUID. So the UUID you can show on light, but you're still talking about your address, your name, or whatever, and you sort of ignore the given idea.
Well, the node alias should only be unique to the graph. So
yeah, so
what we preserve
your
should
graph
be
plus your
preserved.
alias is what I'm saying. Yeah.
So yeah, that's maybe, advantage to using node aliases and customized workflows and reports over.
Yeah, and if there's like a centralized mechanism to be able to do that lookup, because you still need to be able to hit that, but if there's a way to essentially, as part of the deploy process, that's like, here's my aliases, right? So everywhere, if you're dealing with like, you're talking about unique, your descriptors or ports or custom elements, like if you have that lookup, that you have like a essentially the abstraction of that node to what that data element is. Then I use it everywhere in mine. Because looking at the UUIDs is just painful. But essentially have like some common functionality with some type tiers where you can essentially, it might mitigate some of the problem with moving forward. You're replacing the string with the concept ID. It's still the same data, right?
Yeah.
So which would be updated, but nothing else would actually carry. It wouldn't matter with all the dependent objects.
Yeah.
One other thing about the question of like reports, and I think these like the sort of components versus the graphs and all this kind of thing. The scenario that Christopher's showing here is maybe more like a simple implementation, and we have in-house some domain expert who's going to be working on the model while we're also doing some sort of data collection effort. But the sort of underlying assumption maybe is that I'm just going to be using all the default arches things, so we don't need to do that kind of change. And obviously there's all kinds of things in between the spectrum, but another end member would be like the application scenario, right? And so sort of as per Alexei's talk, I've got Lingo version 1 and then I've got Lingo version 2, and the models may change in that time. And so you need some migrations to define those model changes. You need the versions to be able to like resolve like, these data get migrated from version 1 to version 2, etc. But the componentry is all going to come along with the pip upgrade, if that makes sense. So you could actually preserve all the naming of or whatever of those things theoretically, and
I guess that works if you're using the version app.
Exactly.
That would encourage it.
And I think it's more likely to have more like componentry in that scenario than in the first recognizing that it's the spectrum.
I guess it just limits it if you want to use this in a running system and you're not using that. There's more.
It could friction, yeah.
You don't get that necessarily. You can pre-model it, but you couldn't necessarily just go live straight away because you've got some other stuff. So that's right. Yeah. Okay.
Anything else? All right, cool. On to round 2. Time is a thing. It is our limiting factor today, so let's get this going. Arches plus view. Yes. Wait, no, why'd you do that? Don't do that. There we go. Again, this will follow largely the same format of the previous talk that I gave. I answer 6 questions. It's just easier for me that way to, conceptualize how to deliver this to a large group. If you've seen any of my smaller, more informal talks, they're full of memes and they kind of meander and they're great, but I think maybe not for this sort of venue. So, random aside, if you guys haven't had a brownie yet, eventually get a brownie, they're delicious. Cool, so while we're talking about a quick overview, who, what, when, where, and all of the fun subtext, why and how is huge, but yeah, the how of getting Vue in this thing in a way that makes sense is a fun sort of thing to go over. Maybe. There we go. So for the first question, who? Still me. Still beautiful. All right. Who's it for? Again, hey, this looks almost identical to the other slide, right? Me, you, and everyone, especially if you're interested in seeing how a complex code base can migrate frameworks, front-end frameworks, right? Which is more of an interesting topic, the more complex that front-end tech gets, right? If this were 10 years ago, it would be a much shorter presentation. Cool. So what are we doing? Well, what is Vue? I'm not going to read that. That's off the Vue website. But Vue is a new front-end framework. Yay. It's great. It has reactive data binding. It has explicit component decomposition, front-end level routing, state management, a bunch of fun little buzzwords that just mean it's easy to use and makes a nice product at the end of the day. And just to clarify, I am talking about Vue 3. We are exclusively using Vue 3. If you've had your nose in the Vue community for a minute, like they have kind of a weird thing with versioning of like, you'll look up Vue docs and Vue 2 will pop up and naming issues. So just off the bat, Vue 3. What tools are we shipping with this Vue integration? De facto, we've got I18N built in there via Vue 3 getText, linting via ESLint, TypeScript, WCAG compliance via Prime Vue, sort of built in, right? Theming also via Prime Vue and responsiveness. Again, Prime Vue, it's a wonderful component library that I believe we will all get to know and love. What about an Arches style guide? Yep, we've got that. It's here in this link. There's a quick preview of its table of contents, and it is still very much, I'm not going to say not finished, but nothing's ever finished. It will be added to, it will be changed, and hopefully not just by me, but you. If you find out things that work that might be a good pattern, edit it. It's a public doc. Let's do this. When is Vue happening? Or yeah, when will these changes happen? In projects and applications, please start writing Vue now. If you're based off Dev 7.6, go ahead. All of the tools should be there to abstract away any sort of hinks in the build process, right? Of course, if you're not comfortable going off of a dev branch, version 7.6 will have, or stable 7.6 will have all of this ready and easy to use. There is a little bit of an idea of like delayed support for widgets and components. I'll get into that later, or rather components with multiple render states, but I'll hit that in a later slide. As far as Arches core, we're gonna probably be writing most new features in Vue, and by probably I mean most definitely. But existing features will be cut over gradually, cut over piecemeal. And we've already hacked out the tools that allow that to happen pretty seamlessly. As far as legacy component support is concerned, we don't have a set date on when we're deprecating knockout. It's gonna happen, it will. It won't be this year. But as soon as we can, it'll be gone. It will definitely be a promulgated thing. But keep your ear to the ground. And again, just to reiterate, please write new components in Vue. Submitting to core for your projects, anything, just write in Vue. Where are these changes? Pretty much the source folder. If you are writing Vue at the project level, or in Arches core, or at the Arches application level, which is really just projects, but yeah. Write your stuff in the source folder. Only the source folder is going to be bundled, linted, and TypeScript checked, right? If you put a Vue component in like the media folder, it won't be picked up appropriately. But it is this way because it allows for compartmentalized bundling and checking of a certain folder instead of saying, oh yeah, apply these rules everywhere throughout the application, which really would slow down the static asset build process. Where are the changes? Kind of continuing in this vein, we have component pathing and redundancy, similar to Django, right? So if you have a project and you have your own index.htm or templates/index.htm, right? It will overwrite the index.htm that lives in Arch's core. Very much the same if you have a view file at my project, source plugins, plugin, or rather my plugin.view, and you can see these things are identical. But this one says bar, that one says foo. Whenever that component gets rendered in your application, it will say bar. Thank you, yes. All right, continuing, the @ alias, we're using that as, what do you call it? An alias, a magic key, but instead of relative component pathing, which is, oh, if I need to import a view component elsewhere in my application or a view component into another view component, I don't want to have to go through this, the hell of finding the proper directory relative to my current working directory, right? It's not tenable. So we abstracted it. With the @ alias, it's a common pattern. It's not just us doing it. You look at the view docs, they do similar. So, .. components, my component.view, it's just at aliasing the source directory, huzzah. Why are we moving to view? Well, Knockout.js is mostly dead. Yeah, exactly, yes. I was thinking more along the lines of, this framework is no more. It has ceased to be. All right, yes. Okay, old Monty Python. But yeah, Knockout's not really a framework, it's more of a library, and really great reasons why we adopted Knockout. One of them being, if you want to get up and running and writing Knockout, the get started docs are like a page. You can totally read that and get developing quickly. But as front-end tech progresses through the years, it leaves you wanting more, and Vue gives us more. Knockout, there's an absence of certain features, e.g. front-end routing, right? And there is a waning community support and interest in the technology. Hence Vue, right? Better performance, better support, scalability. And it's got a virtual DOM. It's got single file components, which, yes, it will make your lives easier if you've yet to touch a single file component. There are frequent updates and a large ecosystem and a lot of community support surrounding Vue. So all great reasons of why we are making this transfer over. How are we doing it? And this is the meat of the presentation. So how is it being implemented? Through progressive enhancement and micro front ends, right? Which that is a weird way of, well, not a weird, just a mouthful way of saying piecemeal. Components will be introduced gradually and independently of one another, right? A micro front end, if you're unaware, it's a self-contained module that can be integrated into a larger application of sorts, right? There's a few little extra definition pieces I'm throwing out here, but just, it's independent, it's its own thing. And we'll very much go from, well, okay, we're replacing components piecemeal, and then maybe a page piecemeal, like the search page, right? To eventually, over time, the entire Arch's application, with any luck, will be written in Vue. And we can deprecate Knockout, and once we do that, it will be open season on replacing Webpack with something perhaps a bit more performant, or getting the front-end build process completely decoupled from the Django server, which I know people have had certain complaints. This is all done. Oh, so the kind of slick new tool that we've got that will help anyone who's writing Vue get it into Arches is utils/create Vue app. A very simple example is of it being used. You import the util, you import the component that you would like to render. You basically run it with the component as the only arg. It returns a promise, and inside that promise, you mount it to a div, a span, just whatever exists in your document that you've named, whatever mounting point you want it to be. In this case, foo mounting point, right? Which there's a little bit of a, how do I go back? Oh, cool. There's a little bit more to be said about an alternative way to do this, which I'll get into a few slides, which is relatively new with plugins, but that's neither here nor there for this slide. Another tool that is being shipped with cutover, I18N, it's done via the Vue3 getText library. You can see a very simple example here, right? Where there's our script tag, there's our template tag. You just pretty much import, use getText, and then you have to actually instantiate it to get the text wrapping thing. And then you use it. You can use it in your script tag pretty easily, in your template also pretty easily. We've since updated our TypeScript linter. So it used to be you had to call this .getText because it was defined up there. We no longer have to do that. I just haven't updated the picture since that's happened. But with Vue3 getText, there are two new package JSON commands. You know, you have yarn build development, build production, yarn start. Well, you also have yarn getText extract and yarn getText compile. And those things will create a language delineated JSON files in the locale folder, which again, separate from Django IETN. They will, you know, there is no merging of those necessities of those files. But it works, and it works well, and I guess it'll happen when I start explaining a bit more about the Create View application. But it's done in a performant manner so that we are only fetching the strings that are required for your specific application in your specific language to help with performance, right? Because you don't want to be moving the entire multi-language dictionary of all strings in your system over. Continuing on. Other tools that are coming with, mostly prime view stuff, WCAG, compliance, theming, and responsiveness. They're pretty much all built into that component library. Now that's not to just say, all right, done, washing our hands, just use this library and you're good, right? There's still design decisions to take into account. But a lot of the more granular things, right, aliases on buttons or images or what have you, pretty much built in a good sort of way to this library. So we will be using it heavily. It should be used heavily throughout, I believe. At least that's my opinion. Getting started with Create View application. Just to reiterate, it's a wrapper that abstracts away a bunch of concepts from creating a Vue app. You can use it multiple times in a single page or a single frame. It hasn't super been performance tested yet, but it will be shortly. But it should be fine, and it's really used to dry up your code, right? So if we look internal to it, it really is, you know, here's Create View app. It's got a fun little fetch call where it gets your IETN data from an endpoint. Then it instantiates the dictionaries that getText needs to work properly. And then it creates, you know, calls create app, like view.createApp, right? And then it's telling the app to use the prime view theming libraries and the getText library, and even more stuff is added currently. Again, this is a slightly out-of-date photo. And if you had to do that for every single time that you wanted to instantiate a new component in Arches, I would go crazy. You would probably go crazy. So it's abstracted. It's a fun little app that you can just use to get where you need to go quickly. I guess hard cut over to standalone plugins. Remember how I said, you know, create View app, you do a thing, but you need to also like create a div in your page that has a mounting ID. Well, yes, for most things you still need that. The one exception being standalone plugins. This is a relatively new feature that I guess I'm bringing it up because I wrote it, right? No. It's been merged into Dev 7.6, and what it does, it creates a plugin completely separate from Knockout.js, right? You're no longer defining a Knockout component that also like imports Vue components that needs a template because it's Knockout, right? Instead, you can just create a plugin like this, have its component be a Vue component, any Vue component, take your pick, and in config you just need one small thing, is standalone equals true. One thing to say about this, as a standalone plugin, the idea isn't like, oh yeah, it's just like a regular plugin, but slightly different, right? It's out of the Knockout ecosystem, which means you don't get the Arches header, you don't get the Arches sidebar, you can't really nav there to or from the application. It's really almost meant to be run side by side. For example, Arches Lingo or the Arches RDM, right? If you just wanted that to be, you're a linguist and you don't care a lick about Arches. You just want to be doing vocab stuff. Well, cool, go here. You don't need to worry about any of the other stuff that Arches brings you. So I don't know, it's a fun thing, and it's, you don't, you are just using a component and you don't need to worry about creating a div with an ID that you need to hook to mount your view application on. That's all abstracted away. How's code overview? Yeah. But going back to create view application, and I think these slides were slightly out of order into the jumping, but oh well. Everything else though, right? You create a mounting point, a div with an ID that you want. You import your view component and import create view app, and like magic, the thing mounts and you are good to go. A few little quick things to note. There is component pathing and supersedence, right? So very much like how things currently are with knockout templates or Python files, right? So if you have a project and you are overriding index.htm, right? It will overwrite Arch's core index.htm. Same thing with any components you declare in source, right? So if Arches has source app.view and your application has source app.view, your application will overwrite that, which is why pathing and naming are very important. And this is done, I mean, there's method to the madness in case you did want to overwrite a certain point at a certain thing in time, right? Carrying over this functionality that we already have. But there have also been arguments for like, oh yeah, maybe this should be namespaced. Regardless, this is what it is now. And that's how we end up doing, right? It's all done via the magic @ key, where first it looks in your application, well, your project, which in a confusing way is called approot, right? Then it looks like at all of your installed Arches applications in order to try to find the thing. And lastly, it'll look in Arches core. So it will return the first instance it finds. Jumping over to linting and TypeScript checking, this is a pretty thick slide, but essentially Vue, TSC, the ESLint plugin, those are things powering it. The thing to note, and I won't really just like read off the slides here or anything, we needed to move ESLint. If you have dug into like the webpack.common.js config file, ESLint was part of it. It's no longer part of it. It got pulled out, and TypeScript is also running in its own process. And why are we doing that? Well, because to have them included, well, to have ESLint included would slow down build times and rebuild times if you're running like yarn start or the Webpack development server to a sort of maddening point. And Vue TSC, it must be run in its own process, right? So it's good. It makes your compile time faster and better, which is great. But, well, oh, and of course, build development, build production, they have these built-in checks for linting so that if you are going to commit a thing, well, it's going to be properly linted and in TypeScript. So that's great. But the sort of maddening thing now is that if you're a developer and I don't know, if you're like me and you're running bare metal, no offense to Aaron and all the Docker fans in the house, I'm not one of them for development purposes, but you can run 4 terminals or up to 6 just for a basic development task, right? You've got your Django server, your Webpack development server, your TypeScript linter, your ESLint linter, and then if you are running an Arches application you also want to do development on, another TypeScript linter, another ESLint linter, so on and so forth, right? Which it is not fantastic to have all those terminals running at once, at least visually, but it still makes for a better, faster build process. Pick your poison, huh? Of course, package.json, it's got other things aside from the get text commands. It's also got ESLint check and watch, TS check and watch. They do exactly as what you imagine they would, which I won't get into the implementation issues there, but it was kind of a fun sort of workaround to get this working that requires node daemon, whatever. Any project that's based off 7.6, you're going to have a source/declarations.dts file, and that is essentially to keep TypeScript happy with the modules that are in Arches and Arches itself, and any Vue module that you declare or TypeScript module you declare in source, right? if you look at the notes here, basically, if you've added other front-end dependencies to your project that you're importing into a Vue component, you should also declare them here so that TypeScript won't yell at you. But yeah, so that was a fun way to abstract these sort of declarations to make it easy to deal with and still have TypeScript happy. Touching back briefly on widgets and render states, right? We haven't super landed on a pattern yet. Like actually, Buckle Down said we're doing this, but I would bet dollars to donuts we're probably gonna end up with something like hierarchical component decomposition, which basically, a quick example, this is sample widget, right? It ships, or at least shipped, with any new project, right? It's got a KO.js file where you define the thing, you import, you declare your view model and a template. And in the template, you can see some Django interpolation, right? Where if block form, block config form, block report, and it's basically different render states. If this shows up in the resource editor, if this shows up in the graph designer, or if this shows up in a report, do this thing. That's not great for a bunch of reasons, one of which being the JavaScript, unless you are very explicit about a thing, gets run in every single render state, and that's not efficient. If we go to hierarchical component decomposition, you can see that you will have defined sample widget config.view, maybe, sample widget read-only.view, and then sample widget.view, all their own components that can work by themselves, and then you just have a single higher order component that basically says, it gets a render context, right, that is fed into the higher order component, says, okay, depending on what the render context is, render the thing, right? Should keep things compartmentalized, should keep separation of concerns, and it should make things better, easier, and more performant. As far as testing goes, enforcement hasn't been decided yet. I would love to see like a GitHub action where that says, oh, you have this new front-end component, you better have a test for it, but we haven't decided, like, it hasn't been landed on by the community. Strict patterns haven't been decided, but I still say, like, just me personally, write tests. You should write tests. Write unit and component tests at very least. Maybe don't worry about ETE stuff because that's always heady and an exercise in frustration. But Vue, it has a great built-in testing framework, right? Which I've got a quick example of, and then very briefly, E2E probably is not changing, right? So I'm gonna leverage Cypress, I believe. Might be wrong. Anywho, testing. And again, a very contrived example, because I love contrived examples. We have a very basic function, an incrementer. It increments, yay. And then we have and it's helpers.js, right? And then we have a test file called helpers.spec.js. And it uses Vue's testing framework, which you can see, I'm not gonna read this out, but it's a very natural sort of testing framework with describe and test and expect, right? Very contrived example. There's more, like if you visit the Vue docs, which I've got a link to here in these slides, you'll see more involved examples, and that's great. Oh yeah, shameless plugs. The Arches Vue integration guide, which I showed you the preview of earlier. If you're interested in Vue, please read it. It's got a lot of like little titchy gotchas that are Arches specific, or specific to the Arches Vue implementations, right? But aside from that, I found particular value in reading the Vue official style guide, the Vue testing guide, and then kind of diving into TypeScript a bit, both its official documentation and a really nice deep dive here, which is by someone who I think doesn't have anything to do with TypeScript. He just knows it very well, but I found it informative. And of course, the Prime Vue documentation and Vue 3 Git text documentation. I'll try to make these slides available, or at very least the links I can put somewhere so that if you're interested, take some time, read it. It's fun stuff. And now a live demo. Cool. I'm not going to show too much in this demo. I already hacked it out because reasons. I felt safer doing the Editable Future Graph demo live. I'm just going to kind of do a little bit of a show and tell. So following with the patterns of what exists currently in 7.6 of like, okay, yeah, plugins used to live in this area of the application, but now there are migrations. Same here, right? You have a migration. All it does is define a plugin, right? Bam. It's got a plugin ID. It's got is standalone, and it's got a component. And of course, you know, a slug, a name, all that fun stuff, right? It's already been run. I'm not gonna like wind back my migration and rerun it. But trust me, it's there. I'll share the database URL if you don't believe me. We have the foo.view file, which is using getText, and console logging hello from the script tag, hello from the template tag, and then it's got some styling. Again, very basic stuff. This isn't really about Vue itself. It's more about Arch's implementations of Vue. But because we have the is standalone flag, I'll briefly just show you like plugin-standalone, which basically gets a thing and, well, no. I won't get into that too deeply. If you're interested, come see me afterwards. I'd love to be nerdy with you, but in the essence of time, that's not. But yeah, so that is pretty much that as far as there's a component, there's the migration. And if we go to like just regular arches, you can see it's not in the sidebar, right? It's just the reference data manager. But again, because plugin is standalone, you aren't expected to navigate to it from arches or back to arches from it. It exists at plugins / its component name. So plugins / foo plugin, you can totally see, oh no, there we go. Hello from the template tag, which is of course that H1, this H1 here. And hello from the script tag, that's the console log here. There's the class working. And a little thing I wanted to show off a little bit more was, okay, we've got our Django server here that we should all recognize. We have the Webpack development server here, which is great. Let's go ahead and split this a few more times. There we go. A little bit of shorthand to get the environment up. I can totally run something like yarn ts watch. Woof. cd foo. There we go. And it should, oh yeah. It found 0 errors, which is great, but if I do something foolish, like uncomment this line where I've declared foo as a number, but then I'm assigning it a string, it should yell at me. Nice, right? It's quick and easy. You can see it didn't slow down or even interfere with your build process. Oh, there it goes. Build process just finished in about 2 seconds, which is a little bit better. I've noticed it's faster rebuilding Vue than it is Knockout. So, yay. If I uncomment this, great, wonderful, right? It goes back to being happy. And if I run something like cd foo, yarn, eslint, watch, wait. God, typing. It ends up being, there we go. It ends up quite angry at me. Basically saying like, oh, the component name foo should always be multi-word, right? So I could change this and that would be happy. I'm missing a semicolon. It's expecting line breaks before and after whatever's in the H1, right? And just to prove that this thing is still running, because you get this sort of like app crashed waiting for file to change before starting. Kind of fluff. I should be able to just save and it still recompiles. And you'll still get app crash because there's still errors there, right? It's basically the way I got ESLint working with a watch mode was to leverage no-daemon. And no-daemon, you can't really get rid of this if the process you're running returns an error. Go figure. But take my word for it, if I were to fix the naming and the semicolon issue, this thing would be fixed. You wouldn't see that app crash message and all would be right with the world. So that's pretty much it as far as what I have to show about the Vue cut over. I guess, questions? Jacob. Good point.
Hello. This looks really great. Thank you. In the standalone setting, what's, I guess aside from the get text, what is being exposed from the Arches side that is fundamentally different from a standalone app? Are you able to pull in things like the URLs or things like that? Yeah.
Short answer, no. If we look at, and I'm not sure if I'm looking in the right place, but we're going to try. If we look at base HTML, block. Do I really want to go through this? Maybe not. We're pulling in certain things that, there we go. Well, no, those are CSS. Loading mask, require.js. Then your main script, which is, got it. Short answer, no, and that is by design, right? If we go to plugin standalone, we are two things at once. If we go to plugin standalone, right, we are copying a lot of the things you see there, but we are explicitly leaving out a lot of things from Arches, the Arches CSS bundles, any inheritance of JavaScript.htm, any inheritance of the base manager or base.htm. So yeah, it is by design that this is as completely bare bones as possible. And yeah, this is just, you've got something you don't really want to tie into Arches at all, right? If you do, great, just don't use it as standalone. You'll get the Arches Chrome and all the extra goodies. Yeah.
You say it's WCAG compliant. Respect.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
I was just going to add to Christopher's on that topic. Christopher mentioned that you're still going to have to use your brain when you're using Prime View. And one thing accessibility related is good page titles, right? You have to think about that if you're doing front end routing. You can't just put Arches plugin at the top and expect that to be a passing page title. Especially if your app has multiple views, you're going to need to be fully compliant. You're going to need to manipulate that page title and think about that. So you're still going to need to, even though we're using Prime View, you're still going to have to think about accessibility.
Yeah. It is worth looking at the Prime View component library pretty closely because there's a lot there, a lot of good stuff there.
I'm just thinking, there was something that Owen and I talked about, this chunky UI thing that's missing from spatial views. Back end, very, very kind of Getty-based storage interface, no API or anything for it. But I'm just thinking, if we were to start kind of developing that, it's still quite chunky. Is it worth us using the plugin approach for now, while it's still very knockout oriented, or should we have a look at trying to integrate it into knockout? Or just thinking about how should we start working on anything that's sizable at this point in core, or should we kind of leave it and maybe work on a plugin and then integrate it later when the view kind of migration is a bit further along?
Sure. I don't have fantastic context over the thing you're personally trying to do.
It's kind of like Map Manager.
Sure.
It would be a similar thing.
Yeah. I would almost say this is a great chance for an Arches application. Maybe? No?
The underlying database stuff is in core.
Ah, okay, I see.
And I was thinking, well, actually, didn't enough people use the spatial view thing in core? Is that something we should take out and put into an app that it's a bolt-on?
I'll just say my opinion is, I'm super glad it's in core.
Okay. There you go. I will say just the view stuff should be written or abstracted in such a way that regardless of where it's written, if it does end up going into core, it should be minimal friction to do so.
I just think, yeah, because I didn't know whether it was going to be part of the Map Manager possibly, in which case that might be, it doesn't matter. Too much detail.
Anybody else? All right, well, thank you. Oh, yeah. one thing I forgot to mention. After Rob's talk, we should all get together for a group photo before people up and get out of here, right? So keep that in mind. Rob, I'll leave this little note up here in case you want to also make the announcement.
Sure. I guess we'll get started. People are ready. I think probably everybody in this room knows me, but I've met mostly all of you. But I'm Rob Gaston. I work for Farallon Geographics, Dennis and Cyrus and Alexei and Christopher and all these other folks. I have done since 2007, however many years that is. I'm not going to calculate right now. And I have the somewhat dubious distinction of being one of the people who was in that photograph that Cyrus showed and has been on the Arches development team since day one. So you're welcome, and or I'm sorry for whatever that's worth. And what I'm going to talk about today is Arches and authority data management. Really, I'm talking about lingo, but I kind of wanted to frame it a little bit differently in part because I don't think everybody knows all the history of Arches necessarily, or like how we got here, and I think it's kind of relevant to like why we're going where we're going. So I'm going to start with the history and kind of work my way up to like where we're going. Dennis said yesterday that like he was thinking about this event being in a milestone, which makes you reminisce a bit, go down memory lane, and I was thinking about not the hike that was depicted in Cyrus's photograph, but a hike that occurred maybe a year or two before that. Similarly, also Farallon employees in some place up in western Marin County. And this was after a project called Mega Jordan that we worked on for the Getty Conservation Institute. That was in a lot of ways the predecessor to Arches, though it was really purpose-built for the Jordanians. And afterwards, Dennis was talking about this idea of an open source like version of that kind of system that would be a bit like usable throughout the world. And I remember thinking, how the hell are we ever going to make that like that? Yeah. So. Thanks for not saying it. No, I was like, yeah, of course we're going to do that. Yeah, cool. Sure, boss. Yeah, so I just thought that was interesting. Going back in time to those early heady days, in 2013, in Arches 1 and 2, so 2013 and some years later, there was support for authority data. That is like references that can be made via controlled lists. The data model behind this was very similar, if not verbatim, what the RDM data model is today. But it didn't have really any kind of a UI around it. It was mostly like some utilities for loading authority files into this schema, and then you can use it to make references. You can use it to design controlled lists and make references. And so really it was mostly the data model at the time. And that was largely based on SCOS, which is a semantic web standard for knowledge organization. And it was really driven by Historic England's requirements. So we were then, as now, working very closely with Phil Carlisle, who manages the SORA data for Historic England. And he was very influential over what the early representation of Arches authority data was. You could also say, in a way, that this is inspired by ISO 25964, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. It's the international standard for thesauri and interoperability with other vocabularies. And it's an ISO standard that defines how to structure hierarchical thesauri. I say inspired, mostly just via SCOS. Like SCOS had some efforts to align with ISO 25964. It's not fully compliant with 25964, though it is sort of inspired by that. And as such, authority data and Arches are polyhierarchical thesauri. which is as per the spec. And this is, whatever, this is W3C semantic web page about SCOS, just so you know that it exists. And there you see, the most recent announcement from the very recent date of December 13th, 2012, where they're doing alignment with ISO 25964. So this is the actual data model that I'm referencing. I was trying to do this with pgadmin 4, which is a piece of software I never use, and so I couldn't get these like weird little spikes to go away that are linking the things. Sorry about that. It's pretty simple. There's, the concepts, relations, and values are really the core business data of the thing, and then we have these domain tables that we use. So concepts is not really concepts, as it turns out, as we'll see here, as I reveal the content of these domain tables. Concepts are really nodes in the poly hierarchy. So those nodes could be concepts. They could also be concept schemes or thesauri. They could also be something we call collections, which is honestly not really a part of the domain of authority data management. It's actually kind of a contrivance, and we'll get to that. So nodes in this hierarchy are related via relations. Relations are typed. And then the nodes in the hierarchy, which is again the concepts table, have metadata assigned to them via this values table. So the values have, again, types. So those are things like alt labels, pref labels, scope notes, editorial notes, etc. So all of the metadata about the items in the hierarchy are defined via the values records. So again, it's a pretty straightforward data model. Enter the RDM. So up until this point, we were not referring to this data model here as the RDM necessarily, in part because you weren't really intended to be managing these data in Arches. And that was a pretty deliberate thing in those early days. There was sort of explicit decision that was made. Arches is not going to be meant for managing authority data, and then somewhat of a change of heart towards wanting to have some sort of a UI to actually manage authority data in Arches, in part because you want to be able to manage your controlled lists, and you want to be able to change labels and present the content of your lists in custom ways for your application. And those things really aren't necessarily managing authority data. That is to say, the people who were doing that kind of management weren't really the authorities on those. They were users of those data, and they were, trying to use them in specific local ways, rather than like create a new vocabulary that's like a fork of some existing vocabulary or something like that. Nevertheless, the RDM was built and provided as a way for users to manage the authority data in Arches in that data model that I just showed, as well as collections. So collections are, like I said, not really an aspect of authority data management. They're an Arches concept, I'm overloading the word concept, for managing controlled lists. And, by nature of the fact that the thesauri are hierarchical, those controlled lists are hierarchical, but really it's like a collection of concepts. So whenever you create a controlled list, you probably know this, whenever you create a controlled list in Arches, via the RDM, you create a collection, and then you start assigning concepts to that collection, but their like hierarchy actually gets assigned to that collection. There was also in Arches 4 in 2017 was when we added the graph designer. So again, you're welcome and I'm sorry. And that's when we added like this ability to assign data types and the management of data types and widgets. These are all new features in Arches 4. And that's when we added this concept data type that references nodes, previously that you had this same sort of capability in arches, but the design was quite a bit different. And you didn't have any sort of like way to design your graphs interactively like that. So it was sort of a further connection to the RDM. And just as a note, sort of a nod to Christopher's talk about the trajectory of frameworks and front-end technology, the original RDM front-end, which was pretty much similar to what you see today, was built in jQuery, and then when we went to version 4 and we adopted Knockout, it was migrated to Knockout, and here we are today. So that's where we are today. So this is the RDM. I'm sure you've all seen this before. Polyhierarchical thesauri, you know, you assign labels, you assign your notes, relate concepts, etc. So the future. Where we're going is this thing called Lingo. And this graph on the right is highly imperfect, but gives you some sense of where we're going, and I will explain it more. But suffice it to say up front that Lingo is going to be one of these Arches applications, as Alexei described, and it's going to use a lot of these features that Christopher was describing. Graph versioning will presumably be a part of that. Migrations will certainly be a part of that view. So the rethink here came around the question of this relatively simple data model versus the real requirements for managing authority data. And George appears to have walked out of the room, so he's going to miss his whole moment in the sun here. But George is a semanticist, and in order to actually make Arches manage authority data properly, we wanted to take advantage of what Arches, in my opinion, does really well, which is managing semantic data based on an ontology. And so towards that end, George designed, working with primarily Phil Carlisle, but also other stakeholders and developers, a set of data models for representing authority data in Arches. And so the GCI is funding this work to develop Lingo and replace the existing RDM data model, at least with respect to the use case of actually managing authority data, with this new Arches application, which is going to be called Lingo. If you've heard people talk about new RDM, it's now Lingo. So connect those dots for you explicitly. But there's also some other stuff, which we'll talk about. Lingo is going to support managing hierarchies of concepts, i.e. thesauri, but importantly, it's also going to be managing other kinds of authority data. So slightly different kinds of hierarchies of people, of places, of time periods. So these will all be models within the Lingo application. And to sort of a nod to something that Dennis mentioned, it's not exactly clear how this is all going to shake out, but it's quite possible that individual users won't want to manage that entire suite of kinds of authority data. They'll be more focused than that. As an example, the Getty vocabs program manage a variety of vocabularies. One of them is the AAT, the Art and Architecture Thesaurus. It's a thesaurus of concepts. If you were just working on the AAT and not on any of their other thesauri, which manage other things, you might not need to worry about people or places or periods. So there may be some application composition here where Lingo is sort of like the app that binds them all, but there might be distinct applications for these distinct kinds of hierarchies that you could selectively implement. Because we do foresee that it's not necessarily the case that any authority data manager will want to manage all of those kinds of things. A nice thing about using Arches is that you get the Arches API. So we get semantic data, natively semantic data, and then we get these APIs on top of those that allow us to use those data. And that's another reason that we want to use Arches to actually manage the authority data. And by that I mean not the RDM data model that I looked at, but the actual Arches business data model and Arches graphs. So this is, you know, the work that George and Bill have done in modeling these things is based on the linked art standard shared data model, which is for describing art as linked open data. That has some advantages in terms of interoperability, as you can imagine, but it's not purely linked art. I'm not going to get into the details here, but suffice it to say it's what we're calling linked art plus, which is to say it's got some extensions on top of linked art, but you can always reduce the content down in a somewhat lossy way to linked art or further reduce it down to SCOS. This is a concept model that George designed, and actually just to be a little bit risky myself, here it is in Arches. You can see there's a lot of stuff to it. And it also has the George's famous fingerprint of these extraordinarily long node names, which is a thing that I love, especially when I go to try to turn these node groups into Postgres entities. It's a cool thing. I'm glad that people here get that joke. So George and Phil have done all this work to design these models. This is ongoing. This is an ongoing effort. And actually, we just came off of several months of working really pretty closely with the Getty vocabs program to try to better understand their requirements so we can use that to inform this, because they are amongst the world leaders in terms of actually doing this kind of work. That is to say, authority data management. So the lingo, that's a strange way of phrasing that, couldn't possibly have been based on a find and replace that I did. The lingo will be an application, and that set of resource models that I mentioned, and it's designed to support the work of people like the Getty vocabs program. Now, the Getty vocabs program are a maybe somewhat outstanding case in terms of the scale of their work and also in kind. But oftentimes this work does involve like gathering data as contributions from many sources and sort of an editorial process for bringing those data into the authoritative data set. And so one thing that involves is a lot of very specialized workflows. So for instance, somebody creates a contribution to the AAT saying, oh, well, there's this, you know, I found a reference to this concept, and here's the source, and it's got this label. The editors of the AAT might take that contribution and say, well, that's great, we actually want to use that, but we already have a concept for that. So what they need to do with that is like merge those concepts together so that the label, this new label is now applied to the authoritative previously existing concept. So that's one example. There's other sort of more complex even workflows around that. But those are the kinds of things that Lingo is going to be purpose-built for in terms of its actual interface. Again, Arch's users who don't want to manage authority data, like they probably want controlled lists, they want to make references to authority data, but they're not in the business of managing vocabularies themselves. They're not going to be required to use Lingo because Lingo is really about that use case. And If all you want to do is make references to things, there's going to be support for managing your controlled lists in core arches, not in Lingo. And importantly, collections are not an aspect of Lingo because collections are not part of the work of authority data management. Again, they were a contrivance in arches to facilitate assigning authority data to arches resource instance data. In order to make that last thing work, and really just for the management of authority data in general, it's really important that Lingo supports managing URIs for resource instances, and really probably for individual values. So there's a challenge there for us that we're trying to sort out. I suspect that feature is actually useful well beyond Lingo, so I don't think it's going to be a Lingo feature as such, but it is extremely important for the work of Lingo. And this is an early mock-up of what Lingo might look like. We've had a few names along the way, so it was also, after it was called the new RDM, it was called the Authority Data Manager, but Lingo, I think, has won the day. But you can see, that this is already sort of proposing managing these different kinds of hierarchies or thesauri, concepts, people, groups, places, periods. This is going to change. This is early stuff that we're looking at and talking with stakeholders about. And then, there'll be interfaces for actually looking at individual concepts. I know that's resolution's poor on that. Looking at individual concepts and actually managing the data. So managing labels, etc. And our work on defining the requirements here has really been driven by the stakeholders, the users. So like I mentioned, that the time we've been spending working with the Getty vocabs team, but also Phil Carlisle and others who do this kind of work are the ones who are driving the requirements for this Lingo application. So what do we do if we don't have Lingo and we want to make references to things? That's the new thing in core arches, which is called the Controlled List Manager. We might change that name, I don't know. What's that? Well, I think so, but. So this is really meant to replace collections. It's going to be a interface that is built into core arches, just like the RDM is now. But its intention will be focused on the task of actually managing drop-down lists, as opposed to managing vocabulary data. So those lists can be hierarchical, reflecting sort of the hierarchical nature of the thesauri data. And each item in the list will be a reference. So the core thing that defines the reference is that URI. And again, that's why it's so important that Arches supports managing URIs for instance data, because the way that we will facilitate making references to concepts will be via that. And so you can imagine there will also be a reference data type, which will be sort of the newer approach to doing what the concept data type currently does, but also really a conflation, I think, of the concept data type and the domain data type, and maybe something even beyond that, because we expect that the way people use the domain data type right now, they can use this controlled list manager instead to some, I think, advantages. For instance, right now, the domains, if you've gotten your hands dirty with domain data types, you know that the domain values are stored in the node config. So what that means is that they aren't shareable. So you have distinct primary keys, even if you duplicate a list. So you say you have an arbitrary list of things, yes, no, maybe. If you assign that to 3 different nodes, you have 3 different primary keys for yes, which is not ideal. So we think that this will help that, but also maybe some additional use cases. So an example that we have in Lingo is we want to make references to SCOS things like pref label or alt label or scope node. Those do have URIs already. They're not managed in arches. They're not a vocabulary. But we can use those URIs to create a drop-down list that actually points to a canonical definition of pref label. So that's a bit better than what we're doing right now in the existing RDM with just like a record that just has the word pref label in it, and you have to know that pref label is a SCOS thing and how to resolve that. I think it has a namespace as well, but still. So we anticipate having some metadata associated with the items, the references, that would make them more usable. And sort of our initial thoughts are that those things could be mostly SCOS-like, so that you could take authority data, create references from them, and preserve some of the definition of them. Importantly, this is not defining the thing. The authority defines the thing, but things like preferred and alternate labels, scope notes, images, we think could be very useful for understanding a reference. So we want to at least provide a way to assign those to references so that they're usable throughout. In case nobody is aware of this, which is unlikely, this is a URI, the thing that I have highlighted, well, the thing below the ID. This is a concept in the Getty Art and Architecture Thesaurus, and you can see some of the things that I mentioned, but this is, we can see the URI there, which I think is important, but it's also a representation of the true nature of authority data management. And I think you will quickly see that it is a bit more than what the RDM does currently. And so we're not building this product specifically for the Getty Vocabs team, but we do want to understand their work so that we can try to best support the work that they do, and hopefully someday them and people like them are able to take advantage of it. As I mentioned, there's going to be a reference data type. That's how we're going to actually implement the controlled lists as drop-downs. So just like you assign a collection to a concept node, you'll assign a controlled list from the controlled list manager to your reference data type node, and that will allow you to drive the drop-downs. And then we envision a way to actually generate these controlled lists directly from authorities. So that might mean loading authority files from some vocabulary that's maintained not in arches, like the AAT, as it currently exists, or that might mean integrating directly with Lingo. And there's, I think, some interesting opportunities that are presented by that direct integration with Lingo. So one thing that we kind of anticipate is that we'll be able to provide for contributions, at least to some extent, via that. So if I create a controlled list from the fish thesaurus, I'm Andy Jones and team, and we create a controlled list from the fish thesaurus, and then we find something missing, I could do something in that controlled list, we don't know what yet exactly, but to submit, to basically add an item to that list so that I can start using my contribution today, because the reason I need that thing in there is because I'm trying to assign it to a record. So I want to be able to use it today, but I also want the authority to know about it and get that contribution and then make some decision about it and then know about what they did. right? So we envision there being a sort of a feedback loop between controlled lists that are managed in the controlled list manager and Lingo instances where the person managing the Lingo instance has chosen to open up contributions. I already mentioned that the controlled lists are not the canonical definition of these items, right? That's important. They're meant to be references to things that are defined elsewhere. And so that could be an authority, that could be Lingo, but it could also be like in the sort of domain list use case, just a generated URI. It doesn't really have a canonical definition, but there's a URI that I can use to reference yes, no, maybe, or whatever. So this is, again, an early mock-up. These have already changed. They're already outdated. Of what the controlled list manager might look like. Managing, a set of hierarchical lists and the items that go into those lists. There's a nod to the notion that this list might be currently being implemented in certain nodes, so I might want to know that when I go to do things with it, so I don't mess something up. And then this is what it might look like if I'm managing an individual item in the list, and you could imagine there could be quite a bit more metadata attached to that item. I sort of mentioned some things like scope notes or notes, just generally a descriptive text of some kind that might come from a scope note, for instance, or images. Again, kind of looking to SCOS for what might be useful here. And then this is a slide that Alexei asked me to make, so he can explain it. No, just kidding. I just wanted to make it really clear what the point is here, or Alexei wanted me to make it really clear what the point is here, which is right now we've got core arches with the RDM baked in. The controlled list manager is still is going to be baked into core arches, but then there's this arches application that is Lingo, and you can use it if you're doing the work of managing authority data. You should use it. But you needn't use it if you're trying to make references to authoritative data. Then in that case, you can use the controlled list manager. And oh, by the way, this isn't quite the whole story. I think if you like your RDM, you can keep your RDM for at least a time period. We envision that there'll be a sort of a cutover phase during specifically version 8, wherein you'll have sort of all of these options. You won't be, I don't think you'll ever be using the RDM and the controlled list manager at the same time, so you'll have to do a cutover. There's going to be migration approaches, but you can choose when to cut over. But you can imagine what that means also is that feature development certainly is going to cease on the RDM, which not like there's a lot of that happening anyhow. So what are we doing right now? So all the stuff that Alexei and Christopher talked about, like I said, that's all relevant, obviously, to Lingo, and so that's all, and a lot of that is still in flight. We're building the reference data type and the controlled list manager right now, and in sort of parallel with the work on Lingo itself. George is finalizing the Lingo models. Thank you, George. We're scaffolding the Lingo application, which is going to be a Arches application, but really the vocabulary data management, the users who are using it to manage vocabularies will interact with it as if Arches didn't exist. It's really like a sort of its own application. You're managing data in Arches, but you'll hit it on its own. And defining the workflow, so requirements definition. Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on, and it's ongoing. We're feels like we're close, but still working through that. And then we're working on leveraging the data migration work to support migrating RDM data into Lingo, but also RDM data into Controlled List Manager. So as you can see, there's going to be a variety of migration paths that it's going to depend on the context, which route folks take. So we're working through that as well. And then sort of future phases of work are going to involve actually implementing workflows and reports for all of these models and managing the hierarchies thereof. Those custom workflows that I was mentioning that are really specific to the domain of authority data management, things like splitting, merging, moving. There are a lot of stuff related to contributions and managing the hierarchy. Search tools. I was talking to Galen and Byrd about this yesterday. We know that people use right now concepts in arches to do hierarchical searches. So if I pick the concept tab and I type in building, and there's a concept for building, and it has house and church and the Getty Center all in it. If I pick building, I actually get back results that make reference to any of those child concepts. And that goes all the way down the hierarchy from that node. It's a somewhat niche tool, but it's, I think, quite useful and does get some usage in really specific cases. So I think we want to preserve that, but it's quite a distinct problem from managing controlled lists. You know, what you really want is the actual vocabulary hierarchy. And so we anticipate needing to create some kind of provision for that in the controlled list manager so that you can have controlled lists, which are just the drop-down lists and just have what you want in the drop-down lists. But you could also take advantage of authoritatively defined hierarchies to do this kind of hierarchical search. And we anticipate using the controlled list manager in some way to facilitate that, since that is a core Arches feature. We want to continue having that as a core Arches feature and not make it a Lingo feature. Automating the creation of controlled lists from Lingo authorities, I kind of talked about that. Like, we want to have this connection between the controlled list manager and hierarchies that are created in Lingo so that you can reflect in your controlled list manager hierarchies that were, or even references that are being managed authoritatively outside of your instance, but in another Arches instance using Lingo. And then, like I mentioned, there's going to be more future work around migrations, migrating from the RDM, controlled list manager versus Lingo. And it's really an and/or Lingo, right? Because in some cases you might want to migrate your RDM to Lingo and you don't need the controlled list manager locally. Somebody else is going to implement the controlled list manager, lists for, because you don't manage the fish, the sore eye, right? Graciously. So in that case, you'd probably just migrate to the controlled list manager and let Phil do Lingo on his happy side. In other cases, you might actually be managing authority data and you want to migrate to Lingo. You may or may not need the controlled list manager. So there's these various migration paths. And I think that's the end. But before I get to that, I want to go over here. I need to, Arc has been doing this weird thing where when it's full screen, it wasn't happy. So it's a really early view of things, but I'm going to show you a few things. Yes. Like I said, everything that those guys were talking about for the last couple of hours, it all is going to be used. We want all of it. That's not a lie. Gimme. Quickly, let's pop over to the search because I have loaded into this Lingo app. A bunch of data from a couple of sources. I'm going to show you quickly the schemes because this is going to be relevant. So I loaded a few schemes. Jonathan, thank you, wrote some good early ETL code to migrate these data, which are in the RDM, into the Lingo models. And so that's what we use to load the schemes as well as the concepts that I'm showing here in search. So concepts, these are a bunch of concepts. And then, like I said, we have a few schemes. And so now that these are loaded, and so to make it clear, loaded from the RDM, that old schema that I showed, into these new resource models that were designed by George in work with Phil. And we have this Arches application, which is a standalone plugin at the moment, that is Lingo. And it doesn't do much yet, but I can log in here. If I could spell. Hope nobody knows my password. And you can see those schemes show up. This is all we've built for a front end. Again, Jacob is the we in this case, have built for Lingo. It's really just focused on the hierarchy view right now. It's a non-trivial problem because you have to do this recursive data querying to actually retrieve these hierarchies. And as an example, we've loaded here some concepts from the AAT, scientific concepts, and that's really like all we have so far. But I wanted to show it so that you're not wondering, is there anything? There's something. And then, sort of as per the mock-ups that I showed very briefly, you could have a hierarchy view and some additional search tools to try to resolve to particular entities, and then, there's gonna be reports and forms and workflows and such that piggyback off of that. So I've selected this concept, maybe I want to merge it with another concept. That's gonna require me to select another concept, right? And this view and related forthcoming search tools are gonna be really key for a lot of those Lingo workflows. So now I'm actually done, and thank you, and questions. Andy.
So I'm immediately thinking, what have I got to set up for this? Do you foresee Lingo as it stands now? I know it's an Arches application. Do you see it primarily being set up as its own thing? Because obviously you can load it and it's got resources and all. You wouldn't want it in another application, would you? You'd want to kind of run it as a managed, when you're doing the authoritative work, you would have a Lingo instance.
I foresee that is likely going to be the case, just based on what I've learned from talking to folks, is that it seems that the management of authority data is typically its own group, its own project, and so it seems likely to me that a lot of users will deploy it in that way. There's no real reason that you couldn't, right? What Alexei was talking about, layer it with another app or add it to your project, your existing project, right? I would caution people thinking about doing that, because are you actually managing authority data, right? If you are, then fine. I would still think about your architecture, but if you aren't managing authority data, then you're likely going down the wrong road, right?
Yeah.
Phil.
I guess this is looking really very cool. So thank you, everyone. I guess a related question to that is there an intended use case, or what is the expected approach if, for example, you have, let's say, a legacy vocabulary that you're managing and gradually trying to transition to another vocabulary? I guess you're having to manage what you currently have. You're effectively the authority, I guess, in that scenario, but you're also trying to migrate across to, say, for instance, fish. Is that something that you foresee Lingo being used? And is that therefore potentially an example of what Andy was talking about, or is that actually out of scope?
Huh. If I'm understanding, I mean, like, I guess I didn't quite maybe get the last part about fish in that, like, use case.
Well, say, for example, you've got, say you've got historical data. That's not a very helpful term. Say you've got pre-existing data that's maybe had an informal vocabulary that it's currently being used against, and actually, let's, for the sake of argument, not a specific example, just randomly picked, let's say marine data, and you know that we've got this vocabulary, we want to gradually migrate from this to an external standard managed by an external authority. In the meantime, we are still having to manage data against that historical one.
I see. I think, honestly, I mean, unless you're actually, like, I'm getting into the business of being the authority for marine, the marine data vocabulary, I would say just use the controlled list manager, right? And we're going to have to provide ways to say, update references, like both in the controlled list manager and in the business data, right? So if you're managing a thesaurus of marine data, you could load that, you could migrate that into the controlled list manager and then start to replace those references with canonical references and update your business data in turn. That's sort of the path that I would see for that. John. Sorry, Cyrus.
Yeah, so was it yourself yesterday who asked about federation or made a comment?
I think that was Sam, right?
All right, sorry, Sam.
Or somebody, I don't know.
Can I give you the opportunity then to talk about federation in this context? Because in the fish case, it's an obvious example because you've got Scotland, Wales, England, and potentially yourselves in Northern Ireland, if we can get our act sorted out. All managing things in the context of fish, and it would seem obvious that like federating all that would be the neatest solution to this. But,
yeah, I think it's a great point. I don't think we've hit on the exact use case that you just pointed to, and it's really interesting to hear actually, and it's something we'll have to think about. Because the controlled list manager thing is really not federation, right? It's like sharing data, referencing someone else's data, but not really federation, right? So I don't think that fits. I think there is desire generally and probably quite widespread for something like federation within arches, right? And so if we're getting this right, Lingo being a part of arches and using arches models and arches resource instances would be able to take advantage of that, assuming something like that was forthcoming, which hopefully it is, right? Which is part of, I think, the strategy behind using arches resource models, is that we could take advantage of things like that, right? So if there's effort put into that specific feature in core arches, we'll be able to use that now in Lingo where we wouldn't have been able to with the RDM. I know that's not like the answer you wanted, but. Yeah, absolutely. I think Cyrus was next. Oh.
It's also a non-technical problem. Right? There's a reason why the Scots and Welsh and Northern Irish all have their own version of vocabulary that have to do with technology. It might have something to do with history.
Cyrus.
So So if I were modeling right now and trying to decide whether I should use the domain data type or add a collection in the RDM, what do you think I should do?
It's a really good question. I didn't mention like migrating domains. I honestly, what I would do is use the RDM because I think the migration is going to be cleaner. I don't think there's like a great way for us to intuit from labels alone that like one item in a domain list is canonically the same thing as this other item in a domain list, right? So they're both labeled yes, but like, are they, or they're both labeled gold is maybe a better example, but are they actually the same thing, right? It could be the metal, it could be the color, you know, so without an actual definition to those things, it's hard to know that they're the same thing. So the migration path for domains is gonna look, I think, significantly messier, where you're likely gonna, if you migrate your domains into controlled lists, your outcome is going to be like a bunch of controlled lists. Like if you have duplicated controlled lists, you're gonna have duplicated, or duplicated lists in your domains, that is, you're gonna have duplicated controlled lists in the controlled list manager, and you're gonna have to clean that up like manually. And there'll be tools to like help you do that, but it's still a less desirable outcome, I think, than just putting it in the RDM, making it a concept node, and then migrating that. Because then at least, even if those things don't have like a canonical definition, where the list is shared, you'll have one list.
Okay, just one more follow-up question. So what if I have a package with, or an application with a couple of models, person and place, such as HER or AFS, and I'm looking forward to Lingo, which looks like it'll have a place and person model. Has it ship sailed? Am I just going to have to live with the person and place models that I have, or has there been consideration about a migration path toward these models that'll be in Lingo?
I haven't thought about it, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily like the right way of really even conceptualizing the thing. George is going to say something, which is probably going to be smarter, but to me, it seems like if you've modeled people and places in your system, it's not necessarily clear that these models are the right models that you should just replace your models with. I'm not sure. George, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really an interesting, like, crux issue of like how you're going to use vocabulary data and how you contribute vocabulary data, because like you know, you could easily imagine that, you know, I am, you know, basically I'm not an authority data manager. I don't want to make concepts for persons and places. If they exist, I want to use them, and I know some smart people that are making places and people and concepts, so I want to subscribe to those. I want to grab the URI somehow, I want to put them in my control list manager, and then I want to reference them, and I'm good to go, and I'm making myself compatible with all of my colleagues who are also using that. But then you get the sort of like tricky thing where, but I am a bit, you know, an authority manager, and you know, I'm
the authority of this one little thing,
yeah,
or whatever.
or a piece of data about those people, or there's a subset of like 500 people that I know like a whole ton about, and you don't know about it, and in fact I just want to play along, and I want to give you some data about that. And then I think that comes into that interesting question about like, do I install the application and then put stuff in there and have a modality to push things up, and how much do I how much do I want to like materialize data from my authority source into my models, even partially. So it could be that for very motivated reasons, you've modeled people and you've modeled them slightly differently than the authority has. But basically you're talking about the same data. You've got names and addresses and so on and so forth, but you've got a motivated reason to use E41 instead of E33, E41 or whatever, some random node difference. Then you probably don't, I mean, one thing is you could use the fantastic migration tools from model to model that will exist in 8.0 and easily migrate things from one shape to the other. But if you didn't want to do that, you're like, no, I want to be consistent with what I did. Then I think, you'd have to think about, at bare minimum, I want to be able to pull, my URI and my label into this model, but also I'd want to think about, like, are there ways to do matching patterns so I can say, I want to identify, the 4 things that I care about from them to materialize into my differently shaped model. But it'll be the same data, and I'll know that I'm, at the end of the day, because you need that functionality also, and I'll shut up, you also need the functionality within your data. You might need to know the address in addition to the label. So it's not just good enough to have the URI, but the only reason you have that address is for a functional reason. You're not actually curating that data for any other reason. And so.
Yeah.
I would.
Yes.
I was just going to add to that. I mean, if you're really, as far as like people as being an example, if it's really just a reference to some well-known historical figure and you just need to reference to that, I mean, that's one instance. But if you need to like search on certain properties on that person to do a search on, the reference is going to be insufficient. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say exactly the same thing. So.
Well, it's been said. Galen, sorry. Galen and Eric are.
This is super interesting. Lingo aside, I'm wondering what are, in the controlled list manager, what are the entities populating controlled lists? Are these resource instances? Like, for example...
It's arbitrary.
It's what?
It's arbitrary. It's anything with a URI. Or a thing that doesn't have a URI, and we'll just make one up.
Well, let's say it's a thing without a URI. I mean, like, for example, I'm just thinking about, like, the sort of overlap between resource instance node and this new reference node. And it's like, for example, if I want to say, this archaeological site is associated with this country in Africa, right? It's like, before, I would have had a list of names in my collection, right? I would have had like a list of prep labels for like that nation's name in English or something like that. Now, what would I have? Say like a set of resource instances representing like a country, and then like that. Like I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the scope of the reference. What's the scope of the reference that are populating these control lists?
Is an unsatisfying answer, but it's defined by the URI. So if you that label is local to the controlled list. It could honestly, you could just throw anything in there. So it's like there's an authority who's saying what this thing is. They've defined what it is and what the scope thereof is. But you have a reference to it in your system. You want to be able to represent it with a label, right? Now those labels, if that authority can provide you with like SCOS RDF, you can grab those labels, populate them, whatever. But like the question of like, what is it? Yeah. It's anything, right? And I think that we're going to have to, I think that this problem of URI generation is going to extend beyond lingo, like I said. And so I think, and this is sort of TBD, which is why I didn't like linger on it here, but I think, if your sort of brain was going in this direction, the idea that reference data type or some sort of extension thereof could replace related resources, I think you're right. We don't know where that's going to go yet, but I think you're right. And one of the advantages thereof could be, which is something that Lingo is going to pretty clearly have to do with references to authoritative concepts, or the controlled list manager will have to do with references to authoritative concepts, is, make references to resource instances that are not managed in your local arches. So.
Right. But if they are managing local arches instance, like, to me, I'm thinking through, like, is this a marriage between, concept and resource instance, where, like, data types, where like, I create a bunch of resource instances of a resource model called country or nation. Now I have all these, individual nation instances,
Well, potentially. I mean, they would be we're going to have to manage a canonical URI for instances, which is what I was referring to as the URI problem or whatever. So it would be that. What that thing resolves to is it typically is some sort of report. But
to go back to use cases, a use case. So remember, the control list manager is about powering dropdowns. So a use case is to say, I have this list of, I want to have a list of resource instances that I can select in the form. Yes. Like that is a true use case.
Yep.
So items in a list could be resource instance.
So it's just like a constrained, resource instance list data type.
That would be the controlled list use case. But you are getting at something that I think is interesting, which is that references, controlled lists are not, we don't call it the controlled list data type, right? And that's for a reason. You're not storing a controlled list. And the controlled list is a tool for give me a list of things that I can pick from to define this reference, right? Therefore, like a node that is using the reference data type needn't necessarily be using a controlled list, right? It could be something more dynamic, right? Like very truly dynamic, like just like the way the resource instance widget works, or resource relationship, whatever the name of that widget is, the way that works, right? It could be something quite like that, where rather than associating this with the controlled list, you associate it with a resource model. Maybe that resource model is remote. I don't, but I think that the direction that you're leaning there is definitely in play.
Just to say one more thing. So practically, I'm thinking about historic place LA. They had, they had like an administrative node group called administrative area, right? And then you have two nodes on that. One is a string called name, and the other one is a concept called administrative area type, right? We migrated that node group to a resource instance data type, because it was like, well, it'd be great if we could also then see the footprint of, say, the city council district, city council district 4, like where is that on the map, right? And so now I'm like, okay, so it sounds then like this next step is going to be to make a controlled list of resource instances that represent each city council district. That way, like, when someone's adding the resource instance, it's like, well, what district is it in? They have a drop down, and then, they're only looking at the name, the display name, but the underlying data, the location, whatever other changes, like, there's benefits to that.
Yep, yeah. And of course, I think reference values will need to represent their label, but also there'll need to be a way to resolve, right? So I want to be able to see all of the metadata that's stored in the actual reference object itself, but I also want to follow that URI and ask the authority, what is the actual, the definition, Oh, sorry, Eric has had his hand up for a while. Sorry, Eric.
I don't know if this is in scope for lingo and all that, but I think there is, in some of the space in the cultural heritage, there's an interesting issue too about like legacy data sets, and that they have their own sort of descriptions, and they can be crappy controlled vocabularies that are sort of informally created and used, but they're sort of part of the historical record in some ways, and then rather than just throwing that out to, to use a more sort of a more widely used standard, it's sometimes more valuable to do mappings between the sort of crappy vocabulary terms and a more sort of more professionally curated authoritative vocabulary. And is this kind of the sort of scenario where, like, if you have legacy data and you want to relate those legacy terms with authoritative concepts, is this the kind of tool that would be needed for that sort of an application? So you're not throwing out the whole thing.
I think so, or I hope so.
Scots, like post-match assertions or broader than that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's in there. That's in Phil's mind and in the model, and I think it's part of the answer to somebody else's question. Sorry, but like that you could, if you install lingo because you care about it, then you could put your legacy. You create an entry for your schema. This is my legacy guy. You populate it with all your concepts, and then you could pull in the whole thing proper scarce matching, whatever, and then with playing magic additional tooling, you might be able to send that back to Fish Central and say, I've done these matchings, without, and if the end goal was that you didn't care about it and you wanted to throw them away, then it could get approved, like, that's match fine, this is a new one, we've added it, right, and now go find and replace everything.
Yeah, because I think, thinking about some of the AI stuff we talked about yesterday, that would be a wonderful thing for sort of helping to train language models to be able to read like legacy information and relate it to current.
This represents a really interesting use case. Use case that I'm thinking about a lot, which is now you have this arches, application, and it's sitting there ready to soak a bunch of information. And what you're trying to do is take data out of the legacy system and put it into this shiny new arches thing. And that legacy system has a bunch of lookup tables, a bunch of crappy terms. What you could do is, what I think you would do, or at least a pattern that makes sense, would be, as part of an ETL, import a lookup table, the appropriate lookup table into a control list. And along the way, it'll get some URIs. And then you can go, oh, this is a crap term, but there's a really good term over here in this authority that I trust. Let me swap out the URI from this arbitrary one to one that points to an authority that I really like.
But
still keep the crappy term.
Yeah. For that historical record.
Yeah, and it's not clear to me, like in that scenario you're describing, if you would want to use Lingo or the controlled list manager as the place to put the crappy hierarchy. I don't know, I don't know the answer to that. You could, I could see it, yeah. Alexei, sorry.
So, just listening to Galen talk about his kind of use case, it just struck me, or a question struck me. If, in his case, he has let's say, a model of districts, and so they're models and they're instances, would he, and he wants to use them as a control list, I guess he has the option of creating a control list from those model instances, and using whatever the data type that's associated with that is, or using the current resource instance data type, I guess, to make a reference to that district. Is there an implication in the way you model that implies in one instance we're using the reference data type and that's just what we've always done, or it's a control list which theoretically references something, it happens to be my own instance, but now I'm the authority on it, or I'm just...
You're not.
You're not. You're clearly not. But is there? Yeah. There's a kind of modeling gray zone, I think.
The easy answer that comes to mind is a controlled list. At least the default version of it is a static list of references, right? So if I have a set of resource instances and I know I only ever want you to make a reference to one of these n instances, then a controlled list would be quite appropriate, right? In fact, you can't really quite do that with the resource relation thing, right? You can try to craft a search query to make it just so that you get that you only constrain it to the instances that you want. But what if somebody adds a new instance that meets those criteria, and you don't know that, right? You're not really controlling the list. You're defining the logic for which resource instances can I assign to this thing?
Right.
Whereas a controlled list offers you the ability to truly control the list, right? Where you'd say, it has these 4 resources and nothing else, right? And if anything else is going to show up in it, I'm going to go in and I'm going to add it, Yeah. It's not going to be that like something just got in there because something else changed in the database state.
Yeah, so it's very intentional in that sense.
Yes.
Which you could want that intentionality, or you could want the dynamicism of just like, I know that when somebody adds a new district, it'll show up in that drop-down list, and I'm fine with that.
That's right. Yeah. And I think that there's probably, like I sort of suggested, it's altogether possible that reference data type does start to obviate the need for a resource relationship, but it wouldn't obviate the need for that widget, right? And so maybe you could use it with a controlled list, but you could also use it with a dynamic, truly dynamic, just a service, like, that just like the resource relationship widget works. George.
So maybe you already mentioned it, but then it's absolutely necessary to add to that feature. I mean, the way the logic goes, I don't see why you need the resource instance type anymore at all. The reference
Agreed.
type replaces everything, but you would need to import that relationship thing in, because the old concept list, which is what that was doing, always had one semantic value, and now it will have any possible semantic value.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask one question about the modality where somebody's, and it goes back to the application, the application thing, but so if somebody decides I am going to run, I am going to install the application, but I'm also going to do my own thing, just like how do they, because Lingo is its own thing as an interface and as a, would it eventually be within the frame of your overall, would you see it as like a left bar button within classic Arches, or?
You might, but I don't really anticipate that. I mean, that's not really the intention of standalone plugins as it exists right now. They would be more like, you want to do vocabulary work, go to this endpoint, you'll see Lingo and you'll do your vocabulary work. But they certainly could, because they're plugins, so we could just show a little thing here that would take you to this Lingo view or whatever, But that's doable. I haven't thought about it yet to know if that's what we will or want to do.
The reason I was just asking is because of the continuation of actually working on that. Like if you did have that installed and you made a reference to this thing that is documented, directly in the Lingo model sitting over there, then what happens when you click on it? Does it take you out to the other application that displays it differently, or?
No. I mean, inside Arches, I wouldn't think so. I mean, what would happen when you click on it is you resolve to the URI, I think, right? So then it's like the authority has determined that something happens, right? And if it's Arches, then we get to help them do something reasonable, right?
Okay.
Can we return JSON for a URI instead of just directing it to the page?
Can. It's not typically how they work. I mean, we talked about this a bit, right? I mean, there's no,
I guess content negotiation, and it's unevenly implemented around.
Yeah. Typically what you see is not JSON. You see something more like what I showed with the AAT. No, you see sorry, where was it? Here. You see something like this. This is when you go to that URI, you see this page. I've sort of scrolled and threw it on, into a triptych, but that's what you get. But in here somewhere, like up on the left, right, semantic view, and then there's links to JSON, RDF, and triples, right? This is, I mean,
I've also seen links within a page, literally, if you think of SCOS, like a SCOS pref label, it's just one single page. There's that portion of the page that
yeah. It's a little unfortunate, as a programmer, right? I want to just take this URI and get back SCOS RDF or something actually genuinely useful to me from that, but
This might be what you're saying, Eric, but I mean, is that something that could be inferred from the accept header? Or is that a bit of an anti-pattern in this context?
I'm actually not sure.
The content. I mean, I think that it's supposedly a practice that's been advocated before.
I haven't ever tried such a thing with the AAT and see what happens, but it would be interesting.
I mean, if there's the opportunity to do it in Arch, I guess from a technological standpoint, it's a check header, really, but whether or not it's apparent, I guess, is probably the bigger question.
Yeah. It's really
I mean, it is pretty common practice for in the ontology world, if you drop in the URI for a CRM class, then it takes you to the HTML page, but it has a negotiation. You can pass additional information and it'll just give you back
SCOS
the RDF or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
I've also seen the extension
right? Galen.
I mean, one thought, just kind of thinking about what George said a moment ago, about like the standalone plugins, taking up the entire screen, is like, it feels a little, people would disagree, but it feels a little inevitable that we'll have to recreate certain Arches UI in Vue to preserve like visual continuity for certain plugins.
You can still use a regular plugin.
You could, and you can use Arches components inside your plugin. I mean,
because it's not within a knockout context, I'll have to recreate, say, the navbar, for example. Well, that's the difference between Vue.
The point of the standalone plugin is to achieve something like this, right? Which is the experience is unified and it's not Arches, right?
If Rob were to set standalone plugin to false in the plugin configuration,
you get the Chrome.
you'd see the Arches sidebar.
Oh, gotcha.
You'd get the Arches Chrome, and you'd get knockout too, right?
You can engineer it, like you can anticipate, I don't know, you can redirect people to the off page so that they come back authenticated if you don't build a sign out button in the corner. In fact, that one's dead, it doesn't do anything. It just goes back to the.
Yeah. Okay, I misunderstood, sorry.
Yeah.
Is the idea kind of that like a user is either a like authoritative data publisher or subscriber, sort of separate those areas a little bit more than they are in the current version?
Primarily, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Managing control authority data, and that's your job. If you get up and you do that for 8 hours, God bless you for doing that. The more you use their work for indexing your business data.
And the users of their work may or may not even care about the hierarchies, right? They might want to just have, I might just want to be able to grab, a few scientific concepts here and make sure that what I'm referring to in my drop-down list of 4 items are, AAT concepts that are defined, as such. So, and the work of authority data management is very specific and niche. It's like, it's hard work, but it's really focused on just this task. And Phil Carlisle has said in multiple meetings where he maybe should have censored himself better, a phrase that sticks in my mind, which is, I just want to build my thesauri, and I don't give a flying what other people do with them. If you take that as like the mentality of a vocabulary manager, which is the mentality of Phil Carlisle, but the point is they're not really like thinking about like things like collections or making references. They're not managing like a survey of historic places in Los Angeles, they're managing authority data. But a survey of historic places in Los Angeles wants to be able to, say this building is using this style of architecture, and it's defined here.
A good way to think of it, or another way to think of it is, people who are managing authority are doing scholarship. Like that's the word. They're like literally looking at who said this and what documentation do they have to say that this thing has this meaning, and so it's quite a specific thing. And so to Phil's point, use word under scholarship of building the hierarchy of authority, and then it's up to others to decide how to use it.
Yeah, Getty Vocab's program has that same, at least outlook on their job, which is managing vocabularies, and they have all kinds of people use them, within the Getty and without, and those are other people. Not within the Getty. So excuse me, not within the Getty. I don't know. I assume nobody at the GRI is making references to the AAT? Okay. I guess that kind of went over my head that it was that they. Yeah. They're good folks. They're good folks, and they taught us a lot. So we're really appreciative of their time.
They're actually really hard to use out of the box too, because that hierarchy of AAT is so deep.
Yes. Yeah.
And strange abstractions from a naive user at the top level.
Yeah.
I suppose, maybe actually on the hierarchy point, I guess in terms of what would be potentially the impact of, say, with the control list manager, if we are, for example, bringing in legacy hierarchical data, is the expectation that it will be able to manage hierarchical lists as well, or is that's
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and polyhierarchical.
Okay.
To be specific, yes.
So actually, it's really still retaining most of the features of the RDM.
Of the existing RDM, yeah, and so that's the part of the point is the existing RDM doesn't really do a good job of managing authority data, and that's why it's used more so in this way, right, as a mechanism for controlled lists and making references, right? So so a lot of what it does is quite appropriate for that kind of work, but insufficient for the Getty vocabs Phil Carlisle kind of work, and so Lingo is going to be suited to that. You know, managing your authority data as semantic linked art plus models, right? And then just like making reference to them via a simple hierarchy that is SCOS-like. Owen. TBD. You seem to have an opinion that we should not.
Well, I don't mind. I'm just very lazy, and sometimes I like to use them.
Yeah. Well, so at least the way I'm conceiving of the controlled list manager, it ought to be a better way to do the exact same thing. So I think you'll feel compelled to make the transition. I don't think we'll get rid of them on day one for the same reasons that we're not going to get rid of the RDM on day one. And maybe that gives the community an opportunity to say, like, no, actually, this doesn't do a good job of completely replacing that thing. But, you know, I do think that being able to maintain them external to the models and share them amongst nodes is quite a distinct advantage over domain lists as they exist today. So if we make the controlled list manager, if we make doing that as simple as it is with domain lists, then I think it's actually a better way to do it, and you would prefer it at the end of the day. But
Okay.
but we'll have that conversation, I suppose.
Separating out these different tasks that different types of users are doing, do you think you'll eventually end up in a place where like the general public facing search and map view is like separated out?
Yes. I mean, do I think? Yes. Will that come to pass? Who knows? But certainly that seems likely to me. I mean, one thing about arches is that it's quite monolithic, and that's problematic in a lot of ways. And so I think having arches applications now as an approach to sort of compartmentalize things, version them, share them, you know, graph versioning is also a part of this, right? I think increasingly we'll want to have like modules that are external to core arches, and that would provide for things like, you know, Galen's idea of like, well, I want to use a different kind of search, or I want to use a slight, you know, whatever, a fork of search or whatever, but not a fork of arches, you know, or I don't want search at all, right, or whatever, you know, and then also it will make Arch's core significantly more maintainable when we don't have to test all of those things in order to release Arch's core. And Arch's core would theoretically then be much more focused on this, you know, managing semantic models with ontologies, you know, or managing data that are in semantic models with ontologies.
Or we could defer the work of testing these, you know, search. If search is outside of Arches, someone still has to
search. Of course. But that isn't a part of necessarily of the maintenance of core arches, right? It just separates those problems a bit. It doesn't mean you don't have to test search.
Potentially with some of the discussions that we're having with ideas of a mobile SDK type approach rather than mobile app, could we see that happening with public front end and Arches, that it becomes more like Arches is maintaining an SDK that can be used for your front ends and for your searches?
Yeah. I do think so. I mean, it's a bit speculative, right? But I think so, because there's a sort of a better fit there for certain kinds of features or extensions or whatever of arches than a wholesale application. Like maybe the application is not such a good fit for those things, and maybe we need more just like a shared component library or something like that that could be implemented, but doesn't require like installing an app. I find that quite likely.
So guys, realistically, I think we've all seen a good number of examples of that, because generally speaking, if someone's wanting to implement arches in public-facing context, it tends to be very strongly, there's a very strong theme to whatever that is, and I guess that's where some of the friction points are.
Yeah.
So, no, that sounds good.
Yeah. Any other questions? Is it photo time? Let's go take a photo. Thank you.